Hello, Americans. This is Orson Welles. I want you please to make a picture in your mind. We're high in the mountains, in the solemn loveliness of the very crest of our planet. Below us are two oceans and two poles. We can see as in a moment of time all the nations of our hemisphere. We're standing at the foot of a great monument, the image of him who died proclaiming the brotherhood of man. Imagine the Christ of the Andes. That's the way I'd like to start this broadcast. That picture. And all of us thinking about it. I've asked some people to the studio tonight, and they've been kind enough to come. I'd like you to meet them. First, we'll let the lady come first. Your name, please?
Mrs. Walter Jones.
Your occupation?
I'm a housewife. Doesn't seem like an occupation, but believe me, it is.
Sure it is, Mrs. Jones. Next?
Mr. Bowers. I'm a salesman.
How do you do?
I sell brushes. How do you do? Not only hair brushes, but floor brushes, too.
Let's say, I don't get this. What kind of a show is this?
And your name, please, and occupation.
I'm a truck driver. My truck's waiting downstairs on the street, and my wife's waiting at home.
Well, I won't keep you long, Mr.
Probus. Nick Probus.
Thank you. I've invited you here, the three of you, in order to ask you some questions.
Hey, I'm your man, Mr. Wells. Now, I'd like to take names of ball players.
I'd like dates in American history, if possible.
How about actors and actresses for my choice?
I'm very sorry to disappoint you, all of you, but our question for tonight has to do with some mountains. What are the Rocky Mountains of South America? The equivalent to the Rockies. No coaching from the audience, please. You, sir?
The Andes?
That's absolutely correct. Mrs. Jones, what do you know about the Andes Mountains?
It's very hot down there, I believe. Tropical, jungle, most of it.
Some of the Andes are in jungle. Some are snow-covered.
Oh, yes.
Most of us aren't very good at South American geography. I know I didn't know anything about it at all until I went down there. How about you, sir?
Well, as you say, there's the Andes Mountains.
That's right.
Then there's the Amazon.
Right.
Several big rivers. And the countries are Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Argentina. A couple of more, I think.
Mr. Provost?
Well, that's where Carmen Miranda comes from, South America.
She certainly does. Now about the Andes.
Mr. Wells, excuse me.
Yes, little girl. Oh, hello. I haven't seen you since Columbus Day.
Oh, Mr. Wells, I know some things about the Andes.
All right, go ahead.
The Andes is a mountain system which forms a continuous chain along the western coast of South America. It is over 4,000 miles long and in some parts 100 miles wide. Its average height is 13,000 feet, and there are big birds called condors which can fly over the Andes without stopping once.
Thank you, little girl. That helps a little, but...
Just in time. I've come just in time. Howdy, Mr. Wells.
Who are you?
I'm the man with the facts. Can't start anything without knowing the facts. Facts, figures, there's the key to knowledge. Take away the facts and civilization goes to pieces.
That's very interesting, but I'm afraid...
Andes, did you say? Two principal chains. Eastern chain's called the Andes, western chain's called the Cordilleras. The Andes are longer, higher, wider than the Rockies. The islands of Tierra del Fuego at Cape Horn are also part of the Andes, coming up from underwater. Lakes? South America's full of lakes, most of them in the Andes. Titicaca, only one of its kind. 12,545 feet above sea level. Volcanoes, highest active volcanoes in the world. There's facts for you.
Thank you very much.
Lamas and alpacas. Andes, the only place in the world you can find it. $1,500 million worth of silver have come out of the Potosi mines in the Andes. Well, I must run along and catch another program. Great demand for facts these days. Here's my card. So long.
Well, we got some facts, all right, but do facts tell the story? How do we best tell it? By anecdote? By heroes? By legend? Is there a chain that binds this scattered history together? The Andes. Not only mountains. On these towering hills, kingdoms and empires lived. And here both tyrant and liberator planted their flag. Conquistadores! Was there ever a name with such stride? Conquistadores, men from the East with the pull of history in their blood. The Spaniard, the horseman, the assassin, carrying Christ on his sword. Pizarro, conquistador. Pizarro, the man, the mortal, daring the giant Andes of Peru. His army, a few hundred men, shining in armor. He faced the mountain shouting, "Swing open!
swing open, for the Spaniards have come. Let us through. This is our century.
So we've come, and what will remain of us?
Pizarro leads us to our death.
Gold? Who sees gold?
I see nothing but air.
Same as in Panama.
So you are conquistadores, eh? Your comrades have smashed the head of Mexico. They hold Tenochtitlan, and here you stand, wailing like women.
Guard your tongue, Hernando, or your sword shall answer for it.
My sword is ready.
Aye, here is mine.
Oh, Pizarro.
What does this mean, Hernando? We are tired, Pizarro.
We cannot eat our horses forever.
Here is my sword, and with it I draw a line on the ground. Ahead, over the Andes, lies Peru and riches. Behind Panama is poverty. Choose each man what best becomes a brave Castilian. Is our blood so pale and thin we talk of home? Shall we be laughed at in Panama? I should rather my bones be picked at by eagles. For my part, I go to the south.
To the south, the Incas, the Indians, children of the sun. The Incas, high in their Andes, safe in the Cordilleras, the heaven-ascending hills, safe in their temples and gardens. Safe, they thought. They dwelt on a mountain of silver and gold in their simple houses, workers in stone and metal. The Incas, artisans, craftsmen, road builders, builders of huge gateways and pillars of stone hewn from quarries, set by hand, and 4 centuries have not pulled them down. While Pizarro marched southward, master of the mountains, conquistador, until from a great height, the green land lay below, gateway to treasure, in this year 1532.
Hernando, what have we left?
72 horses and 2 cannon. 150 men.
While to the south, at Cajamarca, the chief of all the Incas, tall warrior Atahualpa, stood in the door of the great temple. And in his eyes, the sun was going down. They're almost at the city. Do you hear, great Atahualpa?
I hear. Perhaps they are the white children of the sun who return after many wanderings, as it is said in the prophecy. Why should we fear them? We are too great a people.
Pizarro, their garrisons are everywhere. And they outnumber us 1,000, 10,000 to 1.
We will not strike at the body, but at the heart, if we capture Atahualpa.
Atahualpa? I am no coward, but such a plan is madness.
Then we shall be mad. There is enough wealth here. Were it water, we could drown the very seas. We shall take Atahualpa, and the Spaniard knife at his throat will teach him more than all his temples.
100 men were enough for it. A handful. 100 men, mortal as sin. And 2 cannon. Dragons bearing gods. Gods bearing thunder. Butchers on horseback. So fell the Inca, God Inca, Mountain Pharaoh, heir to the sun with his empire. Cities were set to the torch. The Andes glowed with the fires of carnage. Cusco, the holy city, blazing. Who will stand and cry out? There was Greece and Rome after. And in Mexico, the great Montezuma learned to die. So Atahualpa. Old gods go down. The dust settles. The dead are buried.
What else did that guy do besides breaking into the treasury?
Conquered the Andes. For many years ruled for the Spanish crown over almost 1/3 of the South American continent. It's a long time back, of course. Nowadays, he doesn't look very well. You can take my word for it. I've just seen him.
I beg pardon?
Pizarro?
The same. I've just been to visit him in Lima, the city of the king.
Oh, what do you have to say for himself?
Nothing. Nothing at all. He just lay there in his glass case in the cathedral. You see, he's a mummy, like King Tut. Has been over 300 years. He's as dead as you can get.
What's got him, old age?
No, he was murdered by some of his own men.
Well, it's like a gangster story, huh?
That's one way of looking at it. There were a lot of murders from then on. Kings of Spain ruled the Andes from Spain. All the way up to the last century, the men of the Incas and their conquerors lived in a black night of murder and feud. But day drew near. The beam of light swung from the north, while Peru kneeled. Blood stained the snow at Valley Forge. 1776. The year cast in bronze, like a bell, tolling the landscape. The year ringing out over continents, and the word freedom sped down the meridians, down the paths of wind and water. The word was passed along like a coin, a bright thing, a hope, and all hands touching the coin became hard, coiled into a fist, waiting for the day of power. A shot heard round the world. The wooden bridge at Concord, spanning seas and linking men in the courage of freedom. And they heard that shot in South America.
I know what came next, Mr. Wells.
Yes, little girl?
The Liberators. Bolivar, San Martin, O'Higgins, Sucre.
The Liberators. Before them was Tupac Amaru, the Indian, who raised a mountain army of 40,000 to throw off the Spaniards. After his capture, they pulled out his tongue, bound him to a stake, and forced him to watch while his wife and son and kinsmen were pulled apart by horses driven in different directions. Then he himself was killed by torture. Then there was a dream of an American republic for the Indians. The Latin revolutionary Miranda, who fought for Washington and then in France, bound this scheme in a book and gave it to an English statesman who hated Spain. Sir William Pitt read it carefully, and when he closed the green morocco covers, he is said merely to have smiled. But the shot heard round the world still echoed after a quarter of a century, still hummed in the ears of man. The tyrants were fearful. They visited Spain more often for the raising of armies and for polite conversation.
We shall have to take firmer steps in Venezuela.
We must not allow news of the United States to reach the people.
A larger army must be brought over, or else we're not safe.
Oh, Bolivar, stay.
I was about to leave. The air is foul here.
Oh, I shall have the windows open.
I'm afraid it is not the windows.
Bolivar. Simon Bolivar. The Liberator. Young. He'd read the books Spain banned in South America, books from North America and France. And he had the mind and heart for what he read. Handsome, very rich, with everything to lose.
Look into the heart of man, Simon, and not his purse.
So his tutor told him. And Bolivar listened.
Look into the heart of man, Simon. Do not investigate his blood, but see him as a man. Look at truth
directly with your eyes, though it be blind.
And Bolivar looked. And the truth was blinding. Yes, and terrible. The truth was heard in the street.
Down with tyranny! Come out of your house, Senor Grande of Spain! Come out!
Come out! And you can go in again without your head.
Our day is on the calendar, senor.
Our day will come like a wave.
I vow to dedicate my life to the emancipation of my country. Hear me, sky. Believe me. You are my witness. I swear South America shall one day be free.
What do we care if Spain submits to Napoleon?
Hesitate is to perish. We've decided to be free. We must act. We must conquer or die, and we will conquer. For heaven does not want us in chains.
And there came a time when the Liberator had more to fear from the elements than the armies of the king.
Spain has retaken the most of all we've won. We must surprise it back. We will march on them now, by the Andes.
Andes? But my general, it's the rainy season. In some parts, the mountains are impassable.
Where a goat can pass, so can an army. Pizarro once crossed the Andes with a flag of tyranny. And I shall cross them for freedom.
Here's the story of that march across the Andes by a man who was there, Bolivar's own adjutant.
First sight of the wonderful mountains caused astonishment and fear among our Indian troops. Their wonder grew with every climb, but the summit they believed the highest was always the first stage of a yet higher one, till in the end the highest of all was separated from earth by cloud and mist. These men, accustomed on their plains to cross torrential rivers, to tame wild horses, to fight the buffalo, the crocodile, and the tiger with their naked bodies, were terrified by the alien scenery. The mules carrying arms and munitions collapsed under the weight. Not many horses survived the 5th day. The carcasses abandoned by the advance guard blocked the way of those following. Day and night rain poured down. With the altitude, the cold became more rigorous.
Pizarro crossed the lower Andes, yes. But this daring of a boy, surpassed all. They climbed the craggy gorges, higher and higher, and the mist of earth seemed to fall away. And higher yet, past the timberline, past the last green areas, into the thinning air. And below, the eagle soared and would not follow. High into the cold, murderous air, which could kill a man and leave the candle burning.
At 4 places, the way was completely blocked by huge boulders and fallen trees, or undermined by the incessant rain. The men who had been given rations of raw meat for 4 days threw them away because they could hardly carry their rifles on the steep slopes. At that time, the last horses fell.
Higher, into the region of ice, into the silence, where the sky pressed upon their shoulders, and men died. Wagons went over the sheer cliffs, but the army marched, with feet bleeding, with hunger at their side. The army marched. The sides of a mountain would tumble down. The earth would open and pull them under to a white death.
Very late at night, the army bivouacked at the foot of Mount Pisgah, at nearly 13,000 feet. Terrible night. The men were in rags. and hail and icy wind put out the fires they attempted to light.
Or death came quietly, at night, stopping the heartbeat with its icy hand, twisting the limbs into terrible shapes, picking men off as they stumbled, or went mad with snow blindness.
The next day, the troops crossed the plateau. Men fell marching, and many died. Some of them succeeded in restoring some warmth to their half-frozen bodies by beating themselves. That day, I noticed a group of men not far from where I was sitting, exhausted. To my question, one replied that the wife of a man in the rifle battalion, where a large number of women had come with us, was in labor. The next morning, I saw the woman marching on with the rear guard of the battalion, her newborn babe in her arms.
Pizarro, can your dead bones rise? Can your glory match this glory? Does any man dare to surpass the height and heroism of a conquistador? Yes. You are far below now, Pizarro. You are tumbled from the sky forever. The democratic man climbs the Andes, and he passes your pinnacles. He shouts across the centuries.
Bolivar! They are gone! We are losing 10 men a day, 20! The wagons cannot follow!
Then we'll leave the wagons behind. We must get through.
If I die, it will be in battle, not here. I have made a vow, and I shall keep it.
This was another valley forge. And here on this height, history binds two events and makes them one. Later, ragged and torn, these same men went into battle on the plains, with the frost still on their lips.
And what happened? Who won?
I know.
You tell us about it.
He was outnumbered almost 2-1, and after all that marching, he still won the battle.
And then what?
Then there were more battles, and finally in 1820, the first constitution was drawn up for Venezuela, Ecuador, and Colombia, based on the Constitution of the United States of America. Oh, and Mr. Wells, we forgot San Martin.
Jose de San Martin, liberator of Argentina. Jose de San Martin. Before Simon Bolivar, he crossed the Andes with an army. The Army of the Andes, that was the official title. They crossed the Cordilleras over the passes of La Ramada and the Planchon and the Portillo. 4,000 men in 24 days, descending the plains of Chile into the Aconcagua Valley. And there on the slope of Chacabuco, the Andes rang with the clash of sabers, and the Spaniards were smashed in Chile. Don Jose de San Martin, General. He was a man who was last to drink when the army came to water. On the 9th of December in the year 1824, the Battle of Ayacucho ended, and after 14 years, the War of Independence of Latin America ended. The Andes were quiet once again. Only the voice of Simon Bolivar rang over them.
It is necessary that ours be a society of sister nations, strongly and powerfully united, a political body of all our republics. I desire to see the formation in America of the greatest nation in the world, not so much as to its extension and wealth, as to its glory and freedom.
Here was a vision of the future. Bolivar saw the centuries unfold and the peace to come. He saw the strength of the Americas and its common destiny. Yes, the blood on the Andes was washed away. But there were men who dreamed of new bloodshed.
It's a very risky matter, Santander.
To kill a man is a simple thing.
But Bolivar...
So, who is Bolivar? He can die as well as any man. He has too many great ideas.
He has appointed you minister.
And he was a fool. We shall ambush him at Palace. Our cry will be, death to the tyrant.
Santander used the trick repeated by all tyrants. Say you battle for freedom, and kill freedom.
Death to the tyrant.
General Santander, you are under arrest in the name of the Republic.
Bolivar escaped with his life. So the history books tell us.
I have really been murdered. The daggers have entered my heart. Is this the reward? How have I offended freedom?
Halt! Santander is ready.
Santander, I have changed the penalty to banishment.
You do not wish to see me die?
How will it end, Santander? If I kill you, you will perhaps be avenged, and then I, in turn, will be avenged. Will South America be the stronger? Will other countries regard us as greater? No. Now get out of this country, lest the wrath of the people tear you apart. There will be law here, not anarchy. Let the authority of the people be the only existing power on earth. Let the name of tyranny be obliterated from the language of the world and ever forgotten.
In North America, we fought a war to preserve a union of the states. And South America, too, moved to bury old hatreds. And once again, history was written on top of the Andes. This time in another century and without bloodshed. 13,000 feet above the sea, on the morning of the 13th day of March in the year of our Lord, 1904, there was unveiled the Christ of the Andes, a statue that faced the silence of the hills. Its inscription reads as follows.
Sooner shall these mountains crumble to dust than our peoples break the peace which at the feet of Christ the Redeemer they have pledged to maintain.
And the peace was kept to this day. The Christ of the Andes was cast in the same bronze, melted down from the border cannon. There's poetry for the world. Well, that's the end of our program. Next week we're visiting the islands of America. Please tune in, same time, your time, same station. Here was the cast tonight. Edmund O'Brien played Bolivar. Agnes Moorehead was Mrs. Jones. Ray Collins was the adjutant. Ted Reed was the salesman. Barbara Jean Wong was the little girl. Pedro de Cordova was Atahualpa. Heinz Conried played Pizarro. And Gerald Moore was Mr. Probus, the truck driver. It's very nice to welcome Bernard Herrmann back to the Mercury. He conducted our music for us, as he usually does. There were two compositions written by distinguished South American musicians. Night in the Andes by Justin Ailey and Il Guarani by Carlos Gomez. And now about Norman Roston. One of the best young American poets we know about is Norman Roston, and he wrote the poetry you heard on this show. I'd like to finish by repeating a few lines. Pizarro, can your dead bones rise? Does any man dare to surpass the height and heroism of a conquistador? Yes. You are far below now, Pizarro. You are tumbled from the sky forever. The democratic man climbs the Andes, and he passes your pinnacles. He shouts across the centuries.
This is a presentation of the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I refuse to accept the responsibility of the failure of our marriage. I know who caused it, and I know who she is. I refuse to give you up to her. And so, I have made a decision.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of the other woman. Olivia Martin paces the floor of her bedroom. She's been pacing for hours, and it is now long past midnight. Her husband, Fred Martin, did not come home to dinner. He was detained at his office on business. So he said. But Olivia knows that it isn't his advertising business that detains him. And she knows, too, that tonight will be the climax and the final crash of their marriage. The end of everything for Olivia. She knows what Fred is going to say tonight. For months she has been fearful of this moment, and now it has come.
Olivia, you awake?
Yes? Come in.
I thought you might be asleep.
How could I sleep? You know better than that.
It's 1 o'clock, isn't it?
Yes, Fred.
I didn't realize it was that late.
You don't usually bother to see if I'm awake.
Don't I?
For the past 2 months, you've passed right on to your own room.
Yes. Yes, I guess I have.
Get your business settled?
Yes. Yes, I had quite a bit to attend to.
Have dinner at the club?
Oh, yes, at the club.
Then why didn't you answer my call? I had you paged. They said you hadn't been there this evening.
Oh? Well, perhaps I hadn't arrived yet.
Really?
What did you want?
I don't know. I don't remember now what I called you for.
I see. Well, I think I'll turn in. Good night, Olivia.
Why don't you say it?
Say what?
What you came here to say.
What makes you think I had anything particular to say?
I know. I don't know how, but I've known all evening you were planning to tell me something when you got in.
Oh, that's nonsense.
No, Fred. I've known for months this was coming. I know what sort of business detained you. Another woman.
What?
First, I believed you. As the weeks passed and I realized you were going colder, the whole thing became clear to me. Then I knew you were evading me, that you were lying about those business appointments at night.
Go on.
We've been married 10 years, Fred. I've done everything humanly possible to make our marriage a success.
Have you?
I think I have. At least I've tried.
That's your opinion, Olivia.
Why didn't you come right out and tell me about this woman at the very beginning?
Why should I?
Oh, Fred. I'm sick all over. I've tried not to believe it.
Now, let's not have a scene, Olivia.
What do you expect me to do, laugh it off?
No, not you, Olivia. Certainly not you.
I suppose you'll say it's all my fault. I'm to blame for everything. Well, isn't that what you're trying to say?
I haven't said anything.
Then why don't you? Say something. Why do you beat about the bush? You came here to say something, say it.
Very well, since you put it that way, I will. I'm going out of town tomorrow on business. I'm sending my things to the club. When I return, I intend to live there.
Fred!
Wait a minute, Olivia. I haven't finished yet. I want you to get a divorce on any grounds you please. Desertion or whatever you wish.
Divorce? Do you mean that?
I do.
Very well. If that's the way you want it, there's nothing else I can do.
No, Olivia, nothing. Good night.
So Olivia sobs herself to sleep. And when morning comes, she finds Fred gone and his things already sent to the club. All day she wanders aimlessly about the house like a lost soul. Then as night falls and her loneliness increases, she is seized with a horrible feeling of hopelessness. A strange depression comes over her, and she sits down at the desk and writes a note.
Fred, the very thought of losing you, the thought of divorce, the thought of giving you up for another woman is more than I can bear. The shame, the disgrace, the scandal of it all would, I know, drive me insane. Regardless of what you may think, I refuse to accept the responsibility of the failure of our marriage. I know who caused it, and I know who she is. You'd never be happy with a woman of her type. You'd be throwing your life away. I refuse to give you up to her. And so, I have made a decision. Goodbye, Fred. Olivia.
Olivia addresses the note to Fred at his club, steps out and drops it in the nearest mailbox. She wanders about for a while, then returns to the empty house, takes some sleeping tablets, and goes to bed. Then, the next morning at Fred's office, Doris, Fred's private secretary, is going over some papers.
Yes? Very well. Put him on. Hello? Yes, Mr. Goldberg. This is Doris Hammond. Mr. Martin's out of town for a few days. Yes. Well, Miss Bartow is head of the art department. I'll have her check on it right away. Yes. Yes, goodbye.
Yes?
Tell Rita Bartow to come in here, please.
Miss Bartow isn't coming in today. She's staying home. Has a bad cold.
Oh, I see. Well, we'll send Jack Mallory in then.
Yes, Miss Hammond.
Do you want to see me, Miss Hammond?
Oh, yes, Jack. I understand Rita's ill, isn't coming in today.
No, I guess not.
Well, Mr. Goldberg over at Lake Laboratories wants to know which ad she intended to run next week.
Only Rita knows about that.
Perhaps we'd better send them over to Rita's apartment and have her select the one she wants to use.
Very well. Who shall I send?
Well, I don't know of anyone who'd rather go on that errand than you, Jack.
Well, how'd go if you insist?
I don't think I have to insist, especially where Rita's concerned.
All right. I'll run over there.
I thought you would.
Thanks, Doris. See you later.
Hello?
Rita, this is Doris Hammond.
Yes, Doris.
How do you feel?
Oh, fair.
Good. Mr. Goldberg wants to know which ad you selected for next week. I'm sending Jack Mallory over with the layouts. He should be there in a short while.
Very well. How I've forgotten which it was.
And send Jack back as soon as possible. He'll hang around all day if you don't.
I will, don't worry.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello, Rita. How do you feel?
Oh, all right. Just didn't feel like coming to the office today.
I thought you had a bad cold.
No, not too bad. I'll be all right tomorrow.
Mr. Goldberg wants you to select the layout for next week. Here they are. Which do you want?
Well, I'd planned on this one. But I think you should make this section in red.
Oh, I see. That's easy. I'll fix it up in a jiffy.
Stands out better this way. We'll use this one for the week following.
Okay. You look mighty lovely, Rita.
Thanks.
Where were you going, all dressed up?
Well, I've got to go out of town this afternoon on that Henderson deal. I wanted to put it off until next week, but Mr. Martin insisted that I get it settled as soon as possible. I'll be back on the afternoon plane tomorrow.
You shouldn't be running around too much, darling.
Well, I don't really have a cold. It's that sinus.
You've had a lot of trouble with that in the past year or so.
Yes. There's nothing much can be done about it, I guess. Thank heavens it only strikes me in winter.
Why don't you try a change of climate, Rita?
Change of climate.
I should think you'd like California. I've always wanted to go there. I've had an idea that I could do very well. Some nice jobs in the movie art departments.
I'm not interested in movies.
I thought about going out there and settling down, buying a nice little home and really enjoying life.
Why should a bachelor do all that? You have ideas about getting married, Jack?
Yes. Yes, I have, Rita.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
What time's your plane leave?
At 2.
How about a little lunch while you're waiting? Something warm.
Very well.
Oh, leave your bag here. We'll pick it up later.
All right.
I've got something important to talk to you about, Rita.
Important?
Yeah. I got a nice raise this week.
That's fine, Jack.
I want to ask you a question about you and me.
Yes? Go ahead.
No, not now. Come on, we'll talk about it during lunch.
Meanwhile, Olivia Martin, having made a decision and formulated a plan, visits her husband's office and calls on Doris, the secretary.
Good afternoon, Miss Hammond.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Martin? I was just going out to lunch. Would you join me?
I'm sorry, Miss Hammond. I'm afraid I haven't time. I'm in rather a hurry. I've a number of things to do this afternoon.
Can I help you?
I suppose you're quite busy yourself.
Oh, yes, my work is always doubled when Fred leaves town.
Fred?
Yes, Mr. Martin.
Oh, my husband.
I suppose it does seem strange for an employee to call him Fred. But for some reason I've gotten into the habit and can't seem to break it. He doesn't seem to mind, however.
That's so. I can imagine he wouldn't. After all, you're like one of the family, aren't you, Miss Hammond?
Yes, I've been here for 2 years.
You've been Fred's private secretary for how long now?
Almost a year. It doesn't seem that long.
Pleasant work, isn't it?
Most interesting. You've no idea how absorbing this business can be, Mrs. Martin.
Well, I realize it must have a certain amount of extremely interesting moments.
You should come around more often, Mrs. Martin.
Oh, how right you are. Things might have been different.
Different?
Yes. I mean, if I had taken an active interest in the business, well, at times it gets rather dull waiting at home, especially on long evenings when your husband has to stay in town on business.
Oh, I suppose it is rather dull under those conditions.
Yes. But I mustn't take up your time with personal problems. I want you to have a check drawn for me for $500.
Very well, I'll attend to it at once.
Have you heard from Fred since he left?
No, I haven't.
He phoned me this morning.
He did?
Yes. He left an important paper at home, and he knew I was flying to Detroit tonight to visit my relatives, so he wants me to drop it off for him at Buffalo.
Buffalo? I thought he was in Boston.
Well, yes, he was, but he had to rush over to Buffalo. Some unexpected business came up, and he says he needs you very badly.
He wants me to come to Buffalo?
Yes, I told him I'd notify you and bring you with me. I'll be leaving the airport about 5:30. Can you meet me there, or shall I pick you up here?
Well, I'll meet you at the airport. I'll have to run home for a few minutes. Is there anything in particular he wants me to bring?
No, nothing but the paper he left at home.
Very well, I'll be at the airport around 5.
Do you mind flying, Miss Hammond?
No, not at all.
That's good. My plane is a small cabin job. Might be a little bumpy, but I'm rather a good pilot.
I'll see you at 5.
Shortly after noon, rain begins to fall. Round 2, the storm becomes heavier. Then Jack returns.
Jack Mallory, where on earth have you been? Do you know what time it is?
Yes, I'm sorry. I got to talking and didn't realize the hour.
Well, what about the layout? Did Rita select one?
Yeah, this one. She made a couple of changes in it.
So? What changed?
Oh, nothing important. Just wanted this section set up in red. Stands out better.
Yes, so it does.
Well, I'd better put it through right away. I'm sorry to have been so late with it.
I'm glad you got back with it before I left.
Left? Where were you going?
Well, Mr. Martin phoned. He wants me to join him in Buffalo. Something important has come up.
Buffalo?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was in Boston.
He had to run over there in a hurry.
Buffalo, huh? Strange.
What's strange?
Huh? Oh, well, I mean his being in Buffalo.
What's strange about it?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose he could be in Buffalo.
Well, what's the matter with you, Jack?
Why? Oh, nothing at all.
Here, lean over here.
What? Why?
A little closer.
What? What's the matter?
Well, of all things, now I've seen everything. You've actually had a drink. You, of all people.
Well, I don't approve of it as a rule, but I walked back from Rita's place. I got my feet a little wet in the rain. Felt kind of chilly. I was afraid I was catching cold, so I dropped in at a bar on the way back and had a drink.
Well, I hope you don't get sick. Can't afford to have you and Rita both out.
No, that's right. A lot of work to be done this week.
Here, take off that top coat. It's damp. Let me have it. Now hang it over the radiator. Well.
What's wrong?
How on earth did you do this? You spilled ink on the front of your coat.
Yeah. Well, what do you know? Fine thing. I just got it yesterday. I must have done that over at Rita's when I blocked that section in red.
You'll have to get it out as soon as possible. Hand me a towel from that closet and dampen it.
Oh, don't bother, Doris. I'll have it cleaned tomorrow.
Get some of it out now. Thanks. Certainly hard to get off.
It's probably dried in by now. The cleaners can get it out.
Strangest ink I ever saw. Doesn't seem to be ink. More like blood, if you ask me.
Blood? Let me see. It is strange. Let me see that layout. Does seem a little darker than this on the card. Maybe the cloth has something to do with it.
Perhaps.
Better let the cleaners worry about it. What time are you leaving, Doris?
In a few minutes. I'm flying from the airport around 5.
Well, good luck, Doris. See you in a few days.
Thanks, Jack. Take care of yourself. And lay off the liquor. That's bad stuff to get started on.
Are you kidding?
What do you think?
For a few brief moments, Dora stands staring after Jack as he passes through the door to the outer office. Then she picks up the towel, studies it for a moment. Suddenly she tosses it into the desk drawer, leaves the office, and goes home. Then around 5, Doris meets Olivia at the airport.
Oh, Mrs. Martin, do you think we should try it tonight?
You mean you'd rather not go? Are you frightened?
Oh, no, I'm not exactly frightened, but...
Well, the storm's passed. What's wrong?
What? I don't really know. Nothing, I guess.
Well, nothing to worry about. I've flown this plane in all kinds of weather.
Yes, of course.
Well, we're all set. Let's climb in.
I wish I could have talked to Fred. I haven't the slightest idea what this is all about.
You'll know what it's all about. In no time at all.
What?
We'll get there in a couple of hours. Don't worry.
How far have we come now?
Oh, I don't know. About 75 miles, I should say.
Where are we? I can't see a thing.
We're not far from Monticello.
How can you tell? Can you see that down there?
No, not too well. I'm flying by instruments.
I hope we don't run into a storm. Frankly, I don't like to be in a plane during a storm.
Well, I don't know of anyone who really does.
We could have taken a train.
We could have, but on this particular trip, I was in somewhat of a hurry to get to my destination. Tell me, Doris. May I call you Doris?
Well, of course.
Aren't you just a bit upset over this trip?
What do you mean?
Just that.
Do I seem upset?
Yes, you do. Something preying on your mind?
Yes. Yes, there is something bothering me.
So? What is it?
I'd rather not say.
A guilty conscience?
Guilty conscience?
Isn't that what it is?
What are you talking about?
Are you looking forward to a nice visit in Buffalo?
Why, I don't know. I don't consider it a visit. It's part of my job.
And a very pleasant job, too. I'm sure you'll miss the job and its attendant interests. Working late at night, several nights a week with Fred.
What do you mean by that? Why should I lose my job?
Your job isn't all you're going to lose.
Do you know what you're saying?
Yes, and you know what I'm talking about.
You're crazy.
Fred isn't in Buffalo.
Where is he?
I don't know. But wherever he is, you'll never see him again, you little cheat.
Put this plane down and let me out. You're mad.
I'm going to put it down, straight down on its nose.
What?
Fred won't think you're so attractive next time he sees you.
No. No, you're out of your mind. You can't do this. You can't. You can't.
Put that key back in the switch.
I won't.
You hear me?
I won't. You must listen.
Give me that key.
Pull up. Those trees! Pull up! Ah!
By some strange quirk of fate, Olivia is foiled in her plan of suicide and murder. A farmer rushes to the crash, finds Olivia thrown clear and still alive. Now, an hour later, in the farmhouse...
Well, how do you feel, ma'am?
What? Why, who are you?
I'm Doc Sanders.
Doctor? Where am I?
You're on Jake Barrett's farm. Found you right after the crash. Believe me, you're mighty lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, you were thrown clear when you hit the treetops. Got off with a few scratches and a couple of rattling good bumps, but not a busted bone anyplace.
What happened to my passenger?
Well, I'm sorry to say she's dead.
Dead? She's dead.
Yeah, she wasn't as lucky as you.
I'm lucky, am I?
Don't you think so?
No. No, I don't. I'm not lucky. That isn't the way.
Oh, now, take it easy. I know how you feel, but you couldn't help it, ma'am. These things just happen sometimes.
No, they don't just...
What were you going to say, ma'am?
Nothing. I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh. Well, they located your husband, ma'am. Jake's driving you back to New York tonight. Now, you'll be all right.
Well, Olivia, ambitious plan was only partly successful. Now you've got to face Fred. And how are you going to explain the situation? How are you going to explain Doris's presence in your plane? Fred arrives in town, spends a few hours at his club. Then in the morning he visits Olivia.
Hello, Olivia.
Oh, Fred, it was terrible.
Yes, I know. I'm very sorry, Olivia.
I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden the motor cut off. I couldn't find a clear spot anyplace. I thought I saw a clearing, but it was more trees. And with no motor, I couldn't pull up.
You were very fortunate.
Yes, I suppose so.
Where were you going?
Why, well, after you left, I got to thinking things over, and I just couldn't remain another night in this house alone. So I decided to go to my sister's in Detroit for a while.
Mm-hmm. Why did you fly?
I don't know. I just wanted to get away as fast as possible.
Wasn't it a rather bad night for flying?
No, I've flown in worse weather. Storm had cleared.
I see. I was never so shocked in my life.
Oh, Fred, I'm so sorry. So terribly sorry.
No. Get hold of yourself. You couldn't help it. It was just one of those things. I know how you feel. Doris was she was a lovely girl. A shame.
Yes. She was young. Had everything to live for. I know how you must feel, Fred.
Yes, I'll certainly miss her.
Can you ever forgive me, Fred?
Why, of course, Olivia.
I never want to fly a plane again. Never.
Tell me, how did Doris happen to be with you? Where was she going?
Well, she said she wanted to visit some friend in Buffalo. Asked me if I'd drop her off there.
How did she know you were flying that way?
Well, you see, I went to your office and told her I was going to Detroit and asked her to draw some money for me. Told her I'd be glad to put her down in Buffalo. That's all.
I can't imagine why she'd leave the office in the middle of the week to visit friends out of town. That wasn't like Doris.
Maybe she had some business to attend to on the side.
Maybe. Well, I can't imagine what it might be.
Maybe it was personal business.
Possibly. Olivia, are you telling me the truth?
Why? What do you mean?
Have you told me the real reason you wanted to leave town?
Well, certainly.
Weren't you, running from something?
What would I be running from?
You were carrying out a plan, weren't you?
Plan? What plan?
Didn't you have a definite idea in mind when you wrote that note to me?
Note?
It seems you've forgotten the note. Why don't you tell me the truth, Olivia?
Yes, I did make up my mind to do something terrible. I was going to kill her and myself. I couldn't stand it any longer. But after I mailed it to you, I seemed to come to my senses. I saw things clearly and realized how awful such a thing would be. I just couldn't go through with it.
So you decided to forget the idea and go on to Detroit?
Yes. I swear I changed my mind about killing her. I couldn't be a murderer.
You really expect me to believe that?
Fred, you must believe me. You must, please. I know what you think, the note and everything that's happened.
That note is certainly definite evidence against you.
Note? Yes. Oh, Fred, I swear I didn't.
That's easy to say, but the note is too convincing.
Where is the note? You must destroy it. Don't tell anyone about it, please, Fred.
What time was it when you visited my office?
Oh, I don't know. About noon, I think.
And you mailed the note the night before?
Yes.
And you made up your mind to leave town. You went to the office, told Doris about it, and left at 5.
Yes, that's right.
And what did you do in the meantime?
Oh, I can't remember. I'm so confused. I went shopping for a while.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I don't know, but I swear I changed my plan by the time morning came.
You're going to have a hard time proving all that.
It's the truth. Why shouldn't they believe the truth?
The circumstances all tie in too well. We had separated the day before. I moved to the club. Several people knew about that. And in the note you said you knew who the other woman was, and stated clearly what you intended to do about it.
I know.
Then how else can the police look at it?
Police? What do they know about it?
They've been putting 2 and 2 together.
But the note? How do they know what's in the note?
They were waiting for me when I got back from Boston. They had already found the note. They showed it to me. That's where you made your big mistake, Olivia.
Fred, they really think I killed her? Murdered her?
They do.
What are they going to do?
The detectives are here now. They want to talk with you.
Detectives? Yes, I'll be calm.
Very well. Come in, Captain Evans.
Thank you.
Olivia, this is Captain Evans. And this is Lieutenant Davis.
How do you do?
Good morning, Mrs. Martin.
Did you gentlemen wish to see me?
Yes, would like to ask you a few questions.
Yes. Yes, of course. But I haven't done anything. I'm absolutely innocent.
Yes, I know, Mrs. Martin. We don't want to upset you. Just answer a few questions.
Very well.
Is it true that your husband left you a few days ago with the idea that you were to get a divorce?
Yes.
He took up residence at his club?
Yes.
You believe that your husband was in love with another woman?
I did.
Did you know who that woman was?
I did.
Did you object to his leaving you, getting a divorce?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Well, after he left you, did you write this note to him?
Yes, I wrote it, but
You mailed it to his club?
Yes.
Next day, you got some money at his office, about noon, and exactly 5 o'clock, you took off in your plane.
Yes, but I'd changed my mind. I couldn't go through with it, and I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Where were you, Mrs. Martin, between noon and 5 o'clock?
I went about town. I did a little shopping. I don't remember what else I did.
Can you prove where you were during that period?
No, I don't see how I could.
No one was with you during that time. Did you frequent any establishment where you were known?
No, I didn't. I saw no one I knew.
Are you sure, Olivia?
I'm positive. What difference does it make where I was between noon and 5 o'clock?
It makes a lot of difference. Because it was about that hour that Rita Bartow was stabbed to death in her apartment.
Rita Bartow? The head of the art department?
That's right. The weapon's not been found, and there were no clues to the identity of the murderer, excepting your note to your husband.
But Rita Bartow? What have I to do with her?
You said in your note here that you knew who the woman was. Rita Bartow was the other woman.
What? Then what about...
What about who?
What were you going to say?
Nothing. I wasn't going to say anything. Not one thing.
Oh, yes, you were, Olivia. Yes, you were. You were going to say that you killed the wrong woman. Poor, innocent Doris Hammond. Of course, we know you didn't kill Rita Bartow, because Jack Mallory killed her when she turned him down and said she was going to marry Fred Martin. And Doris was the only one who knew about the bloodstains on Jack's coat. She was the only one who could have pinned it on Jack and cleared you, Olivia. But Doris is dead now, and you killed her. Killed the very one who could have saved you. What a shame.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Next week, same time.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And Gene Autry. I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the rolling When it's roundup time in Texas and the bloom is on the stage, how I long to be in Texas, back a-riding on the range, just to smell the bacon frying when it's sizzling in the pan, hear the breakfast horn in the early morn, drinking coffee from a can, just a-riding, rocking, rolling, pounding leather all day long, just a-sweating, swaying, swearing, listening to a cowhand song, how it beckons and I reckon I would work for any wage, just to be again, to be free again, when the bloom is on the stage.
When it's roundup time in Texas, and the bloom is on the stage, then I long to be in Texas, back a-riding on the range, just to smell the bacon frying, when it's sizzling in the pan, hear the breakfast coffee from a can.
Just a riding, rocking, roping, pounding leather all day long. Just a sweating, swaying, swearing, listening to a cowhand song. How it beckons, and I reckon I would work for any wage. Just to be again, to be free again, when the bloom is on the stage. Well, thank you, folks. Many, many thanks. And now, neighbors, here's a mighty pretty old tune that sparked many a young romance way back when we had our last Republican president. Remember? Carolina moon, keep shining, shining on the one who waits for me. Carolina moon, I'm pining for the place I long to be. How I'm hoping tonight you'll go to the right window, gather your light, say I'm all right, please do. Tell her that I'm blue and lonely, dreamy Carolina moon. Well, thank you, neighbors. Thanks a lot.
Hey, Gene.
Yeah?
Guess what?
What?
We now have a brand new cook in the kitchen.
We now have a new what?
Oh, jiggers. Here she comes now.
Soup, fly pie, and apple pan dowdy make your eyes bug out and your tummy say, howdy, Mr. Autry.
Don't tell me you're the...
Yes, sir. Shake hands with your new culinary cut-up of the ham hocks and turnip greens.
Now I've heard everything, Bud.
Care for a little pre-dinner snack?
Hey, what in the world have you got there, Buttram?
For your information, these are called hors d'oeuvres.
Huh. Looks just like a plain sandwich to me.
Yeah, me too, Johnny. What kind are they, Patrick?
Well, I'll tell you. They's part caviar and part bologna.
What part's the bologna? I know I shouldn't ask.
The part about the caviar.
Some cook you are.
You can say that again, Gene.
Well, you can laugh if you want to, wise guys, but just wait till next Thursday when you taste the Thanksgiving turkey that I'm fixing.
Oh? Well, now that sounds better. How'd you dress it?
Oh, nothing formal. Just tennis shoes, a bow tie, and a pair of slacks.
Very funny, Buttram. But not very. What else you having?
Potatoes.
Oh, no. No. Every night we have potatoes. Hash brown potatoes, French fried potatoes, baked potatoes, shoestring potatoes, nothing but potatoes, potatoes, potatoes.
Getting a little ham with them potatoes, ain't we? I know, but for Thanksgiving this year, I'm fixing something different. Potatoes a la mode.
Potatoes a la mode?
Yeah.
Now, what in the world is that?
That's a cold potato on top of a hot potato. Seriously, though, Mr. Autry, today being just 5 days before Thanksgiving, I want to take advantage of this golden opportunity by telling you how much our warm, everlasting association means to me. In fact, you won't believe it, but just listen. Is you're ever in a jam, here I am.
I hope not.
And if you're ever in a mess, SOS.
And for Smiley.
No. If they ever put a bullet through your brain, I'll complain.
It's friendship, friendship. Just a perfect friendship.
When other friendships have been forgot, Ours will still be hot, la da 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 da, dig, dig, dig. You're done.
When alimony's got you flat, pass the hat. When bill collectors start to phone, float a loan if you can. But if you ever get a 10, you're free to spend. I'm your friend.
That's friendship.
Friendship. Just a perfect friendship. When other friendships have been forgot,
ours will still be hot. We'll still be friends.
That's what you think. Sioux City Sue, Sioux City Sue. Your hair is red, your eyes are blue. I'd swap my horse and dog for you. Sioux City Sue, Sioux City Sue. There ain't no gal as true as my sweet Sioux City Sue. I drove a herd of cattle down from old Nebraska way. That's how I come to be in the state of Iowa. I met a gal in Iowa, her eyes were big and blue. I asked her what her name was, she said Sioux City Sue. Sioux City Sue, Sioux City Sue. Your hair is red, your eyes are blue. I bought my horse and dog for you. Sioux City Sue, Sioux City Sue. There ain't no gal as true as my sweet Sioux City Sue. Hello?
Hello, Gene. Russ Barton.
Oh, hi, Russ. What's going on?
Has Carol left your place yet?
Carol? Why, she hasn't even been here.
What?
Why, no. Was she supposed to be?
I knew it. Something's happened to her. She left here at 5 o'clock to go over to your ranch to invite you to Thanksgiving dinner, and she's not back yet.
Now, Russ, just take it easy. She's probably stopped somewhere to visit some friends on the way. Tell you what, though, I'll be right over just in case. Hi, Russ. Heard anything yet?
Let's not go inside, Gene. Her mother doesn't know yet.
Know what?
Here, read this. I just found it stuck under the front door.
If you want your daughter returned safely, get together $5,000 in small bills. Then stay where you are and wait for further instructions.
What am I going to do, Gene?
The only thing you can do, Russ. Get the money ready, then wait like the note says to do. In the meantime, I'll ride into town and tell Sheriff Dillon what's happened.
Okay, Lefty. Put her down. Take the gag out of her mouth.
Yeah, right.
There.
Why did you bring me up here? And who are you anyway?
Oh, now, take it easy, kid. Take it easy. We ain't gonna hurt you. In fact, we're just playing a little game with your dad. Hey, we Lefty.
Yeah, sure, yeah. That's yeah, that's all, kids. Just a little game, you understand?
Why didn't you tell me? I like games.
Hey, look, Louie, I'm scared. I ain't never snatched no kids before.
Shut up, knucklehead. I'm running the show.
All right.
You better do what he says, Mr. Knucklehead. Mr. Lewis seems to be in a bad mood today.
Now, look, kid.
Oh, my goodness. Why didn't I think of it before? Mr. Lewis probably just hungry, that's all.
What's being hungry got to do with it?
Oh, haven't you heard? People always get mad when they're hungry.
They do?
Oh, my, yes.
Huh?
Say, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, what?
Let's open a can of beans.
Hey, yeah, that's a good idea. Is that okay with you, Louie?
Oh, sure. Why not? Go ahead. In fact, I'll even start a fire while you set the table. Good. Mr. Knucklehead. What time is it now, Gene?
9:15. Let me see that note again, will you, Sheriff?
Sure. Here. I've read it 1,000 times. And with the exception of those backward S's, it could be your handwriting for all I know.
You know, Jim, it's a funny thing, but I'd still swear I've seen S's and dollar signs made like that somewhere before. Not too long ago, either.
Sure, but where? That's the question.
Oh, I don't know. I guess it's probably just my imagination. By the way, what time does Dad's diner next door open up, you know?
10 o'clock, I think. Why?
Oh, I thought I'd take a little ride. Get me a cup of coffee and some breakfast. Maybe it'll help clear the cobwebs out of my brain.
Here we go round the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush. Here we go round the mulberry bush, so early in the morning.
That's fine. Now, you both know it all the way through.
Yeah.
Shall we try it again?
Well, look, kid. Why don't you take a little nap or something, huh? Right now, Lefty and me, we got a little business to talk over, huh?
Well, Mr. Louie, what about the story Mr. Knucklehead promised to tell me?
Hey, not now. Hey, kid, maybe later, huh?
But you promised.
Okay, all right. So I promise. What kind of story you want to hear?
You know Little Red Riding Hood?
Do I know who?
Little Red Riding Hood.
Sure you do, Mother Goose. Go ahead. Tell the kid the story.
Look, never mind the cracks, will you?
Tell the kid the story.
All right, huh? How's it start?
Once upon a time, there was...
Yeah, all right. Once upon a time, yeah. There was this here young tomato, you see, and she was tagged with the moniker of Little Red Riding Hood, you understand? Howsoever, and consequently, one day, this little chick, she's hot-footing it through the woods, see, with a basket of grub for her grandmother. And this wolf, you know, this wolf gives it a double O, you see, and he decides to cop the victuals that the young chick is toting to the old dame, but, now, what do you think happens?
I don't know, Mr. Knucklehead. What?
Yeah, what happened?
What happened? The chick, you see, she outsmarts the wolf, and she turns him into the DA's office on a drummed-up bookie line. And then she takes the grandma to the grub, and the wolf does life happily ever after.
Gosh, Mr. Knucklehead, you tell that story better than anyone I know.
Well, gee, I'm glad you liked it.
Oh, I did.
Yeah?
And now, Mr. Louie, you suppose I could ask you a favor?
Well, yeah, it depends, kid. What is it?
Well, would it be too much trouble for you to take me home tonight?
What'd you say?
I said, would it be too much trouble for you to take me home tonight?
Yeah.
You see, tomorrow is Thanksgiving, and we're having a big turkey at my house. So I think I better be there.
Yeah, well, look, kid, I'm afraid you're going to have to skip Thanksgiving this year.
Skip Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But, Mr. Louie, nobody skips Thanksgiving. Why, it's my very favorite day of the whole year.
Look, kid, will you... Oh, please, will you? Don't cry. Hey, kid, please, I can't stand to see you sad.
Hey, look, Lefty, come here. I was just thinking.
What?
Look, since we can't take the kid home, maybe we could,
What?
Well, maybe we could get a turkey and sort of celebrate here.
Hey, yeah, that's an idea. Good. Hey, how about that, honey?
What?
All right, it's a deal, and you stay here with the kid, Louie. I'll slip into town right now, and I'll buy us a turkey.
Well, morning, Gene. What you going to have?
Morning, Dad. What do you recommend?
Oh, ham and eggs, bacon and eggs, hot cakes, waffles, anything you want. Here, take a look at the menu, see for yourself.
Thanks.
In town kind of early for you, ain't you? Especially seeing how it's...
Hey, hold it, Dad.
What's the matter?
Did you write up this menu?
Why, yeah, I suppose I did. Leastwise... Hey, wait a minute. Come to think of it, I didn't do that one.
Who did, then?
Why, that there dishwasher I had working for me last week. Why, something wrong?
Never mind that now. What was the guy's name, do you remember?
Are you kidding? How should I know? He just come in looking for a job, and he...
What's the matter?
Well, I'll be. Now, if that ain't a coincidence. There's a very same guy walking across the street right now.
Where?
That one. The one walking along with a turkey under his arm.
Well, sir, I took off from that lunch counter like a barn swallow in a windstorm. Went next door and grabbed the sheriff. Then together, we followed our friend with the turkey clear up to almost the top of Black Bear Mountain. Finally, after about an hour, he stopped, got off his horse, and headed for a cabin hidden back among the trees. It was then 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So after talking it over, we decided to wait until it got dark before making our move. Okay, Jim, let's go.
Right.
Now just keep down and be quiet as you can.
Gotcha. You lead the way.
Okay, Jim, hold it.
What do we do now?
Open the door as quiet as we can. If we rush them, they might do something to Carol. Got your gun ready?
Right.
Down to sleep.
Now I lay me down to sleep.
I pray the Lord my soul to keep.
I pray, Lord, my soul to keep.
God bless Mommy and Daddy and all the living creatures in the whole wide world.
God bless Mommy and Daddy and all the living creatures in the whole wide world.
Amen.
Amen.
Good. Now we can all have Uncle Gene.
Hey, what?
Don't reach either one of them. You're covered.
I'll get their guns.
Golly, Uncle Gene, how did you know I was here?
Well, I'll tell you all about that later, honey. The important thing right now is that you're all right.
Well, of course I am. We've been having a wonderful time, haven't we, Mr. Knucklehead and Mr. Louie?
Yeah, kid, sure. It's been swell. Yeah, kid, just swell, yeah.
Oh, my, I almost forgot.
Forgot what, honey?
Now that we're not going to be up here tomorrow, Mr. Louie and Mr. Knucklehead can have Thanksgiving dinner at my house, just like I wanted.
What? About that. Look, kid, maybe next year, huh? You see, Lefty and me, we kind of forgot that the sheriff asked us placed a long time ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. But you will come next Thanksgiving, won't you?
Oh, you're darn right we will. Oh, that's a promise.
Cross your heart?
Yeah, cross our hearts. Well, so long, kid. Now, take care of yourself. That goes for me, too, Muppet. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Mr. Louie and Mr. Knucklehead. I'll never forget you.
You know, folks, some of the most beautiful thoughts I've ever heard expressed have been in the form of music. As a case in point, take, for instance, this next song, which, incidentally, is our most sincere wish for each and every one of you. May the good Lord bless and keep you, whether near or far away. May you find that long-awaited golden day today. May your troubles all be small ones, and your fortune 10 times 10. May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet again.
May you walk with sunlight shining and the bluebird in every tree. May there be a silver lining back of every cloud you see.
Till your dreams with sweet tomorrows. Never mind what might have been. May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet again.
May you walk with sunlight shining and the bluebird in every tree. May there be a silver lining like of every cloud you see.
Till your dreams with sweet tomorrows. Never mind what might have been. May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet again.
May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet
until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly weed. I'm back in the saddle again.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. You know, these days it's pretty difficult to get the variety of foods you used to get. That's why you should make the plentiful foods you can get as appetizing as possible. Now, one easy, economical way to make foods taste better is to use delicious parquet margarine at the table and for cooking, too. First of all, of course, parquet margarine is a perfectly delicious spread for bread or toast or rolls. And next, parquet margarine is a tasty seasoning for potatoes and all hot vegetables. Parquet margarine makes cookies and pastries taste better, too, because it's a real flavor shortening, not bland and tasteless as some shortenings are. And lastly, you'll find parquet adds tempting extra flavor to pan-fried foods. Yes, you can make everyday foods taste better when you use parquet. Remember, too, it's a nourishing energy food that contains vitamin A. So ask your dealer tomorrow for wholesome, economical Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Well, let's get on to the Great Gildersleeve, who's been putting in a busy Saturday morning down at the water department trying to clear his desk of all the odds and ends that have piled up there. As we join him now, we find him almost down to the blotter and feeling pretty good about it.
Action, yes, action. That's the keynote today, Miss Fitz.
And you have accomplished a great deal this morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, sir. Never put off till tomorrow what you can do today.
I try not to.
Procrastination is the thief of time.
There's a letter here.
Time and tide wait for no man.
This woman wrote in 2 weeks ago.
For want of a nail, the shoe was lost, Miss Fitch. Action, that's the thing, action.
Mr. Gildersleeve, are you going to answer this woman's letter?
What does she want?
Action.
Sure. Well, let's see the letter.
She says she wrote in 2 weeks ago and never got an answer.
Oh, yes, I remember this. Take an answer.
Very well.
Dear Madam, in reply to your recent letter regarding a Neil in your bathtub, we wish to thank you for calling this to our attention. After a thorough investigation of the matter, we wish to report that it would have been impossible for the said eel to have gained access to your tub through the faucet. As all our water is carefully filtered, and furthermore, standard plumbing fixtures are too small to accommodate an eel of the dimensions you described. We can only suggest that the creature either crawled up the drain, in which event your attorney should get in touch with the Department of Public Works, not us. Or possibly it was placed in your tub by an enemy. While it's out of our department, we'd suggest that a stopper kept in the tub at all times should prove an effective precaution against eels in the future. Failing which, we'd advise a closer check on your friends. Very truly yours, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, Water Commissioner. You got that?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
That ought to hold her. What's next?
Well, I don't know whether you want to do anything about this.
Let's have it. Action, Miss Fitch. Let's clear the decks here.
Very well.
This is no time for bottlenecks.
No.
You'll notice that in every photograph of Donald Nelson, there's not a single paper on Donald Nelson's desk. That's the only way to be an executive. Do it now. Strike while the iron is hot. Come. What have you got there?
A 6-month reminder from your dentist.
You. Well, suppose you put that in the deferred file.
That's where it came from.
You're a hard woman, Miss Fitch. All right, call up the dentist and make an appointment for Monday.
Good.
For Leroy. Come on, let's get on here. Time's a-wasting. Have you got the application for my bee gas ration?
Yes, it's right here.
Oh, I must remember to get that in this afternoon.
It's all filled out. All you have to do is sign it.
I better check it over. Let's see here. It says, occupational use of the vehicle. If vehicle is used for driving between home and fixed place of work, in the principal occupation as stated in items 4 and 6 above, answer all questions in Part A below. If vehicle is used in the performance of the principal occupation stated in items 4 and 6 above, oh, brother, I'll take your word for it, Miss Fitch.
You also have to get the signatures of any person sharing the ride with you.
Oh, well, Judge Hooker's my share of the rider, but he isn't speaking to me. He can darn well sign, though.
I understand very few people are going to get the bee rations.
Oh, I'll get one all right. After all, I'm a city official. I have to do a lot of official driving. I'm entitled to one if anybody is.
Yes, but have you heard who's head of the ration board now?
It doesn't make any difference. Who?
Judge Hooker.
Judge Hooker. Oh, my goodness. Hooker will find some technicality. He'll block it if he has to stage a filibuster. Maybe I better invite the old goat to Thanksgiving dinner after all.
That might soften him up a little.
Yes, certainly. He couldn't accept a man's hospitality and then trick him out of his bee card, could he?
I don't recall that the application form covers that.
No, I didn't think so. Quiet. Here comes the old sour ball now. Well, hello there, Judge.
When does the bus leave, Gildersleeve?
The bus leaves whenever you're ready, Judgy.
I'm ready now.
Be right with you. Can't keep a customer waiting, can we, Miss Fitch? I'll get my hat and coat.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you're not forgetting...
Oh, yes. Thank you. While you're waiting, Judge, Miss Fitch has an application blank there that requires your signature. A mere formality, you know.
What's this?
Just to show that I'm sharing my car with you.
Oh, so you're applying for a bee ration book, huh?
Aren't we all? Give the judge a pen, Miss Fitch. Here. Oh, use mine. It's a self-filler. I think you'll like it. There, that's it.
There you are.
Thank you, Judge. Well, see you Monday, Miss Fitch. Oh, by the way, Horace, I meant to ask you before. I hope you'll give us the pleasure of dining with us as usual on Thursday.
I thought you'd forgotten all about Thanksgiving.
Not at all. Thanksgiving wouldn't be Thanksgiving without you, Horace. You know that.
Leroy, now while I fit this. I feel like a sissy in this fool outfit. This is the kind of clothes the Pilgrims wore, and they were no sissies. Yeah, but they didn't have to wear them in front of a whole auditorium full of people. Stand still, will you, before I jab you with this pin. Courtship of Miles Standish.
Why don't you speak for yourself, John?
Yeah. Oh! I told you you'd get stuck. No, I think you're going to look real cute when I get this down. That's just what I'm afraid of. That's what the whole school is going to think. Leroy, will you stand still? It wouldn't have been so bad if I was Miles Standish. I'd get to wear a helmet. But John Alden, that panty waist. I'm lucky the teacher didn't make me play Priscilla. I don't see why you feel that way. John Alden is a hero. Remember, it's John Alden who gets the girl. Yeah, Ethel Hammerschlag can have her. Hello, Uncle Mort.
Well, hello, Marjorie. And Leroy.
Hello.
Well, look at our little pilgrim.
Hey,
Marge, can't I take this off now?
No, wait till I get it pinned.
You know your lines yet, young man?
Some of them.
Well, it's about time. You've been rehearsing that part for a month.
I've been trying to get out of it for a month.
That's no attitude to take. The Courtship of Miles Standish is great literature. I studied it in school myself. I remember it to this very day. This is the forest primeval, the murmuring pines and the hemlock.
That's Evangeline, Uncle Mort.
Well, that's good, too. Let's hear you recite that speech you were having trouble with last night, Leroy.
No, I don't want to.
Come on now, I want to see if you've learned it.
Oh, some other time, Unc.
No, right now. I'd like to hear it. We both would. Wouldn't we, Marjorie?
We'd love to.
No, I won't do it. Not if she's going to listen.
Young man, you'll recite that speech or you'll go right upstairs to your room.
Okay.
We're waiting.
Let's see. Prithee, Mistress Priscilla, turn not a deaf ear to the suitor one who, though absent
Yet loves thee with a noble and undying passion. Go back and try it again.
Do I have to?
Yes. If you don't keep at it, you'll never learn the part.
If I don't learn the part, maybe we won't have to do it.
You'll do it or I'll know the reason why. Come on now, once more.
Prithee, Mistress I can't say it.
You're not trying. Prithee, Mistress Priscilla. Now you got me doing it. Oh, Bertie, I want to talk to you. Leroy, you go up to your room and practice.
Darn old Miles Standish anyway.
Quiet, you. Bertie, I've invited Judge Hooker to Thanksgiving dinner. So that'll mean one more.
That'll mean 5 more.
What?
Yes, I hope you don't mind, Uncle Mort. I invited 4 of the boys from Camp Fuller.
Oh, well, fine. The more the merrier. Thanksgiving isn't Thanksgiving unless there are plenty around to enjoy the turkey.
Speaking of turkey, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, Bertie?
You wouldn't want to buy a chance on one, would you? I don't suppose.
What do you mean, Bertie?
Well, the ladies at my church is holding a turkey raffle.
Again? All right, I'll buy a chance. How much are they?
25 cents. That's for one.
One chance. There you are. There's a quarter.
Thank you. Most everybody around here has bought one from me. All the neighbors.
Well, you're doing fine.
Of course. If you used to buy 2 chances, it stands to reason you have twice as good a chance as they have.
Yeah. No getting around that, Bertie. All right, I'll take 2.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you're making no mistake. Turkey's awfully expensive this year.
Yes, I know, Bertie.
48 cents a pound at day one grocery.
Oh, brother.
Yeah. So if even you used to buy 3 chances, you'd still be ahead.
Sold, Bertie. Make it 3.
Yes, sir. Let's see now. How many is it going to be for dinner?
Well, there's Marjorie and Leroy and Judge Hooker and Mrs. Ransom and the 4 soldiers. And you, Bertie. That makes 9.
And you, that makes 12.
Oh, yes, me.
That's going to take a big turkey.
Well, maybe we should order one right away and ask him to hold it for us.
Well, let's wait and see how this raffle comes out first, Marjorie. We don't want to be stuck with 2 turkeys, you know.
Of course, they've sold quite a lot of chances on it, and you've only got 3.
Bertie, if you can guarantee I'll get the turkey, I'll take 5 chances.
Well, I can't promise nothing, but my cousin's doing the drawing.
I'll take 5.
Well, that'd be $1.25.
That's right. Well, here's another $1.
That's quite a lot of money.
Yes, it is.
$1.25 will buy a lot of things.
Don't I know it?
You wouldn't like to take a couple more chances just to protect your investment.
You get out of here, Bertie, before you ruin me. I got to get down to the ration board. Look at that crowd. Pardon me, could somebody tell me whether this is where you get B ration books?
No, this is where you don't get them.
Yeah, wise guy. Madam, would you mind?
You can't shove in here.
I'm not trying to shove in.
Try into the line.
Into the line. I've been waiting here since 2 o'clock and you come trying to shove in.
Yeah.
Madam, I was merely trying to ask a civil question.
Try into the line, Bud.
Just a minute. Who do you think you're pushing?
Well, who do you think you're pushing?
Well, who do you think you're pushing? Why, George, if you weren't wearing glasses...
Well, I'll take them off. There.
You look worse. Put them back on.
Yeah, what's the fuss here? What's the fuss?
He tried to shove in ahead of me.
I did not.
He did, too, and he squeezed my hand.
Oh! Now, look here, my good woman.
We'll have to ask for order here, my friend. Why don't you just take your place in the line?
I'm trying to find out whether this is the right line. I've come for my B ration book.
Oh, you've come for it, huh?
Yes. I have my application right here.
You and 100 million others.
What? Young man, evidently you don't know who I am. I happen to be Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, and I have to do a lot of driving.
Where to?
Well, out to the reservoir.
To the reservoir. What for?
To see if there's anything in it.
Yeah? Listen, brother, if we gave a ration book to everybody who wants to drive out to the reservoir for a little necking in the moonlight...
I don't do any necking in the moonlight.
Oh, you like it in the dark?
Yeah, no! And I didn't come here to be insulted by underlings.
End of the line, bud.
Yes, end of the line.
Oh, shut up! Oh, Judge, I want you to tell this young whippersnapper here where he gets off.
Well, now, Gildy.
He has the nerve to tell me I'm not entitled to a B ration book.
Well, he may be right, Gildy. You're only sharing the ride with one person.
You can't throw those technicalities at me, Hooker. You're the share, my rider. You signed this application yourself.
I know that, Gildy. As a share of the rider, I'd be delighted to see you get your ration book. But as a ration official, I couldn't possibly pass this application. My conscience wouldn't allow it.
All right, Judge. As a ration official, you needn't bother to come to Thanksgiving dinner. And as a share of the rider, from now on, you can walk.
End of the line.
Oh, you can have your old line.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. If you're troubled with a food budget that's hard to keep in line these days, just remember this. There are any number of wholesome, good-tasting, nutritious foods that can help you keep your food budget down. Now, one such food, surely, is Parquet margarine, Kraft's delicious spread for bread, because it's good-tasting, economical, and nutritious. Parquet margarine's flavor is something pretty special. Thousands know it as the margarine that tastes so deliciously good. And just as important, Parquet margarine is an economical source of food elements that your family needs. Yes, wholesome, nourishing Parquet margarine is one of the best energy foods you can serve. And year-round, every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Yes, it's wise to economize with Parquet margarine. It's delicious, nutritious, and thrifty. So buy Parquet margarine tomorrow. Just ask your food dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet, the margarine that's made by Kraft. Now back to Summerfield to the Great Gildersleeve. Apparently he'll get no more gas than the rest of us, but what about turkey? It's Tuesday afternoon now, only 2 days before Thanksgiving. And we find our hero checking last-minute details with Marjorie.
What about those 4 soldiers, my dear? Are you sure they're coming?
Oh, yes. I had a note this morning from their commanding officer. They'll arrive at 12 o'clock sharp in a jeep.
A jeep? Mm-hmm. Oh, brother, what an appetite they'll have. I'll have to run around the house a couple of times to get myself up to concert pitch. Can't let the boys show me up at my own table.
I don't think you need to worry about that, Uncle Mort.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess we're all set. Soldiers accepted. Hooker canceled. Mrs. Ransom's coming, isn't she?
Well, you invited her, didn't you?
No, I thought you'd take care of that. You're the lady of the house.
Oh, but I thought you'd want to. Oh, dear. And I went over there this morning to borrow a roasting pan for the turkey and never said a word about it. What must she think?
Oh, this is terrible. This is awful. I'll run over there right now. Serves right. She's made other plans. A fine thing. Borrow a woman's roaster and then not invite her to dinner. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Leela, I've come to explain.
I don't know what there is to explain, I'm sure.
May I come in?
Well, I'm rather busy.
Just for a moment.
Well.
Leela, of course you're coming to Thanksgiving dinner Thursday.
Well, I'm hardly in the habit of going to places to which I've not been invited, Mr. Gildersleeve.
But you are invited. You've been invited all along. There was a mix-up, that's all. I thought Marjorie had asked you, and Marjorie thought I had.
How do I know? How do I know you're not just inviting me for my roasting pan?
Leela, when I thought of inviting you, nothing was further from my mind than a roasting pan.
Oh, you say those things, but you don't mean them.
It's the truth. You were the first one on my list, Leela.
Was I, Throckmorton? Sure enough.
Yeah, sure enough.
Oh, but I'm afraid
afraid I couldn't accept at this late date. You see, I've had all these other invitations.
Oh.
If I turned them down now, I know they'd be heartbroken, much as I'd like to have dinner with you.
We're having a 20-pound turkey.
Well, I love turkey, but I'm afraid I can't.
I'll save you the white meat.
No, don't tempt me now.
I'll save you the wishbone. We can make a wish on it.
What would you wish, Throckmorton?
I'm not supposed to tell you.
Well, I don't know that I could trust you with a wishbone. And anyway, I've promised these other people.
But you've got to come, Leela. Marjorie and Leroy will be terribly disappointed if you don't. So will I. So will Bertie. So will the Army.
The Army?
Yes, we're having 4 young lieutenants to dinner, too.
Throckmorton, why in the world didn't you say so?
You mean you'll come?
Will I?
You're too good to me, Leela.
What did she say, Uncle Mort?
She's coming with bells on.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Uncle Mort, can I borrow your shotgun?
No, Leroy, certainly not. Why?
I'm supposed to bring a gun to school tomorrow.
What kind of a school are they running? A reform school?
No, Miles Standish has got to have a blunderbuss.
A blunderbuss.
Here's your pilgrim suit, Leroy. I pressed the collar, so don't mess it up.
Oh, put it on, Leroy, and show Uncle Mort how nice it looks, not finished.
Oh, no.
Go ahead. You look real nice in it.
I look like a sissy in it.
You look better than you do in that Mickey Mouse sweatshirt you wear all the time.
Yeah, and cleaner, too. Put on the pilgrim suit, Leroy.
Oh,
Your sister worked hard on it. It won't do you any harm to put it on once. Go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to meet that guy Longfellow.
Yeah. Well, Bertie, you think we're going to have enough turkey for all these people Thursday?
I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Let's see now. We've got 4 soldiers, and the 4 of us here, and Mrs. Ransom.
What about Judge Hooker?
Judge Hooker is an ungrateful old goat. Never mention his name in this house.
Excuse me. I didn't know it was like that again.
There'll be 8 of us at dinner. And you know the way soldiers eat. You think we ought to figure on 2 turkeys?
I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. I don't know what we ought to do.
What's the matter, Bertie? You seem to be sort of dragging today.
I don't know. I don't guess I feel so good.
Out a little late last night?
No, sir. No later than usual. I just got a feeling, that's all.
What kind of a feeling?
Like things wasn't going to work out somehow.
Oh, well, don't let it get you down. By the way, when are they going to raffle off that turkey I bought all those chances on?
Yes, we can't wait much longer to find out about that. Thanksgiving's only 2 days off.
I was thinking, Mr. Gildersleeve, how would it be if we had a nice ham instead of a turkey?
Bertie, are you hiding something from us?
No, sir, I ain't hiding nothing. Except they had that raffle last night.
Oh.
You came close, Mr. Gildersleeve. You came mighty close. The winning number was 61, and you had 62.
Eesh. But it still leaves us without a turkey.
Well, sort of.
Oh, well, if you gamble, you have to expect those things.
We better order a turkey right away, though.
Yes, we can't invite all those soldiers to come 20 miles for Thanksgiving dinner and have no Thanksgiving dinner.
Well, I'll go call up the market and reserve one.
That's just the trouble.
What do you mean?
I called up the market, and all the turkeys is reserved.
You mean they won't sell us one?
Butcher says there ain't a turkey left in Summerfield. I don't know what's the matter. Last week, no pot roast. This week, no turkey.
We've got to have a turkey. We've invited all these soldiers. We've invited Mrs. Ransom. We've got to find one.
But where?
Don't ask me.
All right, Unc. How do you like it?
Like what?
The pilgrim suit.
Oh, forget the pilgrim suit. We just lost our turkey.
No turkey?
No turkey.
How do you like that? Well, it looks like we'll all wind up eating turkey sandwiches at the drugstore.
Yeah.
Some Thanksgiving.
The drugstore. Maybe Peavy's got a turkey. Hold everything, kids. I'll be right back. I'm going to the drugstore.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavy. Peavy, you've got to help me out.
Well, I'm always glad to do customer service.
Good. Have you got a turkey?
What was that again?
Have you got a turkey?
A turkey? Well, now, I've had people come in here and ask for some strange things, but this is the first time I've ever had a request for a turkey.
But never mind that. Have you got one?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve. Turkeys are one thing that I don't carry. I'm sorry. Have you tried the meat market?
Of course I've tried the meat market. Why do you think I came in here?
I wondered.
Now, just a minute, Peavy. You serve turkey sandwiches at your soda fountain, don't you?
Yes, we do serve a turkey sandwich.
You can't make a turkey sandwich without a turkey, can you?
Well, now, I wouldn't say that.
In other words, Peavy, your turkey sandwich is not a turkey sandwich.
Well, turkey sandwich has become a sort of a trade expression, although we serve it with genuine cranberry jelly on the side.
But suppose you don't care for cranberry jelly.
And then you just ask for the regular chicken sandwich.
Yes, Peavy, I'm surprised at you. I don't know how you can sleep nights.
Well, I did used to have a little trouble, but I just take a cup of hot cocoa before going to bed now, and I find that sets me right. So does Mrs. Peavy.
Well, this isn't finding a turkey. I gotta get going. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. Have a nice Thanksgiving.
Same to you. Don't drink too much cocoa, and don't let Mrs. Peavy.
Any luck, Uncle Mort?
Not a bit, my dear. I've been everywhere. It's no use. The Army's picked the place clean. There's not a single turkey left.
Maybe I should warn those boys at camp. They'll do better if they stay there.
Yes. Wait. There's just one chance left.
What's that?
If we can find out who won the turkey in Bertie's raffle, we might be able to buy it from him. Bertie!
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Would you mind coming in here?
Yes, sir?
Bertie, do you know who won that turkey in your raffle?
No, sir.
Do you think you could find out?
Well, sir, I might be able to. Then again, I might not.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if I was to find out who won, you might not like it.
Come clean, Bertie. What bush are you beating about now? You know who won the turkey?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you say so? Who is it?
Well, you said never to mention Judge Hooker's name.
Oh!
I told you wasn't going to like it.
Well, there goes our only chance.
Uncle Mort, don't you think Judge Hooker would be willing to let you have it?
After what I told him down at the ration board? No, my dear, I really gave him a piece of my mind there.
But if you took it all back and invited him to dinner again.
When he's got the turkey, he'd just laugh at me. Wait a minute. Bertie.
Yes?
Does Judge Hooker know yet that he's won the turkey?
No, sir. I'm supposed to deliver it to him this evening.
Excuse me, folks. I got to see a judge about a bird. Horace, I've come to ask your forgiveness.
You've come to the wrong place, Gildersleeve.
That's a cruel attitude, Judge, but I don't blame you for taking it.
You behave like a boor, Gildersleeve.
You're right, a big boor. In front of a whole lot of people, too.
Yeah.
I could kick myself when I think of it.
Well, we all fly off the handle sometimes.
There was no excuse for it. Doing a thing like that to my old friend.
Well, guilty of...
Horace, you may think me a sentimental old fool, but we've been pals for a good many years now, haven't we? Off and on.
Yes, Gildy, we have. Off and on.
And we've always had Thanksgiving dinner together, haven't we?
Yeah, I guess that's right.
Well, I want you to have it with us again this year.
You really mean that?
Horace, I've said it before, and I mean it now more than ever. If you don't come to Thanksgiving dinner, it just won't be Thanksgiving dinner.
Well, then, I'll certainly be delighted to come.
Good. Don't forget now.
I won't.
We'll be counting on you.
I'll be there. What time would you like to have me come?
Oh, come early, Judge. Come about 9 o'clock in the morning.
9 o'clock?
Yeah. And when you come, would you mind bringing that turkey you won in the raffle, Judge?
Gildy, I've got to be going. But it's been a mighty pleasant day.
Oh, stick around, Judge. The evening's young yet.
No, I've got to get an early start in the morning. But I don't know when I've had a finer Thanksgiving.
Well, it was your turkey, Judge.
Yeah, I share my turkey, you share your car. That's the spirit today.
Yeah, and the good spirit, too. It brings people together, Judge.
Yes, it does, Gildy. I'm sorry we had that misunderstanding down at the ration board. As a matter of fact, you're probably entitled to a B ration. You use your car for official business.
Well, I don't want a B book.
What?
No, I've been thinking about it, Horace. It seems to me the spirit of rationing is to get along with as little as you can, instead of grabbing all you can get.
You're absolutely right, Gildy. And I'm glad to hear you say it. You're a credit to the community.
Well, thank you, Horace. And you may rest assured that even though I've only a humble A ration, my car will still be at your service at all times.
You mean that, Gildy?
I do indeed.
That's fine. I've got to meet a train at Moore's Junction at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Good night, Gildy.
Good night, everybody.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by Billy Mills. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Ladies, when you want to make good macaroni and cheese, get a package of Kraft Dinner. This wonderful product is really an answer to a housewife's prayer for an easy and quick-to-make main dish. It takes only 7 minutes cooking time to fix delicious macaroni and cheese with Kraft Dinner. Put the macaroni that's in the package into boiling water and cook rapidly for 7 minutes. In just that short time, you have fluffy, tender macaroni all ready for the cheese goodness. So you take the package of Kraft Grated, which comes with Kraft Dinner, and sprinkle it on the macaroni, stirring the delicious cheese flavor through and through. That's all there is to it. Your macaroni and cheese is ready to be served. And once you've prepared it this way, you'll never want to go back to the old-fashioned way of baking it. Not when Kraft Dinner gives you such tempting macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes. Why not try it tomorrow? Just ask your dealer for a package of Kraft Dinner. It's so convenient, so economical, and so good. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
That was I Got a Touch of Texas, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we bring you our genial master of ceremonies, a man who...
Hold it, Don, hold it. I'm not appearing on this program tonight until Mary Livingston and Phil Harris get out of the studio.
What?
You heard me, big boy. I'm not going to associate with those two smart alecks.
Oh, lay off, Jackson. You're too big a guy to hold a grudge.
Listen, I can hold a grudge longer than anybody you ever knew, Twitch hit. Now get away from me or I'll kick you.
You do, and you can turn your bridge work into the scrap drive.
I can, eh?
Oh, calm down, Jack. We both told you we were sorry.
Listen, Mary, every time you get me into a jam, you're sorry. If you were a man, I'd ask you to step out in the alley.
For you, an alley is stepping out.
That's so.
For heaven's sake, what's going on here? Jack, why are you so angry with Mary and Phil?
Shall I tell him, Phil?
Sure, why not?
Well, I'm not going to hear it.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Where are you going?
Across the street to the tropics for a zombie.
You mean the drink, or is your girl meeting you there?
I mean the drink. Goodbye.
Gee, Mary, a zombie's a pretty tough drink for a guy like Jackson, ain't it?
Ah, he doesn't drink them. He just ties a knot in the straw, yells whoopee, and passes out when the check comes. But no kidding. He's really mad this time.
Well, tell me, Mary, what's this all about?
Well, last Friday, Jack called up and asked me if I wanted to go over to Warner Brothers Theater and see a preview of his new picture, George Washington Slept Here.
Yes, but why is he mad at you and Phil?
I'm coming to that. Jack told me to be at his house about 3:30, and he'd drive me to Hollywood in a horse and buggy. He hadn't had his nag out in traffic before, and he wanted to see how she'd behave.
Whoa, Leona, whoa. Oh, Rochester. Rochester's the buggy all greased?
I'm finishing it up now, boss.
Good. Put on your old gray bonnet with the blue ribbon on it.
And we'll hit old Leona to the shag. Boom, 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 boom.
Through the fields of clover we will ride to Dover on our golden wedding day. Take it easy, Leona. Oh, girl.
hungry.
She's hungry? Well, I'm taking care of her now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Don't count those old folks, just dump them in.
Well, I don't want to overfeed Leona. She'll lose her beautiful figure. Leona, take your hoof off your hip. She's so vain. But she is a fine-looking animal, isn't she, Rochester?
With that sway back?
No, her back isn't so swayed.
Then how come when you sit on her, you can't see over her head?
Well, peek around. She isn't a saddle horse anyway. You know, I don't like the way Leona favors that right leg. I think I'll rub it down. Where's the horse liniment, Rochester?
The what?
The horse liniment. Where is it?
Right there in that big brown bottle, but I think it's empty.
Empty? That liniment bottle is empty?
Don't look at me, boss. I ain't touched any of that stuff since Prohibition.
Oh, no? Well, somebody's been hitting this bottle, and I'm going to find out who it is. Oh-ho! Leona, you've been drinking. Oh, my goodness. Gosh, that liniment is powerful stuff. She's really going to have a hangover.
Shall I fix her a bucket of bromo seltzer, boy?
No, just put some sense in her oats and let's get going. Now, Rochester, I'll put the bridle on and you take care of the other end. Get the harness.
Okay.
Now, hold still, Leona. Hold still while I put this nice bridle on you. Don't back up.
Grab her by the ears, boy.
I got her. Here, Leona. Here, Leona. Leona, stop kissing me. So darn affectionate. How are you making out with the harness, Rochester?
I'm all tangled up, boy. She's got her front legs crossed.
Well, uncross them. Here, I'll help you. You pull the left leg and I'll pull the right. Together now. Go. Leona, get up off the floor. Now, you get up. I've had enough of you.
Maybe we can sell her to W.C. Fields.
Never mind. Leona, get up. All right, sister, you asked for it. Get the jack, Rochester. Right there in the buggy.
Okay.
And no need of winking at me, Leona. You're getting up off that floor.
Here's the boss, Jack. Here's the jack, boss.
You've had some of that liniment too, brother. Right. Well, Rochester, put that jack under her stomach. There. All right, so it tickles you. Jack her up, Rochester. Oh, hello, Mary. We'll be ready in a minute.
Well, for heaven's sake, what are you doing?
What do you think we're doing? We're jacking up Leona.
Has she got a flat?
No, she fell down, that's all. There. She's up now. Quick, Rochester, throw the harness on her. We'll be ready to leave for the movie in a few minutes, Mary. I want to get there before 6 o'clock.
Why so early?
Leona's going to a cocktail party.
She is not. Say, Mary, I bet you can hardly wait to see my new picture. You know, they say it's one of the finest things I've ever done.
Who's they?
They, the New York critics. Their reviews were simply wonderful.
Oh, yes, I saw them on the bulletin board in front of your house.
Well, there are a lot of high-hat picture stars around this neighborhood, and I think they ought to see them. By the way, was there anyone looking at the board when you came in?
Just a couple of Blue Jays, but how often do they go to a movie?
Well, let's get going. Hop in the buggy, Mary. Watch out now. Don't hit your head on the canopy.
Oh, fine. I feel like a Floridora girl.
Well, it's a pretty swanky buggy, if that's what you mean.
Swanky? Got Schultz's Market painted on the side.
You can barely see it. Touch that up a little in the morning, Rochester.
Okay, boss. Everybody set?
Yeah, let's go.
Get up, Leona.
Hold on to your hat, Mary. I got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle. As I go riding merrily along. And they sing, oh, ain't you glad you're single? And they song is so Five feet tall and 5 feet wide. He don't measure no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. Mr. 555 got 15 chins and a line of shine. He's a mellow cat, a real head cat. He be Mr. 555. That man can really jump it for a fat man. The only trouble is there's no way of knowing whether he's coming on or going. Mr. 555, he's slightly plump on the solid side. He don't shake it no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. That man can really jump it for a fat man. The only trouble is no way of knowing whether he's coming on or going. Mr. 555, slightly plump on the solid side. He don't shake it no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. Right, Rochester. Make him move over.
Where have I heard that horn before?
I saved it off my Maxwell. Well, isn't so bad, eh, Mary? An hour and a half, we're almost in Hollywood.
I'll bet old man Schultz used to make it in an hour and with a load of fish besides.
He had a meat market, Schultz's meat market.
Easy, Leona.
Hold her back a little, Rochester. I don't like the way Leona keeps stumbling.
That's your fault, boss. I told you not to put high heels on her shoes.
Not so high. Hey, isn't that Dennis walking along there?
Where?
Coming out of that flower shop. Oh, Dennis! Dennis!
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Pull up here, Rochester.
Whoa, Leona. Whoa.
That Leona's still full of liniment. Where you going, Dennis?
Over to Dorothy Lamour's house.
Still going with Lamour. I can't understand it. So you have a date with her, eh, kid?
Yeah, I just bought her a geranium to wear on her dress.
A geranium? Listen, Dennis, when a young man takes a flower to his girl, it should be an orchid.
I'm dumb. I can get away with murder.
You've got something there.
Where are you and Dorothy going, Dennis?
What a night. I got a rowboat reserved at Westlake Park.
A rowboat.
In that case, a geranium is overdoing us.
Say, Dennis, we're just going to see a preview of my new picture, George Washington Slept Here. Would you like to come along?
Well, I promised Dorothy I'd be over early.
You can see her later. Now, you hop in this buggy, kid. You're going to the show with us.
But, Mr. Benny...
There'll be no buts about it. According to the loyalty clause in your contract, you've got to see my picture. Now, hop in.
Okay.
Get going, Rochester.
Get up, Leona.
Stop frowning, Dennis. And you don't have to pout, either.
Well, I want to go rowing in the park with Dorothy tonight.
You can go rowing tomorrow.
But I already took my seasick pills.
Well, you'll be all set.
There's a big rain scene in my picture. Pull up, Rochester. There's a red light ahead. Whoa, Leona. I can't get over it. How Dorothy Lamour can go out with Dennis after she turned me down, I'll never know.
Well, for one thing, Jack, Dennis is young and cute.
Well, I'm cute, too.
He's not bad looking.
Well, I'm not bad looking either.
And when you dance with him, he doesn't grab a hold of your shoulder straps like they were on a streetcar.
I don't grab a hold either, only when I'm whirling. Well, get going, Rochester. There's the bell.
Giddy up, Leona. Giddy up.
Why isn't she moving? What's the matter with her?
I'll take a look, boss. Doc, she's got her legs crossed again.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Well, untangle her. We're blocking traffic.
I can't do it alone, boss.
All right, I'll get out and help you. Come on. Get going there. Take it easy. My horse has got her legs twisted. Can't you see? Okay, Rochester, together now. 1, 2...
There she goes again.
Leona, get up off the street. Leona, get up.
Out of the way. Why don't you get that bag of room?
Come on, Leona, honey. We're blocking traffic. Oh, heck. Get the jack again, Rochester.
Here you are, boss.
Thanks. Yeah, that ought to get her up.
Look who's coming.
Oh, fine.
Well, what's going on here?
Oh, are you a policeman?
No, I'm just wearing this star because I've been a good boy this week.
Ha. Very clever.
Now start talking, buddy. What's going on here?
Well, now look, here's what... Well, you see, officer, my horse has a habit of laying down on the street.
Laying down in the street?
Yes, sir.
That's lying down, lying.
Okay, lying.
Here's a ticket for blocking traffic.
Okay.
And here's another one for using bad English.
Now, wait a minute, officer. You can't give me a ticket for using bad English. It don't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
All right, it doesn't make sense. It's not right. Rochester, stop with that jack. Leona's feet are way up off the ground. Now, put her down.
I've got an idea. Let's leave her up there for the duration.
Do as I tell you. Sorry, officer. We'll be on our way in a minute. Say, when do I have to be in court?
First thing Monday morning, right after you have your grapes nut flaked.
That's grape nut flakes, Smarty. Let's go, Rochester.
Yeah, Leona.
Imagine giving me a ticket for using bad English. I don't like it.
You doesn't like it.
No, go smell your geranium. First place, there's nothing wrong with my English.
There is, too. Even Fred Allen mentioned it last week.
Oh, is he speaking English now? Anyway, what does Allen know about English?
He knows plenty. He used to be on a couple of newspapers.
He was on a lot of newspapers. He slept on them in Central Park. And I know.
You should. Remember the time he pulled the funnies off your chest and you got pneumonia?
I've hated him ever since. What a guy.
Just the same, Mr. Benny. Fred Allen is very clever.
Only as a ventriloquist. He moves his mouth while his nose does the talking. Well, so much for dull but prominent people.
Oh, Jack, look at those cute dresses in that window there. Aren't they adorable?
Oh, I wouldn't be seen. Oh, for you? Oh. Yeah, they're pretty good looking.
Stop the buggy, Rochester. I want to get out.
Okay, Miss Livingston. Whoa, Leona.
Leona, put your hind feet down. There. Now, listen, Mary, you haven't time to buy any dresses now. It's almost 6 o'clock.
Well, why do we have to get to the theater before 6?
Well, it's...
Oh, that's right. The prices changed.
That's not the reason. I'm not rushing to the theater because I'm worried about the prices changing.
Then why have you and Rochester both got whipped?
They came with the buggy. Schultz used to beat his wife with the extra one.
Well, anyway, the theater's only a block away. I'll be there before you are.
Well, don't be late, that's all. It's 20 to 6 already. Step on it, Rochester.
Yeah, Bill.
Going in for all seats now. Step lively, please.
10 minutes to 6, and Mary isn't here yet.
Going in for all seats now. Great necking in the balcony.
I was just going to look at a dress and meet me here in front of the theater. There's a woman for you. There's a woman.
Where, Mr. Benny?
I'm talking about Mary. Any man who has to get someplace in a hurry and takes a woman with him ought to have his head examined.
My brother went on a honeymoon in a hurry, and he took a woman with him.
Well, naturally. Mary doesn't get here before 6. Oh, Rochester, here I am.
Well, I parked the horse and buggy, boss. That's 50 cents you owe me.
50 cents. It only costs a quarter on that parking lot.
I know, but Leona's stretched out across 2 spaces.
Lying down again, eh? Well, get the jack, Rochester.
Get the jack. Get the jack. Next time she lays down, I'm going to give her a hot hook.
Do as I tell you. Mary isn't here yet. 8 minutes to 6, and then the prices change.
My watch says 9 minutes to 6.
It does? Oh, yeah. Let me have it, kid. I may need it in case of an argument. That's the woman for you. Had to go and look at a dress.
Hey, Mr. Benny, here comes Don Wilson.
Oh, yes. Why has he got that muffler wrapped around his face? Hello, Don. Where are you going?
On the way to the desk. I got awful toothache.
A toothache?
I hope I'm all right for Sunday when I tell folks about those toasty brown sleeves and our Great Nuts flakes in a big 12-ounce economy size package.
What did he say?
Great Nut flakes in a big 12-ounce economy size package. Say, Don, my picture's having a preview here tonight. How'd you like to come in and see it?
Oh, I'd love to, Jack, but this tooth is killing me. I'll see you later.
Now, just a minute there, Don Wilson. If you read your contract closely, look at that clause on page 87. It says, I hereby promise to attend all previews and first showings of Jack Benny's pictures. And furthermore, promise to whistle, cheer, and applaud on cue from the party of the first part. Now, you know it's in there.
Well, Jack, how can I whistle with a toothache?
You can stomp your feet. Now, get up there and buy a ticket.
Okay, Jack, I'll do the best I can.
You better.
Can I go with him, Mr. Benny?
Yes. And save a couple of extra seats. I want our little cheering section to be all together. See inside.
Okay. Wow, what a picture. That Benny's a scream.
Not yet. Yeah, get inside. That kid's got too much pep. I'll have to get him to donate another pint of blood to the Red Cross. 5 minutes to 6. Well, I'm not waiting for Mary. I'm going to buy a ticket right now.
Just a minute there, buddy. Get in line.
But I'm Jack. Oh, he wouldn't believe me. They never do. I'll get in line here.
Hiya, Jackson. Look who I brung to see your picture.
Oh, it's the baby. It's 3 minutes to 6. Phil, hold my place in line. I got to go and get Mary.
Sorry, you'll have to keep your own place, mister.
Oh, all right.
Will you stop pushing me, you fresh old man?
I'm not fresh. Somebody behind me is pushing. Here, Phil, I'll hold the baby. You run and get Mary. She's in the little dress shop right across the street.
Okay, Jackson, but hold her tight now.
Okay. And hurry. There. Remember me, honey? It's your Uncle Jackie. Oh, fine. Quiet, kid. Quiet. She's as nervous as I am. Oh, pardon me, madam.
Will you please stop pushing me, you brute?
I'm not a brute.
Then what have you got that whip for?
I forgot to leave it in my buggy. I just want to know what time it is. I can't see my watch with this baby in my arms.
It's 1 minute to 6.
1 minute to 6? Gosh, only 60 seconds and the price has changed. What's keeping Phil? Where's Mary? She couldn't wait till tomorrow. She had to buy a dress now. How much time we got, madam?
45 seconds.
45 seconds and the price has changed. She couldn't wait. What time is it now, madam?
30 seconds.
30 seconds to go. The tickets cost 21 cents more after 6. 21 times 4. No, 21 times 3. The baby's under 21. I mean under 12. What's it now, madam?
15 seconds.
15 seconds. Thank heaven there's only one person in front of me. Hurry up, madam. Buy your ticket.
How many, please? Just one. Oh, hello, Mamie. How are you?
Never mind how she is. Buy your ticket. Good. Now it's my turn.
How many, sir?
I'll have 3 seats on the... Yipe! It's 6 o'clock! Well, I was in line anyway. I'll have 3 seats at 44 cents, please.
I'm sorry, sir. The seat just went up to 65.
I've been standing here for 15 minutes ready to buy a ticket. Now, here's my money.
Hey, just a minute. You've got a Mexican quarter in there.
We're United Nations. Give me those tickets. Come on, give those tickets.
Oh, it's you again. What are you up to now?
This is my affair, officer.
Get moving, buddy. Get moving.
You're not scaring me. Hold this baby and I'll punch you right in the nose.
Oh, you will, huh?
Oh, my goodness, that's all I need.
Come on, get moving.
I am moving. Quiet, darling. Quiet, sweetheart.
Don't hold up this line. Get out of here.
I am getting out. Stop crying, sweetheart, and I'll buy you some ice cream. I'll see my picture 40 or 50 times anyway. Come on. The last number of the 8th program in the new Grape Nuts Flake series. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Say, Jack, I heard Eddie Cantor announce that you're going to be on his program this Wednesday.
That's right. I've accepted an engagement there.
Well, haven't you heard about that new wage ceiling?
Who gets money from Cantor? Good night, folks.
It's Texaco time, starring Fred Allen, with the Metropolitan Opera star Mr. James Melton, Portland Hoffa, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Arthur Godfrey, ringing up the curtain on the Texaco Star Theater and warning you that Old Man Winter is ringing up his curtain, too. From now on, it may be tough sledding for your car unless it's protected against winter troubles the thorough Texaco way. Texaco dealers from coast to coast are prepared to safeguard your car with insulated Haviland motor oil for your engine, winter-grade Texaco lubricant for the gears, a Marfac chassis job from stem to stern, high-quality antifreeze for the radiator, and expert protection of every other point where cold weather tries to KO your essential transportation. See your neighborhood Texaco dealer. It's his job to help you care for your car for your country. Next Thursday is Thanksgiving, folks. Next Thursday is Thanksgiving. But for those who can't wait and want something to be thankful for tonight, here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Arthur, you look a mite tired tonight.
I'm all in, Fred. I've been working all week on the farm, getting my turkeys ready for Thanksgiving.
Oh, really? Turkeys? How many birds do you have, Arthur?
I got 600 turkeys, Fred, and 400 crows.
Crows?
Yeah, I crossed the crows with the turkeys.
You crossed the crows with the turkeys for what?
I get a turkey that's all dark meat.
Well, I don't know much about turkeys, Arthur.
When you were a kid, didn't you have a turkey at Thanksgiving?
No, Arthur, we were poor. Every Thanksgiving, my father would come home with a sparrow and a bicycle pump. When my father would carve, all of us kids would just get wind of the meat. But speaking about getting wind of things, did you get a whiff of Mr. Benny's program tonight?
No, Fred. What happened?
Well, I'll tell you. Speaking about your business and the farm and all that, Mr. Benny crossed 30 minutes with himself tonight and got a turkey. I might say. You know, since Mr. Benny gave his Maxwell into the scrap drive, he has a horse on the program now, Leona. I think as long as he was giving junk, Benny should have kept the Maxwell and turned in his program to the scrap drive. But anyway, he has this horse, Leona, on the show. Now, I've heard of one-horse towns, Arthur, but it finally took Mr. Benny to give radio its first one-horse program. Well, I think that'll take care of the old jockey, and now we turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Office of Price Administration, in drive to enforce gasoline rationing regulations, compels motorists using gasoline for pleasure driving to surrender their B and C windshield stickers and books. Now, tonight, the March of Trivia interviews a small group of ex-motorists who lost their B and C ratings. Now, first, Dr. Higby Quagmire. Why was your ration book taken away, Dr. Quagmire?
The inspector saw my car outside the Empire Racetrack and turned me in.
Were you a doctor? Weren't you ashamed to be found at a racetrack?
Where else would I be? I'm a horse doctor.
Yes, you are. That's right, Doctor. You were there, you were there treating a patient?
Yes, Mad Meyer, a stallion in the third race, had a touch of bronchitis.
Mad Meyer, huh?
Yes, and I fixed him up.
Well, what did you do to Mad Meyer?
I put a warm compress on his loins.
Yes.
I put a hot application on his fetlock.
Yes.
I put a mustard plaster on his withers.
Mm-hmm.
Then I made my big mistake.
How, Doctor?
I put $2 on his nose.
Well, now that your ration book is gone, Doctor, what are you using for gas?
Bicarbonate.
You are a man who will be heard from, and thank you, Dr. Higby Quagmire. And now a housewife, Mrs. Bunny Flugelman. Is that right? Bunny Flugelman, is it?
Yes, sir.
Your gas book was taken away, Bunny?
It was me husband.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Me husband had a B book. He lost it.
Oh, they caught your husband doing non-essential driving?
Yeah, every night he ducked out with the car. He said he was an air raid warden.
Oh, and he wasn't?
It was a gag. The OPA found his car outside a roadhouse, the Lavender Goose. Well, that was the end of his B book.
Well, is your husband still an air raid warden?
Nah, he lost out in that, too.
Well, how come?
Every night they had a blackout, my husband was lit up.
He probably thought he was Neon Henderson, and thank you, Mrs. Bunny Flugel. A man who fooled the ration board is Vanderveer Vogel. Now, what happened, Vanderveer?
Who is laughing last could be enjoying it longer.
Well, how do you mean, Vanderveer?
Well, last week, Good Friday.
Yeah?
My wife is saying, Vanderveer is saying, tonight you will driving me by the theater. I am playing Who Knows a Little Bingo.
I see.
While inside, my wife is playing bingo. Outside, I'm sitting in the truck.
Mm-hmm.
To myself, I'm humming softly, I'm dreaming on a white Rosh Hashanah.
Well, what transpired?
With this, a man is coming up to the truck.
Yeah?
On the windshield, you sing B and C.
B and C.
Oh, he's saying, you are driving to playing bingo.
Yes?
With this, he is giving me a summons. I shall appear before the board.
What happened then, Vanderveer?
The board is saying, Woggle, and the windshield is B and C. You are playing bingo. This is wasting gas.
Well, what did you do, Mr. Vogel?
I am saying, gentlemen, and the windshield is B and C. It could be gas, but it's advertising.
Oh, your B and C stood for something.
Vitamins.
Vitamins?
Yeah. When do we Woggle's vitamins B and C?
Well, what did the ration board do when you explained your B and C?
They took away my A card.
Well, if you were in the draft, you may get your A card back, and thank you, Vanderveer Vogel. Well, I'm afraid that cleans up.
Hold it, chum. Stay your babble. Falstaff's here to charm the rabble.
Now, Falstaff, please, no poems tonight.
Have you heard, as I turned to wind the old Victrola, she dropped a Mickey in my Pepsi-Cola?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, everything is kosher since the Dodgers signed DeRocha? My mother isn't frothing at the mouth, officer. She's been drinking buttermilk through her veil.
Now, wait a minute. That has finally done it. Tonight we have been discussing people who have been abusing their gas rationing privileges.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your gas poem called?
The Saga of John.
The Saga of John? How does it go?
A man named John who owned a Ford applied for gas at his rationing board. John said he was lame. When he walked, he shook, so the board gave John a B and C book. With plenty of gas, he called up some dames and drove to the hot spots and the football games. One fine day, the law caught up with John, and the next thing he knew, his gas books were gone. Today, his car's in storage, and John kicks himself because he didn't observe the rationing laws. The man who wastes gas will one day walk to work, and as he walks like John, he'll say, "Boy, am I a jerk."
And here is Arthur Godfrey with a piece of string around his finger. What is that string for, Arthur?
That's to remind everybody that Tempest is fugiting, Fred.
Uh-huh.
And the deadline for selling your idle tires to Uncle Sam is December 1st. If you've got more than 5 tires to a car, ladies and gentlemen, all over 5 are idle tires, and they must be sold to our government for the national tire pool that'll keep all our cars rolling. So, if you've got a tire or two put away for a rainy day, remember it's America's rainy day now. Call Railway Express. Your idle tires will be delivered without charge to a government appraiser, and you'll be paid by mail at OPA ceiling prices in war stamps or a treasury check as you prefer. Let me repeat. If you have idle tires, more than 5 tires, new or used, to a car, You must sell them to our government before December 1st. For further information, see your neighborhood Texaco dealer.
Al Goodman and his All Goodman Orchestra have just played Problem and Relativity, the Goodman outfit, have just played the Marines' hymn. Bravo, maestro, I might say, if it's not too late.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland.
Mr. Allen, can you use a good joke?
Can I use a good joke? Can Rommel use an aspirin? What is it?
It's Mama's joke. Mama says she'll rent it or sell it.
Oh, I have a choice, huh? Well, what with the blue plate joke? Well, what is the joke?
Why is a man who bets on horses in New York like a Spanish dancer?
Well, I don't know. Why is a man who bets on horses in New York like a Spanish dancer?
Because they both have a little flower in their hair.
Look, Portland, you go home and tell your mother that there's also a ceiling on corn, in case she hasn't heard.
Mama made up another one. It's a Lulu.
Oh, well, let us decide. Don't you start laughing at it. We'll trot it out in the cold night light here, and let's see what the joke is.
Now, why is Hitler like a calendar?
Why is Hitler like a calendar, huh?
Because his days are numbered.
That's your mother's joke also, huh? Your mother is good at jokes.
Mama's the life of the night shift at the shipyard.
She is? She's keeling them over in the shipyard, Well, we should have your... She'll be on Basin Street before you... We should have your mother as a guest here some Sunday.
Oh, I can get Mama for tonight.
No, it's too late now. Our guest tonight is James Melton.
Didn't he used to sing on your program?
Oh, yes. Jimmy was with us back in 1934, I believe it was. You know, he's with the Metropolitan Opera Company this season.
Is Mr. Melton slumming tonight?
Slumming? Why, he'll probably fall all over me, Portland. I gave James Melton his start in radio. When he was a little tyke, I lifted him up to the mic to sing. Tonight he returns the Metropolitan Opera's newest star. Ladies and gentlemen, meet James Melton.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, Jimmy, here we are back together again.
I'm sorry, brother. I don't seem to place you.
Jimmy, you remember me, the man who gave you your start?
Oh, that's right. I didn't recognize you there, Major.
Major, look, Jimmy, I have two little bags under my eyes. The Major has one big bag under his vest. We'll hear from the Major tomorrow. I am Fred Allen, Jimmy.
Fred Allen. Allen. Somehow I associate that name with hunger.
Hunger, huh? Well, life sure plays its little pranks, Jimmy. Today you're a big star in opera, and look at me. I'm still in radio.
Now, don't be downhearted, Fred. After all, you've gone pretty far for a man with no talent.
Well, I know that, Jimmy, but quite frankly, but I envy you. Now, you're in opera. You can pal around with those glamour girls, Lily Pons, Grace Moore, Gladys Swarthout. Who can I go out with in radio?
You've got Ma Perkins, Merton Marge, Joyce Jordan.
Oh, no. No, Jimmy. I can't even see John's other wife without John hanging around. That butts in all the time. But you didn't come here to hear me crab, Jimmy. Tell me what? I wasn't sure whether I could say crab today. I was saving it for a meatless day, and I like. But tell me what have you been doing? What have you been doing since 1934?
Well, after I left your program, Fred, I had to lie low for a couple of years till things blew over.
Well, that's. And while you were lowing lie, what happened?
I kept studying, Fred, and for the past few seasons I've been singing with the Chicago Opera Company.
And now you're back in New York to make your debut at the Met. Well, tell me, Jimmy, how are you going to be billed at the Metropolitan?
Oh, it's James Melton. Why?
Well, I thought for the opera, you might change your name to Tito Meltonini, or perhaps Wolfram von Meltenbach.
Today, the opera encourages American talent. The Metropolitan has more than 25 American singers on its roster, and many others being trained.
Well, didn't I read that the box office prices have been lowered this year?
Yes, they have, Fred. This season, the opera is within reach of everybody.
But I still can't understand your attitude, Jimmy. Why did you ever give up radio? What has opera got that radio hasn't got?
Well, opera has more drama and color than radio.
Oh, that's ridiculous. You name any opera, and I'll prove that we have its equivalent in radio.
All right, take The Barber of Seville.
The Barber of Seville. What is it? Nothing but Duffy's Tavern with hot towels.
Opera has Lucia de Lammermoor.
Radio has Dorothy de Lammermoor.
How about Tannhäuser?
What is that?
Tannhäuser?
Yeah.
Well, that's the story of a man who falls in love with Venus. Then he can't make up his mind to go back to his old sweetheart.
Well, that's only take it or leave it. Without the $64 question, that's all it is. My radio has everything, Jimmy. Starting next week, radio is even going to have the opera.
How do you mean, Fred?
Well, the sponsors of this program, the Texas Company, are going to sponsor the operas on Saturday afternoons again for the entire season. And that's really why I wanted to talk to you tonight, Jimmy.
I don't understand, Fred.
Well, you said that the Metropolitan Company is encouraging American talent.
Right.
Now, I have a small singing group, the Allen Schlemiel Light Opera Company. Now, if you could fix it for us, I thought perhaps we could sing along at the Met with you.
Now, what could you sing?
Well, we could sing the commercial.
Oh, no, but you can't sing a commercial in opera.
We certainly can. I'll show you how it would sound, Jimmy. Meister singers.
Yes,
This is Mr. Melton. We are going to sing for Mr. Melton. Mr. Goodman, if you will, please. Tonight we sing of Texaco.
Texaco.
And Texaco rhymes with Mexico.
Mexico.
If you'll fill up your tanks today,
with Texaco you'll be on your merry way.
Be sure it's Texaco.
It rhymes with Mexico.
Find the Texaco star.
That's where dealers are.
Fill up today with Texaco.
Motorists in the know use Texaco.
And when you've got to go, go with Texaco. Well, Jimmy, how did you like it?
Well, Fred, you just set Rigoletto back 200 years.
I guess you're right, Jimmy. I think we'd better leave the singing to you. How about showing us how opera really should be sung?
Would you like to hear Vesti la Juba from Pagliacci?
I certainly would. All right, Mr. Goodman, if you
Recitar mentre preso dal delirio non so più quel che dico e quel che faccio è de dopo, sforzati, sei tu forse tu sei pagliaccio. La giubba e la faccia in farina, la gente paga e rider vuole chi vola colombina. Pagliaccio e niun applaudirà. Tramuta in l'asino spasmo ed il pianto e non smorfi alle singhiozze e le dolore.
Thank you, Fred. You know, as you stood there singing, Jimmy, I kept thinking how close I came to having a voice like yours.
Oh, really?
Yes, Jimmy. You know, years ago, I had hopes. I, too, studied for the opera.
But what happened?
Well, this is my story, James. It all started back home in Boston. I was about 18 years old. I'd gone to a Halloween party. They had run out of Moxie, and around 10 o'clock that night, I heard a fellow say...
Hey, let's quit talking for apples, kids. Let's have some singing.
Yeah, song.
Let me see. Now, who can we get to sing?
How about Freddie Allen?
Yeah, Allen. We want Allen. What do you say, Freddie?
Oh, shucks. I can't sing, fellas.
Oh, come on, Freddie. Yeah, just one song.
Well, all right. Something told me this was going to happen. Lucky I brought my music and my pitch pipe with me.
Lucky I brought my piano. Yeah. I'll play it for you, Fred.
Now, quiet, everybody. Put on the fillet, put on the lead. Mammy's going to make a little shortening bread. That ain't all he's going to do. Mammy's going to make a little coffee, too. Mammy, little baby, loves shortening. Mammy, little baby, loves shortening bread. Mammy, little baby, loves shortening. Mammy, little baby, loves shortening bread. That song started all of my trouble, Jimmy. When I finished singing, a strange-looking woman with a lawn yet 2 pigeons in her hair and open-toed button shoes sent me her card. The next afternoon I called, and as I came in the door, she said...
I heard you sing at the party last night.
Yes, miss.
I am Madame Delsart.
Madame Delsart?
I teach music and voice.
Yes, madam.
You have a wonderful voice, Fred Allen. What was that song you sang last night?
Mammy's little baby loves shortening.
Yes, divine. You have tone, resonance, and timbre. There is only one thing.
Yes, Madame Delsart.
Your voice is up in your nose.
Yes.
If I can get your voice down in your mouth, you will be another Phil Harris.
You mean I can sing like Phil Harris, the aria from 5 by 5?
Yes, but it means work, child. You'll have to study, and study hard.
Well, Jimmy, I studied for 2 years, and then one day Madame Delsart said...
Success. At last, Fred Allen, your voice is out of your nose and down in your mouth. Now let me hear you sing.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening, shortening. Mammy's little baby loves shortening bread.
Magnifique! There is nothing more I can teach you. I'm sending you to Professor Locatelli in New York. Good luck, Fred Allen.
Well, I gave up my job, Jimmy, and went to New York. Professor Locatelli was the janitor at Carnegie Hall. His studio was in the cellar, a plush coal bin. I lit a match and found the door.
Yes, sir. Is there something I can do for you?
Well, I'm Fred Allen. Madame Delsart wrote you about me.
Oh, see. You are the poor man's Lanny Ross.
Thank you, Professor Locatelli.
Quiet, please. The first time I'm going to try your voice. Sing us something for Professor Locatelli.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening, shortening. Mammy's little baby loves shortening bread.
Oh, sango de patata cangito. What a voice. It's just the one thing.
Yes, Professor Locatelli?
Your voice, she's down in your mouth. Are we going to push him up in the nose? Now, take off your glasses. Take off your glasses. Professor Locatelli's going to go to work.
Well, for 8 years I studied, Jimmy, and then one night Professor Locatelli said...
Santa Maria, Santa Lucia, at last we are finished. The voice, she's back up in the nose. Sing, Fred Allen.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening, shortening. Mammy's little baby loves shortening. Well, at last I was ready for my debut, Jimmy. Professor Locatelli sent me to a booking agent. As I opened the door of the agent's office in the Steinway building, he said...
You're going places, Allen. Professor Locatelli told me all about you. You're going to be bigger than John, Charles, or Thomas.
You really think so?
I got a big radio job waiting for you, Allen.
Radio?
Uh-huh. You sing a big solo, there's a chorus behind you. Grab your hat and let's go.
Mammy's little baby love. Well, you can imagine how I felt, Jimmy. After 10 years of work, my big opportunity had finally come. I was going to sing a solo with a big chorus behind me. As we came in the door of the radio studio, the musical director rushed up to us.
Ah, you have brought Mr. Allen, Barney.
Yeah, this is Lynn Hurry, Allen.
Oh, here's your music, Mr. Allen. The chorus is ready. We're going right on the air.
Do I sing now?
Not now, Mr. Allen. The background voices start the number.
Yes.
They stop, and then you sing the big solo part.
The solo?
Yes, the solo. Stand by, everybody. We're on the air.
Do I sing now?
Now, quiet. Quiet.
Though cares and troubles haunt you, don't let yourself go. A daily bath with light boys will stop.
Now, Allen.
Well, that's what happened to my singing career, and thank you a lot for listening, James Melton. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present the distinguished announcer of the Metropolitan Opera broadcast, Mr. Milton Cross. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Allen, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to bring a welcome message to the millions of music lovers who each year enjoy the Texas Company's broadcasts of the Metropolitan Opera. On next Saturday, November 28th, the Texas Company will begin its third year's sponsorship of a cycle of 16 of the world's great operas. The first broadcast will bring you Gaetano Donizetti's opera, Lucia di Lammermoor. Mr. Lily Pons and Mr. Jan Pierce will be heard in the leading roles. This and the subsequent broadcasts will be carried over a coast-to-coast network in the United States and also in Canada. As in the past, I shall try to make each of these 16 operas very real to you by describing each scene and act, and between the acts, we have planned a program of intermission features to make your afternoon at the opera complete. So remember to hear the Metropolitan Opera on this and the following Saturdays over another network as a guest of the Texas Company. See your local newspaper for time and station, and join us at curtain time for Lucia di Lammermoor this coming Saturday afternoon.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Phil Baker's Take It or Leave It follows immediately.
your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Office of Defense Transportation has asked all coal dealers to reduce mileage of their delivery trucks 25% below the mileage of last year. This means fuel deliveries will have to be carefully planned. Duplicate trips into the same neighborhood eliminated whenever possible. Yes, every ounce of rubber, every gallon of gasoline, every transportation factor must be conserved. You can help by advising your fuel dealer of exactly what your fuel requirements are for the entire winter. This will enable him to work out a schedule of deliveries so that valuable time, rubber, and gasoline will be conserved. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Lady in Black.
Will not consider any motion picture author for my new play until... Yeah? What is it? Oh, I see. Put it down over there.
Yes, Mr. Bryce.
Where are you going? Get away from that picture. How dare you draw the curtain that covers it? What? What's that you got in your hand? Keep away from me. There's a gun in this drawer, now use it.
I give you time. Let go of me. Take that away. There. There. Now we'll take this gun of yours, Mr. Bryce, and...
Lamont, look here.
Yes, Mom.
Did you notice this painting?
No. But it's certainly the strangest one in the whole picture gallery.
There's such an odd, morbid quality. Is it signed?
No. But judging by the odd hook-shaped brushstrokes, I'd guess it was painted by Albert Gerner.
Albert Gerner? I don't think I've ever heard of him.
Oh, he wasn't widely known as a painter. He was really a chemist. Painting was a hobby.
Oh?
There aren't more than half a dozen of his pictures in existence.
What a shame. It's a great talent.
Yes, Gerner was a genius in a way. Poor fellow.
Why poor fellow?
Well, when he was young, Gerner married Diane Morrow. 15 years ago, she was one of the most beautiful young actresses on the stage. Gerner was madly in love with her. One evening, a servant standing outside her door heard him talking to his wife as he sketched her. He was saying,
I'll finish this drawing in a minute. I know it's almost time for dinner. Yes, you told me Norman Bryce is coming. Darling, he's done so much for your career. As much as a manager could, so you must make a good impression. I'm glad you decided to wear black. You're exquisite. Your eyes are such a deep blue, looking at me with that half-smile on your face. I must do this picture in oils. Oh, my darling, I love you so much. So very much. Oh, that's Waldron, my dear. I rang for him a moment ago. I'll speak to him outside in the hall. Yes, Waldron. You rang, sir? Yes, those flowers in Mrs. Gerner's room. While we're at dinner, move them out onto the terrace. I'm afraid the heat of the room will wither them. Yes, sir. And they'll only be three of us for dinner. Mr. Bryce is coming along. What was that, sir? It sounded like a shot. In here. Oh. Diane! Good heavens! Look. There's the revolver she did it with. Killed herself. Killed herself. Oh, no.
I was talking to her only a moment ago, and now she's dead. Diane. Diane. Diane.
So that's the story, Margot.
I wonder why she would kill herself. A girl who had so much.
Well, there was some talk at the time of murder. But our room was on the second floor, and no one could have gotten in and out of the windows that quickly. The only other entrance was the door.
And Gerner himself and the servant were standing outside of it in the hall when they heard the shot.
Yes. Gerner went to pieces after that. Completely broken. He went to the Orient and died there. About 4 years ago.
Huh. Well, it seems so. Why, Commissioner Weston.
Hello, Margot. Hello, Lamont.
Hello, Commissioner. Fancy meeting you, of all places, in an art gallery.
I'm here on business. Not to look at a lot of silly pictures.
Oh?
Norman Bryce has been killed and
Bryce? The theatrical producer?
Yeah.
Why, Lamont just mentioned him. And we saw his new show last night. A big hit.
Yeah, I know. I'm taking personal charge of the investigation.
Investigation? You mean he...
Suicide, or so the circumstances seem to point.
But, Commissioner, does a man kill himself after one of the biggest hits of his career?
This man did. I've just discovered something else. Bryce was here at the art gallery this morning. Bought a lot of stuff and ordered it delivered. Not to his home, but to an apartment downtown.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah. Well, I gotta be going. Things to attend to. See you soon.
Yes.
Goodbye, Commissioner. Well, Lamont, you can stand there all evening staring at that painting.
Hmm? Oh, no. Come on. Let's get out of here.
Where are we going?
Out to the home of the late Norman Bryce.
Aren't you going to ring the bell, Lamont?
Oh, yes. Well, this tragedy ends the story, Margot.
You mean Mrs. Gerner killed herself? Gerner died and now Bryce.
Exactly. Oh, hello, Cardona.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cranston. And Miss Lane.
Hello, how are you?
Well, come on in. The commissioner's in the dining room making out papers. In this way. Look who's here, Commissioner. Wow. Hello, Lamont. Miss Lane.
Hello,
you again, huh? Well, what do you want?
I was interested in Bryce's death, Commissioner.
Just plain case of suicide. Get these papers to fill out, and then we'll close the case.
The body's been taken away?
Yeah. Want to take a look at the room where it happened?
Oh, yes. Will you come, Margot?
Yes, I'd like to, Lamont.
You're welcome to go in that room.
Well, what do you mean by that, Cardona?
Cardona says he feels as if somebody was watching him in that room.
Really?
Well, there is something about the room. Go on, take a look. Here's the key, Margot.
Thanks.
Right down the hall, that way.
What's the matter? Doesn't the key work? Margot, what is it?
There's someone in there. There is. Somebody's holding the door shut.
Well, how could anyone get in there with the police guarding the house? Here, let me have the key.
Lamont, the door's unlocked. But there's someone inside putting his weight against it.
Here, I'll open it.
See?
Well. Yeah. Wait till I turn on the lights. You may come in now. We're quite alone.
Oh, just the same, there was something holding that door shut.
Margot.
Why, Lamont, look at the flowers. The room's filled with them.
Yes. Yes, so I see. They give out quite a fragrance. Careful, don't touch them.
Why?
All we're permitted to do is look. That door, the only entrance to the room. Small window and alcove open, but too small for an intruder to crawl through. These other two windows, yeah, both locked. Only the door, my dear.
But it closed all by itself. I think Cardona was right. You do feel that there's someone in here. Someone besides ourselves. Lamont, why should there be curtains on that wall? Let's see what's behind them.
All right.
Picture of a lady in black. How horrible. And yet it's beautiful, too.
Margot. It's a painting of Diane Morrow, Mrs. Gerner. Gerner must have painted it.
And I suppose Bryce bought it after Mrs. Gerner's death.
Evidently.
Lamont, it's this painting that gives you the feeling that someone's in this room. Ooh, it's creepy. The eyes seem to be watching you. with that queer half-smile on her face.
Margot, what else do you notice about the canvas?
The background. It's very dim, but it's filled with flowers.
Yes, so it is. But what I meant was this. Here in the lower corner, someone started to slash this canvas with a knife.
Why, yes.
A picture of Diane Morrow in black. I wonder when Gurner painted it. Just before she died? Or just after?
Lamont, what do you mean?
Well...
All right, Miss Lane. Cranston, you through?
Not quite, Weston. Look, did you notice this picture?
I know. Sort of strange thing, isn't it?
Yes, especially the smile on her face.
Wait. The corpse. Mr. Bryce was smiling. Same sort of a smile.
I see. Commissioner, don't declare Bryce's death a suicide. Because it was murder.
In a moment, we'll return to the chateau. But first, here's a brief little drama that directly concerns you. Listen.
Hello? Hunter Coal Company.
This is Mrs. Smith, 202 Main Street. Will you please send over 10 tons of blue coal immediately?
Well, Mrs. Smith, I'm afraid we can't send you that much right now. How much do you have on hand?
Oh, I don't know, but it's not a very big pile.
Well, we want everyone to have enough coal for immediate needs, you know.
I need 10 tons. Cash deliver it to me now.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Smith, but the Robinsons next door to you also need coal. And the Joneses down the street are in need of coal, too. Now, we're making a delivery at both places soon. We'll stop at your place, too. But not 10 tons. You realize we must make sure that everyone has some coal in the bin. I know you won't want to deprive your neighbors of heat.
Oh, of course not. I just didn't realize, that's all. Well, do what you can then, will you? I certainly don't want my neighbors to be in valley without coal.
Let's all cooperate. Share and share alike, and we'll all be warm this winter. Now, back to the chateau.
I'm relying on this hunch of yours that it's murder, Cranston. Sardona's rounding up the 3 people who found Bryce dead.
Who are they, Commissioner?
A neighbor named Carter, the gardener, Muller, I think his name is, and the widow. Now, if you get any ideas, Lamont, speak up.
I will.
Tom? Oh, come in, Mr. Carter. Miss Lane, Mr. Carter, and Cranston.
How do you do?
Tom, please.
Oh, thank you.
You were with Mrs. Bryce when she found the body, I believe.
Why, she called him in, asked me to come over.
You live nearby?
Next door. I just happened to be standing talking over the hedge with Mr. Bryce's gardener when she called.
And you both ran to the house?
Yes. Mrs. Bryce said she'd heard something that sounded like a shot from the library.
Did you yourself hear that shot?
No, I can't say that I did.
All right, sir, that'll be all.
Just a moment, Mr. Carter.
Yeah.
Aren't you an actor?
Yes, I am.
Weren't you supposed to play the lead in Bryce's show, which opened Thursday night?
Well,
I read that you were in rehearsal, and then that Bryce had dropped you at the last moment.
Is that true?
I resigned. I wasn't fired.
That's all. You may go. But don't leave town, understand?
But
that's all.
Very well.
It could be a motive for murder, being fired.
It was a good part, and its successor made a hit.
I see. Tom? Come in, Muller. Where were you, Muller, when Mrs. Bryce called to you?
Why, in the garden, working, sir, and talking to Mr. Carter.
How far is the garden from the house, Mr. Muller?
It's different in different places. The lot is an odd shape. My cottage is at the back.
I see. I've just been sketching a ground plan of the house and gardens. Will you check on it and see if it's right, please?
Yes, sir?
Yes.
No, that is wrong. It should
go...
go...
Take my pencil and correct it, if you will.
Thank you, sir. Now, it goes like this, and...
Did you hear that shot, Muller?
Huh? Oh, the shot. Pardon me, I was absorbed in this drawing, and... No, I heard no shot. But I was some distance off, at this spot in the plan.
I see. Was there any difficulty about opening the library door?
Well, yes and no.
Yes and no? What do you mean?
Well, Mrs. Bryce was in the house when she heard the shot, and she ran to the library, but she couldn't get the door open. And then she came and called to Mr. Carter and me.
Did you and Carter have any trouble opening it?
No, sir.
What time was it when Mrs. Bryce called to you and Carter?
About 4 o'clock. Because I noticed the clock in the library said 5 minutes after 4.
We have a common interest.
A common interest?
Flowers. Those from your garden are magnificent.
Oh, yes. This year the garden was particularly lovely. I don't think there's ever been a time when we've had such beautiful geraniums.
Yes, sir. Geraniums.
They're a common flower, but Miller grows such beautiful ones.
I see. Mrs. Bryce, how long has Muller been with you?
Since April.
Did Muller and Mr. Bryce get along well?
I doubt if they ever spoke 10 words to each other.
Mr. Bryce was away a good deal?
Yes.
Mrs. Bryce, I understand you've been away on a visit and returned this afternoon. What time did the train get in?
At 2:40.
You came directly home?
Yes, sir.
Now, when did you hear the shot?
Just as I opened the front door.
Mrs. Bryce Muller told me that you didn't call him until a few minutes after 4 o'clock.
Well, I don't
It would take a taxi about 20 minutes to cover the distance from the station, so if your train arrived at 2:40, you'd be entering the house about 3 o'clock.
Yes, but
Why, after hearing the shot, did you wait an hour before you called to Carter?
I wasn't sure it was a shot. I thought it was a door slamming somewhere. I thought my husband was at home.
Oh, so you didn't pay much attention to it then?
No, sir. I decided it was just...
And then about an hour later, you went to the library.
Yes, I found the door was stuck, so I called to Mr. Carter.
Why didn't you call your husband?
I didn't know he was at home.
A moment ago, you said you thought he was home.
Yes, but
Mrs. Bryce, isn't it true that you and your husband have been separated for the past 6 months? Hasn't he been living in an apartment downtown?
Yes, but he does come home occasionally. He comes when I'm not around. He has a picture in the library. He comes to look at it.
A picture?
A painting of a woman. A woman all dressed in black. He used to sit there at his desk sometimes and stare at it for hours. He was in love with it. He was in love with that woman just the same as if she were a real flesh and blood person. That's what caused our quarrel.
Mrs. Bryce, you're nervous and upset, naturally. We'll postpone this talk till some other time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Well.
Goodbye.
Bye, Mrs. Bryce.
Goodbye.
Hey, what kind of a nitwit does she think I am? You were right, Lamont. It's murder. And she's the one who killed him.
No, Weston. She's telling the truth.
Lamont, Mrs. Bryce is really jealous of that painting. And yet she doesn't know that it's a picture of Diane Morrow.
Miss Lane, Diane Morrow and Albert Gurner, too, are dead.
Yes, the lady in black is dead, Commissioner. But sometimes the dead don't remain in their graves.
I hate this room now. The smell of the flowers. Oh, Norman. Norman, what made you kill yourself? If only the dead could speak to us. Norman. Norman, why did you marry me when all the time you loved the woman in black? I hate her. Well, the canvas is cut already. Here at the bottom. Why, the frame moves. There's a space behind it. Sort of closet. And what's this? It looks like a gas mask with a tank attached. Who's there? What do you want?
Give that to me.
What are you doing here? Is this gas mask yours?
Give it to me.
I see now. Norman didn't kill himself. He was murdered, this mask. You killed him, didn't you?
I killed him.
Tommy, what are you doing? Take that away.
What time is it anyway, Lamont?
2 o'clock, Mother.
2 o'clock in the morning. A fine hour for a country drive.
You didn't need to come out to Bryce's.
Well, I'm too curious to stay at home and be left out of it. Lamont, this case haunts me. There's something evil about it. That smile on the face of that painting.
What about the smile on Bryce's face? A smiling corpse, Margot. Yes. A horrible criminal is loose and doing murder. And the murderer may strike again. Oh, here we are. walk in the grass beside the walk. Come on.
Who's there? What do you want?
It's Cranston, Cardona.
Oh, Miss Lane. What in time are you doing here?
Has anything happened?
Perfectly quiet. The actor next door went up to bed at 11. Light in the library a few minutes ago. Mrs. Bryce, I guess.
But didn't you make sure?
She's the only one in the house. Must have been her.
How about Muller, the gardener?
Light's been out in his cottage for a couple of hours. Everything's serene. What was that?
A shot! From the library. Come on in there. Hurry!
Mrs. Bryce. Shot to death. Oh, and that smile on her face. It's the same smile as in the painting. Oh, it's horrible.
Suicide again. Hey, look, Mr. Cranston. This gun ain't new kind. Must be 15 to 20 years old.
Yes, I know. Bryce's gun was at headquarters, so he had to use this one.
What do you mean, he? The woman shot it off.
I don't want to go phone Weston quickly.
Yeah, I better.
Mont, what does it mean?
Margot, don't leave the house. I won't be long.
Where are you going?
The shadow has work to do.
Who's there? Who is it? I must have imagined someone knocked. My nerves are playing tricks on me. This won't do. When they come to tell me I've got to be calm, I'll go to bed.
Wait a moment, Albert Gurner.
What? Who spoke? Where are you?
It's no use to try to locate me with your flashlight. I am the shadow.
Huh?
You cannot see me, Gurner.
Why do you call me Gurner? My name is Muller. I work here. I'm the gardener.
Yes, a gardener with a remarkable knowledge of chemistry. You were a chemist, Gurner, as well as a painter, weren't you?
I'm no chemist or painter.
Then why did you slash the picture of the lady in black to pieces?
Mrs. Bryce did that. She was jealous of the lady in black.
How did you know that the picture was slashed, unless you were there?
I won't stay here and...
Get away from that door. No, you don't. Get back.
No. Let me alone. Let me alone.
That face in the picture has haunted you all the years. Albert Gurner, the lady in black, was your wife. You murdered her.
Yes, I am Gurner. But I didn't kill Diane. She committed suicide.
You murdered her with a poisonous gas that you invented. It leaves no trace except a horrible smile on the faces of its victims.
I tell you she shot herself.
No, you shot her, Gurner. Then later, when you and the butler heard the explosion, it was a time bomb you had set. And someplace in this cottage, you have a mask for administering gas. You're very strong. You clasp it to the victim's face, and when they become unconscious, you shoot them and leave a pistol by them. And the murder is called suicide.
I love Diane. Why would I kill her?
Because you suspected her of being in love with Bryce, her manager. You knew Bryce loved her, and you couldn't be sure of her any longer.
All right. It drove me mad, the uncertainty.
And you killed her.
Yes, I did kill her. Then Bryce saw the picture. I told him once about my experiments. He suspected me. He was going to the police. So I ran away.
Then, as years passed, you wanted to return and kill the man you thought had ruined your life. The man you were jealous of even after Diane Morrow was dead.
Yes. And I did kill him. No one can take that away from me.
But tell me, why did you kill Mrs. Bryce? She had done nothing.
She found the mask. I had to kill her.
Well, Gurner, Commissioner Weston will soon be here. You will take the mask and give yourself up to him.
Very well. I'll do as you say. I'll go.
Gurner, wait. Put that down there. No. Take off that mask. Take it off, I say. He's gone. Dead from the gas. With that same smile on his face. This table suit you, Margot?
Very nicely.
All right, Louis. We'll order later. Very good, sir.
Lamont, what I want to know is how you solved this case. Where did you get your first clue?
Why, you gave it to me.
I did?
Yes. You called my attention to the fact that the background of the painting was composed of flowers, of geraniums.
Well?
Well, when Diane Morrow died, her room was filled with geraniums.
Oh, and you thought that those and the geraniums in Bryce's library had some connection.
Precisely. And the ventilation of Bryce's library.
The ventilation?
Yes. It had been worked out so that quite a strong draft swept through the room.
Why, of course. It was the draft that held the door shut.
Yes. And it also caused the door to slam shut so violently that Mrs. Bryce thought it was a shot long after Bryce was dead.
Oh.
And the draft also cleared the room of the gas, which smelled like geraniums.
Well, then the geraniums were there to explain away whatever traces of the gas might be left.
Exactly.
Only, Lamont, how did you know that Muller was really Gerner?
Oh, that was the simplest part of the case. He helped draw a map of the house and gardens, and he used the same queer, hook-shaped strokes that identify Gerner's work anywhere.
Oh, here you are.
Oh, hello, Commissioner.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Oh, there's no hurry. We've loads of time.
Well, honey, we're merely going to drop in at the Pan American Art Exhibit this evening.
The art exhibit? Pictures? Oh, why don't you take up something practical?
Now let me introduce Blue Coal's distinguished eating expert, John Watts.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Today I want to say a word on behalf of your neighborhood food Blue Coal dealer. You know, folks, there are three ways in which you can help yourself and help him. First, don't order more than enough coal to keep your home comfortably warm for 60 days in advance. Second, don't waste heat. Don't waste coal. Ask your Blue Coal dealer for the free John Barkley firing chart. This will give you many valuable hints on correct firing methods and how to save money on fuel bills. The third way you can help your dealer is to accept delivery of the available home sizes he recommends. You see, friends, tests have proven that any of the home sizes, egg, stove, chestnut, or pea, may often be interchanged with perfectly good results. In fact, it's a good plan to always order 1 ton of pea coal to 3 of your regular size and use the more economic pea coal for banking. This holds down the fire, helps save coal. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll cooperate with your Blue Coal dealer in these 3 ways, I'm sure you'll have enough coal to keep your home healthfully and comfortably warm all this winter. And so will your neighbors. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Freedom Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This story produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
This is Mutual.
Soldiers of the Press.
With the British Eighth Army in Egypt.
At an Allied advanced base in Libya.
Those are datelines all of you have seen in your newspapers or heard on the air. And many of you undoubtedly are familiar with the name of the man whose byline appears above many of those stories. The man whose story we bring you now, Richard D. McMillan, United Press staff correspondent accredited to the British Eighth Army in North Africa. McMillan has seen and reported action on 6 fronts of the present war: Paris, the Low Countries, London, Gibraltar. He saw the British fleet smash Italy's navy at Taranto. Then came assignments to Cairo, to Albania. In Greece, McMillan teamed with UP correspondent Henry Gurrell to scoop the world with the first vivid eyewitness story of the British withdrawal. For the past 2 years, he has reported brilliantly on the seesaw battle for control of North Africa.
I'm what my front office likes to refer to as a veteran war reporter.
Well, looking back over the past 3 years, I guess the description fits. But my own impression is that I'm more of a veteran sandhog. You see, I followed virtually every drive across Egypt and Libya, in both directions, since the Germans and Italians elected to make the North African desert a battlefield. I've eaten sand with my food and cursed it, and I've burrowed into it for safety from enemy shells and thanked God for it, many a time in the past 2 years. But that's a long story. So suppose we start with June 27th, 1942. That's a date that will stick in my memory for a long time. I had followed the British winter drive that pushed past Benghazi and had managed a narrow escape from capture at Tobruk when Field Marshal Rommel started rolling the 8th Army back toward the Libyan border. The night of June 27th, I was at Matru, well inside Egypt. The British had been under constant pressure for days. Our position was endangered, and I could hear the rumble of an artillery duel only a few miles away. But I fell into an exhausted sleep in a field truck. A British soldier put an abrupt end to my nap.
Macmillan! Mac, old fellow, wake up!
Oh, go away.
Come out of it, man. Wake up and listen.
Hey, what's the idea?
See here, Mac, I'm sorry I had to clip you a bit to get you awake, but we've got to be on the move. We're abandoning Matru.
Abandoning Matru?
I'm afraid that's how it's got to be if we're to avoid another Tobruk. Jerry's all but have us bottled up as it is. Our mechanized forces are fighting their way through the enemy columns to join the main army. There isn't much time.
Okay, what are we waiting for? Let's get going.
Right you are. Just let me get under the wheel of this lorry. We'll pick up a couple of other newspaper laddies and we'll be on the way. That's it.
We sped off under cover of darkness, joining other men and equipment that had been moving out as I slept. Soon we began meeting tanks. Tanks going faster than I believed a tank could move, racing along the road westward from Alexandria to join the battle. The air was choked with dust. We came upon a tank stopped beside the road for repairs. We drew up to have a chat with a young British tank officer. He said,
"The evacuation of Matru is a bad blow. It puts the entrance to the corridor leading along the coastal highway toward Alexandria into the hands of Rommel. Mark my words, we'll get him yet."
Through the bitter days that followed, that statement kept ringing in my ears. We will get him yet. It was typical of the spirit I found everywhere expressed by Britain's hard-pressed troops. Still, we continued falling back. Back past Fuka, past El Daba, then the Libyan plateau fell off to the Qattara Depression, and the British decided to make a stand at El Alamein, guarding the narrow corridor between the sea and the impassable depression. On June 30th, Rommel's Africa Corps struck. Correspondent Macmillan watched from the front lines as contact was established between British forward forces and enemy light scouting units along the road west of El Alamein. The big battle for Alexandria and the Nile was underway. That night, Macmillan wrote, Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, commander of the Axis forces, knows that victory is in his grasp, if he can hold it. He is aware that if he delays, he may lose it. He also must be fully aware that if he is over hasty, he may run into disaster. He has struck. Are the British ready for him? All I can say is that on the front line, the British think so. The Imperial forces are convinced that they are going to fight this time to a finish. Those were prophetic words, for the British did hold at El Alamein. They held, and correspondent Macmillan spent the succeeding weeks at the front, sharing the lot of the defending British forces, dodging shells and bombs, and fighting the desert's constant scourge of flies and ants. He ate his share of sand, and in the process, he became aware of a growing spirit of determination and self-assurance among the British forces. Through July and August, the British adopted the slogan, hit the enemy and hit him hard wherever you find him. The expression, brassing the enemy up, the British equivalent of giving him the business, was on everybody's lips. I think the best illustration of what I mean occurred one night in mid-July. The night in mid-July. The desert silence was suddenly broken at about midnight by bursting flares and the distant rumble of machine gun fire. I couldn't sleep, so I went out to have a word with the troops and dropped down beside the crew of a battery of 25-pounders. Hello there. Nice fire you've got going. Mind if I join you? This night air's a bit chilly.
Okay, Governor. Make yourself at home. What's that insignia you're wearing? You're a newspaper man, aren't you?
That's right. My name's Macmillan. Richard Macmillan of United Press.
Glad to know you, sir.
Say, how do you get such a swell fire to burn?
There isn't enough vegetation on this entire godforsaken desert to make a respectable bonfire.
We're burning the bloomin' sand. The trick is to take an empty petrol tin and fill her up with sand. Then you pour petrol over it, and you got as fine a stove as ever was made in Birmingham.
Hey, that's a good idea.
And it does a right good job frying sausages, too. Here, try one. Now, this blighter's done. Now, careful your fingers now.
Say, this is good. You know how to cook these things just right.
Well, I ought to. It's my business. I run a fish and chip shop back home in London.
Oh. Are you getting homesick for London?
I'd like to be home right enough. I can't say I'm exactly homesick.
We've been too busy fighting to talk or think about it. We're just getting on with the war.
Getting on with the war. They were doing that all right. The men of that battery went into action and sent their first shells of the new day screaming through the dawn as we sat there roasting sausages. To a man, those seasoned troops refused to think of anything but getting on with the war. Through August and September, they parried every thrust of Rommel's forces, and one could sense a growing pressure behind our lines. Masses of supplies of men. And overhead we were becoming increasingly aware of a mounting Allied superiority in the air. American bomber and fighter forces appeared. Then, on the night of October 25th, I was summoned, together with other correspondents, to the headquarters tent of Lieutenant General Bernard L. Montgomery. General Montgomery sat under the marquee of his tent, carefully balancing a fly whisk on his index finger. Then, in a manner as calm as if he were lecturing an army class, he said,
"During moonlight tonight, terrific battles will be fought. Terrific. When day breaks tomorrow, we shall see a hot stand. But there is no doubt of the issue. Since the beginning of the war, we and our allies have been plugging holes. Now, it looks as if, with the Americans on our side, we have passed from the defensive to the offensive. So the battle begins tonight. The 8th Army and our air power are one. British troops are first class. All they want is success. Tommy will never let you down."
The offensive begins with the speed of lightning. I scurry from Montgomery's headquarters to join a regiment of Highlanders. The eerie skirl of bagpipes sounds in the chill night. The bright moonlight of the desert. The sound shrills across the minefields to the German lines at Alamein. Suddenly, the pipes are drowned out by the reverberations of the biggest blast the desert ever heard as the British open up with a barrage. The British troops move forward, attacking German positions at many points. Tanks burst through the German outer positions. I am accompanying the units of the 51st Highland Division, which is getting its desert baptism in its first action since it was reformed after the Battle of France. In 2 years of covering Western Desert campaigns, I've never seen the British go to battle with such drive, coordination of effort, and meticulous timing. 20 minutes after the first crash of battle, troops with fixed bayonets have filed through the corridors in our minefields and have mopped up enemy forward posts. Everything is going according to plan.
Three nights later, Macmillan was witnessing the action from an advanced post in the northern corner of the area where British forces had broken through fixed Nazi defenses. He wrote,
"It looks like a dark hour for Hitler in Africa tonight. I've been watching the battle from an observation post inside a damaged Crusader tank. The post is on what is known as Hill 27. Germans lie dead only a few feet away atop the knoll, and the battlefield all around is strewn with wreckage. German machine gunners and riflemen are sniping at us from dug-in positions only a few hundred yards away. About a mile and a half to the south, a tank battle is being fought in a tornado of sound, volcanoes of smoke, and whirlwinds of dust. It is clear that the entire 8th Army has the real offensive spirit. It must be clear now, even to the Germans, that this is a bold and vigorous attack, backed by a tremendous weight of arms. But it is still too early to hang out the bunting until Rommel has answered and we know beyond a doubt whether we are able to hold and break his best efforts to retaliate." Well, the answer to that question was not long coming. After more than a week with advance units, I had dropped back to British headquarters to comply with a request from New York for a step-by-step analysis of the action. A courier strode into the press tent. and told us that General Montgomery had scheduled a press conference within the hour. I dropped what I was doing and went to the tent which served as his desert headquarters. The weary desert-begrimed press corps was assembled in the blazing sun. Suddenly, Montgomery stepped through the tent flaps and into the glare. An expectant hush fell over the group. Montgomery cleared his throat and said,
Gentlemen, we've had a fine battle, and there is no doubt now of the result. Complete and absolute victory. Bosch is completely finished. Some portions of the enemy are struggling to get away, but those portions still facing us in the south will be put in the bag.
Well, you know the rest. The Axis forces were put in the bag. And after 2 years of watching the British buffeted back and forth across the desert, you can bet that I was willing to go on eating sand a little while longer to follow every step of the action.
Correspondent Richard McMillan has seen and written much of history in the making in North Africa, and you can count on ace United Press correspondents like him to bring you speedy, complete news of every phase of war action on the fronts around the world. For these soldiers of the press are on the job around the clock, covering the news wherever it is, wherever it may be. We will be back soon with another story of adventure with United Press correspondents. Be sure to listen. And meanwhile, remember to look for United Press news in your favorite newspaper. Listen for it on the radio. It's your guarantee of the world's best coverage of the world's biggest news.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellas and girls, don't ever get the idea there's nothing you can do to help win this war. Just because you can't join the Army or Navy doesn't mean that you can't be part of this big fight to preserve the American way of life. No, sir, not at all. Because there is one big important thing you can do, and I'm going to tell you about that right now. You see, aside from the fact that we can't all be soldiers, sailors, or Marines, because we're too young or too old or something, it's necessary for a good many of us to stay right here where we are. As a matter of fact, Uncle Sam says that for every man in the armed forces, there must be 11 people back home to keep them well supplied and to see that everything runs smoothly. It's sort of like a civilian army that cooperates with the armed forces to help win the war. And that's where you come in, you and I. For we are all members of this civilian army. And the best way we can help our boys at the front is to buy war-saving stamps and bonds and buy them regularly. How does that help? Well, let me tell you. It helps our government to finance the war. It helps to buy the guns and tanks and planes and all the other things the Army, Navy, and Marines need to knock out the Nazis and the Japs. For instance, every time you buy a 10-cent war-saving stamp, your dime will pay for 5 bullets. And every 5 10-cent stamps buys enough fuel oil to carry a destroyer a full mile. So you see how important it is for you to buy a war-saving stamp every time you've got a dime. Now, see if you can't get Mother or Dad to give you a dime every day, or even every other day, with which to buy war-saving stamps. Talk about this with all your friends. Ask them to buy war-saving stamps regularly. Ask your mother and dad and all your neighbors and relatives to sign Minuteman pledges. Do all you possibly can to build up the sale of war-saving stamps and bonds. And that's what you can do to help win this war.
And now, the adventures of Superman. A baffling mystery is beginning to weave itself about Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and Jimmy Olsen. To celebrate the return of Editor White from the hospital, our friends bought him a plaster cast of the famous statue called the End of the Trail, the one which shows an Indian slumped over on the back of a horse. Lois also bought one for a sportsman friend of hers. While Kent and the others were having dinner at Editor White's apartment, someone entered the editor's library and for some mysterious reason smashed the plaster cast statue into a million bits. Several hours later, Jimmy and Kent were enjoying a cup of cocoa with Lois in her apartment when another crash was heard, this time coming from her bedroom. Rushing into the bedroom, they were staggered to see that the statue she had bought had also been smashed by an unknown intruder. Listen.
The statue. It's smashed. Broken into a million bits.
The window is open. He must have come in that way, whoever broke it, and gone out that way, too.
But this is absolutely fantastic. Why would anyone want to break these statues? This is the second. First Mr. White's and now mine.
I certainly don't know, Lois. Statues seem harmless enough. It's almost insane to think of anyone having a grudge against them.
Insane. That must be the answer to it, Clark. It's the only answer. Why, only a lunatic would go about smashing statues.
I wonder.
Well, what do you mean, Mr. Kent?
I don't know exactly. Well, I have a look through that window. Well, no one in sight. Whoever did this made good his escape before we got into the room.
Of course, it would only take a second to leap out onto the fire escape and get away. I'm only 4 stories from street level. Clark, I'm a little frightened.
Yeah, me too.
Well, what on earth for?
Oh, I don't know, but this sort of thing gives me the creeps. Somehow, I keep thinking of a dark shape in the night, moving through the city, his brain filled with one insane desire to smash plaster casts of that particular statue.
Gosh, it gives me the shivers.
Next thing you know, Lois, you'll be believing in ghosts. Now get hold of yourself. You too, Jim. Something has happened that can't be explained in a logical, sensible way.
Oh, Clark, you always say the same thing. Oh, it's the most fantastic things happen to us, and you always come through with something like, don't worry, everything's going to be explained logically and sensibly.
Well, and hasn't it always?
Oh, all right. You've always been right. This is different. Some madman is going around smashing statues, and I want to know why.
Well, maybe his reasons are purely artistic.
What?
Maybe these plaster casts offend his artistic sense. Or maybe he has a grudge against Bonelli, the sculptor who copied the original and made a cast of it. Or maybe he just...
Clark, stop trying to make a joke out of this. There's something strange going on here. Something weird and queer.
I think so, too. It kind of makes chills go up and down my spine. To think of that guy, whoever he is, going to jumping codfish. What was that?
A scream. And it came from just below us.
Miss Walton.
What?
Carol Walton, a private secretary. She lives in the apartment just below mine. Well, don't just stand there. Do something.
I'm on my way.
I'm coming right with you.
You better stay with Lois, Jim.
No, he can do both because I'm coming too.
Oh, don't be a fool. There may be danger.
Stop talking, for heaven's sake. Let's go.
All right.
Someone screamed. It came from below.
Down these stairs. Here, Clark. Jimmy.
Right. Stay behind me, Jim. Is this her apartment?
Yes, this is it.
Walton. Miss Walton. Wait a minute. Listen.
What is it, Mr. Kent?
I can hear someone sobbing inside.
Sobbing?
This is the time for action. I better break down this door.
I'll help you, Bud.
No, I can break the... yes, give me a hand here, will you?
Okay.
I'll count 3, and then we'll both throw ourselves against the door. You ready?
Right.
1, 2, 3. Hey, you busted that door down yourself. I didn't get anywhere near it. Now, where's that guy?
The apartment's dark.
I'll snap on the light.
Sleeping mackerel. Carol, she's lying on the floor crying.
Wait a minute, I'll close this door and keep the crowd out. I'm sorry, folks.
Carol, darling, pull yourself together. You'll be all right, dear.
Lord's sake. Thank heaven you came quickly.
Tell us what happened, Clark. Carol, this is Mr. Kent. He'll try to help you.
Quickly. He went through that window down the fire escape.
Who?
The burglar. I was in my bedroom asleep when I heard a noise here in the living room.
Yes?
I came out and turned on the lamp, which was later knocked over in my struggle to get the statue away from him.
Statue?
What sort of statue?
A plaster cast statue called the End of the Trail.
What?
Excuse me, I got some work to do down the fire escape.
I'll go down with you, Mr. Kent.
Stay here, Jim, and I mean it.
Yes, Jim, you stay here with us. Careful, Clark. He may have a gun.
Don't worry about me. Fire escape is dark. They can't see me from inside. So, off with these clothes. There we are. So, now to do a little work as Superman. Down. This apparently is the backyard. I'd better get into the street and see if our friend is anywhere in sight. Wonder if he's got that statue with him. Forgot to ask about that. Well, he must have the statue since I didn't see it in the apartment. Lois's friend put up such a struggle, he just couldn't have had time to break it. Uh-oh, wait a minute. A policeman standing out there in the street, right at the entrance to this backyard. I don't want him to see me in this costume, so I'd better go back. Oh, hang it, he's turning around.
Hey, you there. Just a minute, laddie.
Uh-oh. Well, what'll I do now?
Just what's going on here?
Well, you see, officer, I was...
I don't see nothing but a guy dressed up in a red and blue costume. Are you going to a masquerade or coming from one?
How'd you know? I'm going to a masquerade.
Oh, you are now, are you? And what would you be representing?
Well, you see, I'm going to this masquerade party as Superman.
Superman, is it?
Uh-huh.
Well, now, whatever gave you the idea you could impersonate Superman?
You never know, officer. I might really be Superman.
Yeah, and I might be President Roosevelt, but I ain't. Now, where's this masquerade party going on? I ain't seen nobody else dressed up for a party.
Why, it's going on right in the building here.
Whose apartment?
Oh, well, you see...
there's something queer about you, laddie, and I don't like it. How do I know you ain't a burglar?
Well, I'm afraid you'll just have to take my word for that.
And I'm afraid I won't. You're coming with me to headquarters.
No. Just a minute, officer.
No, don't you now just a minute me, or I'll show you who's Superman and who ain't. Now, you'll just come along quiet, all right? Sir, what's that?
Came from back there in the yard. He's broken a third statue.
Who broke what statue? What in the world are you talking about?
Come on. Mustn't get away with it this time. Must have been hiding in the darkness of the yard all the time.
I don't know what you're talking about, but wait, I've got a small flashlight here.
Well, shine it around.
Well, what does it look like I'm doing?
Wait a minute. Look, there on the ground.
Now, what would that be? It looks like a statue that was busted to pieces.
That's exactly what it is. A plaster cast of a statue called the End of the Trail.
No, who'd want to break a thing like that?
Well, whoever it is, I'm afraid he's gotten clean away. Must have scrambled over that fence and made for the back street. I'd never find him now.
Look here, I don't know what's coming off here. What with you going around pretending you're Superman and some lunatic busting statues in backyards. But I intend to find out. You're coming with me.
You'll have to excuse me. I have other things to do.
Now, wait a minute, you.
Up.
Come back here.
I don't think he can see me from this height. I'll get back onto the fire escape outside Miss Walton's room. There we are. Now, to disguise myself once again as Clark Kent. There, now to join the others again. Up with the window.
Clark, is that you?
Yes, Lois.
Where have you been? I looked out and down the fire escape. I couldn't see you at all.
I went down as far as the yard. I'm afraid your statue is broken, too, Miss Walton. It's smashed to bits and lying on the ground below.
I simply can't understand it, Mr. Kent. Why would that man have fought so hard to get a comparatively inexpensive statue? He apparently wanted nothing else.
Miss Walton says he fought like a tiger when she tried to take it away from him.
Tell me exactly what happened, Miss Walton. You're the first person who has actually seen this man who goes about smashing plaster casts of that particular statue.
Well, when I came into the room and turned on the lamp, there he was, standing in the middle of the floor. He was holding the statue in his hands and was in the act of raising it above his head to smash it.
I see. Go on.
When he saw me, he hesitated, seeming not to know what to do. In that instant, I rushed at him. Well, we fought for the statue furiously. The lamp was kicked over, and then the statue was wrested away from me, and as I screamed, I heard him going out onto the fire escape.
Tell Clark what the man looked like, Carol.
Well, that's the most amazing part of all.
Golly, I'll say.
What do you mean?
Well, he was dressed like Captain Kidd.
Well, like who?
Yes, isn't that fantastic?
I can hardly believe it.
But it's true. He was dressed like Captain Kidd. Or like a pirate, anyway. He had a black patch over one eye, a bandana wound around his head, and large earrings in his ears.
That's incredible.
He wore baggy pants and knee boots, and he had a brace of pistols stuck in his belt.
How about that, Mr. Kent? What do you make of it?
Well, there's only one thing I can make of it.
What's that, Clark?
Well, it begins to look, Lois, like your guess was right. Either the man is crazy, or he's trying to drive us crazy.
That doesn't make sense.
I know it doesn't, Jimmy. I know it doesn't. If any of you can think of a better answer, well, let me know about it.
Well, do you know a better answer? What strange meaning lies behind the breaking of the plaster casts of the celebrated statue, The End of the Trail? And who is the weird intruder who dresses like a pirate? Be sure to hear tomorrow's thrill-packed episode. There are many baffling surprises in store for us, so match your wits with Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow The Adventures of Superman.
Did you ever stop to think why American machine gun crews make such good scores in their battles against the Japs and the Nazis? Their teamwork, their super marksmanship comes from practice. Practice every day until they can hit the bullseye practically every time. But that much practice eats up a lot of bullets. And that's just where you come in. You buy bullets for machine gunners every time you buy war stamps. 5 bullets for every 10-cent stamp. So get behind your team by buying stamps just as often as you can. Can you think of anything more exciting to buy for your dime than 5 .45 caliber bullets? 5 bullets for American soldiers to use in protecting your home from the Japs and the Nazis. So get going. Get your stamps today and every day.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! Ho, Silver! Hi!
Lenny towered well over 6 feet in height, and his 240 pounds of weight were perfectly distributed. The dark-haired giant seemed perfectly content with his job as top cowhand on the Gentry Ranch a few miles south of town. His only other interest was Barbara, Cal Gentry's motherless daughter. Lenny's locket had always been a mystery to Barbara, and questions about it seemed to embarrass him. Why should a huge man like Lenny wear a tiny gold locket suspended on a slender chain around his bull-like neck? Barbara had never ceased to be curious, and today was no exception, as she and Lenny rode her father's buckboard down the main street of Twin Forks.
Why do you wear it, Lenny? Is it something your mother gave you a long time ago?
No, ma'am.
Then maybe your girl gave it to you. Have you ever had a girl, Lenny?
No, ma'am.
You must have gotten it someplace.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I'm not the only one who wonders about you wearing that locket. I've heard the boys in the bunkhouse talking about it.
Have you?
They think that maybe that's the secret of why you're so strong. That you're just like Samson. If you ever lost the locket, you'd lose your strength. Is that right?
No, ma'am, it ain't.
Oh, Lenny, why don't you answer me?
Well, I am answering you, Miss Barbara.
No, you're not. You're just... Oh, here we are by the dry goods store. Stop now.
Sure. Oh, you couldn't.
Now, wait for me, Lenny. I'll only be a little
just
while.
a minute. Let me help you down.
Thank you, Lenny. Oh,
What's the matter?
there's Ed Winters coming up the street. He'll try to stop me. He always does.
Don't you worry about him, Miss Barbara.
He'll do nothing of the kind. Situations like this must be handled diplomatically.
What's that?
You wouldn't understand. I detest Ed Winters. But you know as well as I do that his father owns the bank. And Dad owes the bank money.
That ain't no reason for him to get smart with you. If he even so much as...
I can take care of Ed Winters. You just wait for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, if it isn't Barbara Gentry.
Good afternoon, Ed.
Well, you're looking prettier than ever.
Thank you for the compliment.
Say, how about you and me?
I'm sorry, Ed. I'm in a hurry.
Oh, wait a minute.
Is that the way you talk to all of your friends? By grabbing their arms? Let go.
You're kind of snippy today, ain't you?
Oddly enough, you're right, Ed. I'm going in here and buy some silk for a new dress. And I intend to spend the whole afternoon snipping it. Good afternoon.
Well, Ed, looks like the Gentry girl kind of put you in your place.
Why, that little... I'll go in there
and do what?
Oh, hello, Lenny.
Hello. Did you say you were going to do something, Winters?
What business is it of yours, you big ox?
I make it my business.
Yeah? I know you tag around after that Gentry girl, but I'm not as scared of you. I do what I please.
Sure you do. Long as you don't bother Miss Barbara.
I suppose I gotta ask you before I speak to her.
No, you ain't.
And keep out of my way. I don't care how big you are. I can whip you any day in the week.
Maybe. Would you like to try it?
I wouldn't dirty my hands.
Seems like you need a lesson, Winters.
Not from you, you dirty...
Hey, they're going to tangle, folks.
Hey, Ed Winters ain't doing so bad as that.
Let's get him playing with him. Yeah, wait.
Try to stop a longhorn stealer.
Oh, that did it. That laid Winters out cold.
And Lenny's hair ain't even mussed.
What in the world? Lenny.
Yes, sir.
And Ed Winters. Why...
Oh, he ain't hurt, miss. He'll be all right.
What happened?
Well, Ed just made the mistake of using his chin to stop Lenny's fist.
I told you to wait in the buckboard.
This was a job that needed doing, Miss Barbara, and I...
Come on. We're going home at once.
Yes, sir. Get up there.
That Miss Barbara sure is Lenny trained, ain't she?
Yeah, and it's a mighty good job of training, too.
A few moments after the fist fight on the main street of Twin Forks, an Indian rode a paint into a small grove of cottonwood trees a short distance from town.
Oh, come home, fella, home. Home, fella, home.
What's wrong, Tonto?
Me see fighting, main street of town.
That's so? Who was fighting?
Ed Winters, son of banker, and Lenny from Gentry Ranch.
Lenny and Ed Winters, huh?
Ah.
I don't need to ask what the result was. Winters has had a good beating coming to him for a long time. What caused it?
Winters talked to Gentry girl, and Lenny not like it.
I don't blame him.
Big crowd watch fight. When it over, they leave. Then Tonto see something on ground. Pick it up.
What was it?
It gold. Lenny always wear it round neck.
Oh, you mean Lenny's locket? He must have lost it during the fight.
Him gone when me find it, so me bring it here.
Let me see it, Tonto. This is Lenny's locket. I've seen it around his neck dozens of times. But this is the first time I've ever examined it.
That locket big medicine? Make him strong?
No, Tonto. I don't think this has anything to do with Lenny's physical strength. Although some people like to believe that story.
Why him keep it?
Probably for some sentimental reason. You open it? Yes, Well, I've known Lenny for several years. I never thought... Oh, we not keep it? Oh, no, of course not. We'll wait till after sundown, then ride out to the Gentry Ranch and return it to Lenny.
And just as Tonto had brought the news of the fight on the main street of Twin Forks, another man who had witnessed it was riding in the opposite direction to tell the same story. He spurred his Mustang along a rocky trail which led through Blackstone Canyon. Finally, he reined up before a small cabin that was well hidden in dense underbrush.
Oh, you coyotes! Hey, boss, Pete.
Lank, where you been?
In town.
Did you look over that bank layout like I told you to?
No, boss, I couldn't. I didn't have time.
You didn't have time. I suppose you had more important things to do.
Oh, not that. There was a fight right across the street from the bank, and I stopped to watch it.
Fight? So you stopped to watch a fight? What kind of a gang have I got here, anyway? If I want anything done right, I better do it myself.
But, boss,
I can't show myself in the daylight. I'm going to spot this broken nose of mine in a minute. So I sent you to look over a bank job, and what happened?
Wait, let me tell you about this fight I saw.
I don't care anything about it.
Yes, you do.
Huh?
One of the hombres in this scrap was tall, real tall, over 6 feet, and big, chest on him like a bull. He's got black curly hair and blue eyes that kind of squint.
I tell you, What?
Hey, boss, that sounds...
Shut up. Are you sure, Lank?
I saw him, didn't I? With my own eyes.
So, that big critter's still alive, huh? And right here in Twin Forks.
Yeah, he's punching cows on a ranch near here.
Yeah? Where?
A top hand for a gent you know pretty well. Cal Gentry.
Gentry?
Can you imagine that? Him working for Gentry and us...
Shut up, Pete. You blab too much.
Well, what do you think of it, boss?
Couldn't be better. You've heard of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, ain't you?
Yeah. Are you meeting Gentry tonight?
Sure.
How do you know he'll show up?
He'll be there. Oh, by the way, did you find whether that banker's kid, what's his name?
Ed Winters. And he ain't no kid.
Never mind that. Is he still sweet on the Gentry girl?
Sure. That's what the fight was about. The big fellow almost killed him. He packs a stiff punch.
Good. If everything works out tonight, it'll be one of the last punches he'll ever throw.
And at this same time, Lenny was entering the living room of the Gentry ranch house. As usual, the big man's steps were slow and deliberate, even though he anticipated his employer's angry outburst.
Lenny, what's this I hear about you in a fight this afternoon?
I guess you heard right, Cal.
Well, I don't like it. Barbara tells me you almost broke Ed Winter's neck.
I guess I did hit him a mite too hard.
Why?
Well, the critter started to shine up to Miss Barbara.
And I suppose you didn't approve.
Nope.
Lenny Ed Winters happens to be the son of the man who owns the bank. The bank that holds a mortgage for $10,000 on this ranch. The bank that only 3 days ago took a second mortgage for $5,000. And you beat Ed Winters into a pulp.
You ain't figuring on paying off those mortgages with Barbara, are you, Cal?
No, of course not, but... Oh, what's the use? You wouldn't understand.
Things are breaking kind of tough for you, ain't they, Cal?
Worse than that. Lenny, did you ever hear of a man named Bat Cummings?
Bat Cummings? An outlaw, wasn't he?
I think so. An outlaw killed 2 or 3 sheriffs some years ago. He's a small, misshapen man with a broken nose.
Nope, I don't think I know any Bat Cummings that looks like that.
Well, if you really want to do something for Barbara, and me too, save your strength to manhandle that buzzard if you ever see him.
Is he causing you any trouble, Cal?
Plenty. Oh, but there's nothing you can do. That'll be all, Lenny. I've got some work to do.
Sure. I just want to ask you one thing.
Yes, Lenny, what is it?
In that scrap up in Twin Forks, I lost my locket. Can I go back tonight and look for it?
If it weren't so serious, it'd be funny. I'm worried about losing a ranch, and you're worried about a lost locket. Yes, Lenny, you can go back and look for it. after the evening chores are done.
Thanks, Cal. Thanks a lot.
In the soft half-light of a rising moon, Lenny walked slowly toward the corral where his horse was waiting.
Lenny.
What the...
Come here.
Masked man and an Indian. Who are you?
I thought you'd remember me, Lenny. We've met before.
The Lone Ranger, Tonto.
That's right.
Well, what are you doing here?
Tonto found your locket this afternoon after the fight. And we brought it back to you. Here.
My locket? Oh, thanks.
I knew how much you prized it.
All right, you gents, reach. All of you.
Somebody behind us, Tonto.
They've got us covered.
Right, you big lout. I don't know who your friends are.
I know who you are.
Shut up. I'll plug the first one of you that makes a move.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. In the deep shadows close to the corral on Cal Gentry's ranch, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Lenny are faced with the menacing guns of three outlaws.
Now turn around, slow, all three of you. Get your hands over your shoulders.
And do what they say.
Maybe we jump them up.
Until I give the word.
Hurry it up and cut out that talk. Don't try anything sudden or we'll blaze away.
Look, boss. One of them is masked.
Well, so he is. I reckon the big fella ain't improved his company none.
Why, you dirty
Here
little...
we are.
Well, what do you want?
That's my business. Drop your guns out of your holsters. Slow like.
Come and get them.
All right, Lank. Go on.
Nothing doing, boss. I'm not getting near them.
Well, never mind. Just watch him. You two boys stand guard till I get back. I won't be long. Shoot if they make a sudden move.
We will.
Better not try it.
Mangy sidewinders, they've been blackmailing poor Cal Gentry.
They have? For what?
Oh, it's something he did a long time ago. He didn't even know he was making a mistake.
Those crooks seem to know you.
They do. Dread it.
There ain't nothing needs talking about. You three keep still.
Hey, Lank, the boss is coming back again.
Good.
Didn't take him long. Hey, boss, you get what you went after?
I always get what I go after. Now we get the horses and take these three along with us.
I'll get them.
You. Them your horses?
They don't need going after. They'll come if we call.
Well, then call them.
Yes, Silver?
Come, Scout.
Well, them's prime horses. Maybe we can use them.
Here's our horses. Are we ready to get going now, boss?
Yeah.
Not yet. Now, Tonto, at them, Silver.
Look out! Watch that white one! He's slinging hooks like a wood chopper. Now stop him!
Oh, you don't. Stand back.
Boys, get out of it! Make a break! Take Lenny!
Oh, shoot, Tonto, he's got Lenny.
Hightail it! Get up there!
Don't shoot, they're using Lenny as a shield.
Me see him.
What's the matter?
Steady, Silver, we're not riding yet. Hold it, Tonto.
What was the gunfire? Who were... Masked? An outlaw?
The outlaws just left.
Lenny.
He went with them.
No, I don't believe
Not
it.
from choice. Are you Miss Gentry?
Yes, but
Come on, where's your father?
he was in the living room working.
Take me to him. Where were you?
In the bedroom. Who are you?
No time for that later.
I don't understand.
Where's the living room? Please hurry.
Straight ahead. Dad must have heard the shooting.
Which door?
That one. Dad!
Well, they knocked him out. Here, I'll help you up.
I'm all right. Coming to now.
Here, sit here, Dad. Who did this to you?
Never mind, Barbara. Oh, masked man, who are you?
I don't know who he is, Dad, but I think he's trying to help us.
Lenny, where's he?
The outlaws forced him to ride with them.
Yes, I'm kind of confused.
I'll ride into Twin Forks and get a doctor.
Oh, no, child, I don't need a doctor. But I would like to have something hot to drink. Could you fix it for me?
Of course, Dad, right away. It'll only take a minute.
Excuse me. Maybe that rap on the head affected my eyesight. Seems like I can see an Indian standing over there.
It is an Indian, Mr. Gentry. He's my friend, Tonto.
I don't know your names, either of you.
Names aren't important.
How do you happen to be here in my house?
Well, we rode out here this evening to see Lenny. Tonto found his locket. We were returning it.
Oh, yes, he told me about losing it.
You were robbed, weren't you?
In a way, yes. Blackmail's a better word.
Tonto and I are going to trail those men. Anything you can tell me about them will help.
Well, if you're trailing them, I'm going with you.
You better wait till you feel better. Oh, tell me, Mr. Gentry, how could they blackmail you?
That's something I've never told anybody.
Has it anything to do with Lenny?
Lenny? Of course not. Well, I guess as long as you've dealt yourself in the game, I might as well show you my hand.
What is it?
Well, I'll tell it quick before Barbara gets back.
Is she part of it?
She's everything. To me and to the story. It happened almost 16 years ago this winter. I just built this place. Then my wife died. I was just batching along here all alone, not caring much about anything. Then one night, right in the middle of a rainstorm, there came a knock at the door. Who is it? Why don't you talk plain enough to understand? What do you want?
You Cal Gentry?
Yeah?
I need your help, and I need it bad.
What for?
You know, there's a war between the Nesters and the cattlemen over on the other side of the canyon.
I've heard about it.
They burned down my house over there, killed my wife. Now they're after me.
You want to hold up here, is that it?
No, I'm going south. I can beat them across the border, but I can't take this with me.
What do you mean?
Here, you hold it.
Her? You mean it's a baby?
Yeah.
You can't leave a baby here. I don't know anything about babies.
I've got to leave her someplace. Them cattlemen are on the prowl. They're after us, Nesters.
Well, I don't blame them. I don't want any Nestor's child clutter up my house. Here, take her back.
I can't do it. There's four of us riding south, and we got to travel light.
Oh, wait. At least tell me your name.
Well, it's Cummins. Bad Cummins. But you don't need to hang that handle on that kid. So long. Get up there. Come on, boy. Get up.
A baby. Me with a baby. Now, what in the... No, wait a minute, young man. Don't yell at me. I don't like this any more than you do. And by Jehoshaphat, I'm going to give you to someone else just as doggone soon as I can. But I didn't get rid of her. I couldn't. Little Jigger started making eyes at me right the next day. Then she'd grab hold of my finger and hang on real tight. Kind of grabbed onto my heart, too, I guess. And inside of a month, I was raising her. Even picked out a name for the tyke.
Barbara?
Yeah, might have known you'd figure it out. Yeah, it's Barbara. And it's something I've never told her. She thinks I'm a real pa, that my wife was her mother.
You've never told because of Bet Cummings?
Well, do you blame me? I've heard of the critter several times, and it was always bad. When he left here, he went on the prod for good, killed a couple of sheriffs.
Tell me, what did this man look like? The one who left the baby with you?
Cummings? He's small, kind of twisted-like, and he's got a broken nose.
Yes, I saw him tonight.
This is the third time I've seen him in the last 2 months. He showed up here after all these years and threatened to tell Barbara he was a real pa. I couldn't let her in for news like that, so I paid off.
How much?
$5,000 each time. I mortgaged my place to get the cash. Tonight I was supposed to meet him down by the canyon trail at midnight, but he showed up here early and hit me over the head. Well, now you know everything, stranger.
Just one thing more. What does Lenny have to do with all this?
Lenny? Why, nothing at all. Lenny's just a cowpoke that drifted in here a few years ago. Worked for me ever since. Thinks a lot of Barbara. Tries to protect her all the time.
Yes, I know he does.
Here's some hot tea, Dad. See if it makes you feel any better.
Oh, thank you, child. I'm sure it will.
I think Tonto and I'd better be going. We have some outlaws to trail.
No, wait, don't forget, I'm going with you.
Do you feel strong enough?
Oh, it'll take more than a rap on the noggin to put me out. Get some more of that tea. Yeah, come on, I'm ready.
Where are you going?
After the hombres that are holding Lenny.
I'll go with you.
No, Barbara, I don't
Why not let her come along, Mr. Gentry? We'll keep her out of danger.
Of course I'm coming.
We'll have to hurry. If we don't get started soon, the trail will be too cold for even Tonto to pick up.
All right, come on.
few hours later, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Cal Gentry and Barbara picked their way along the trail that led to the outlaws' canyon hideout. Suddenly, Tonto called a halt.
Trail say, men walk. Maybe better we do same.
Easy, Silver. Yes, I think you're right, Tonto. We'll go ahead on foot.
Shall we go?
No. You and Barbara wait here with the horses. We don't know what we'll find, but if we need you, we'll call. Come on, Tonto.
How much longer are we going to stall around here? Why don't you put a slug through this big hombre and let's get moving?
Yeah. Why don't you do that, Chris? I'm no good to you now, am I?
You're good for me to look at a little while longer, you big ape. To think, after all these years, I find you working on the Gentry Range. It's really going to be a pleasure to beef you.
If you didn't have those guns on me,
You wouldn't do nothing with those hands tied together.
Hey, boss, look there. What is it? An Injun and a masked man coming up the trail.
Frank.
Yeah.
Keep a gun on this hombre. I'll cover the window. Get your rifle, Pete. You can pick him off from the door.
Here.
There they are. Start pumping. What's the matter with you?
They talk.
I can break this window and do more with a 6-gun than you're doing.
Hey, that lead's coming up for close.
Keep shooting. Oh! My hand. Oh!
Put down that rifle. We've got you covered from both sides.
I gotta do it, boss.
Me too.
They're all here, Tonto. There's Lenny. His hands are tied. Help him. Fine bunch of outlaws.
We heard the shooting. What's happened?
Are you hurt?
Why, you want it?
Watch out for girl. Him got gun.
No, you won't.
Gentry. Lenny jumped in front of Barbara and took the bullet.
Lenny.
Keep those men covered, Tonto.
Lenny, is he hurt bad?
Yes. I'm afraid so.
Oh, Lenny.
Locket. My locket. It's for you, Miss Barbara.
He wants you to have his locket, Barbara. Here. Easy, Lenny. I'll take it off. That all right, Lenny?
Your paw, Miss Barbara. Cal's the best paw.
Of course, Lenny, but...
Yes. He's gone. He died before he could tell you.
Tell me what?
I think the answer's inside the locket you're holding in your hand.
Lenny's locket? What?
Open it, Barbara.
3 pictures. A man, a woman, and a baby.
Do you recognize them?
The man... Why, it's Lenny.
The woman's his wife. The baby could be you, Barbara.
Me?
You mean Lenny was Barbara's real father?
I'm sure of it. We'll find out soon enough. You, over there. Tell your story and tell it straight.
Yeah, you're right. The night Bat Cummins' house was fired, I swiped his kid. He thought the kid and the ma were both burned.
And you're not Bat Cummings.
No, that was his handle, the hombre you called Lenny. We were all on the prod together. Then somehow he found out about the kid being with you, so he turned straight and disappeared. I didn't know where he was until I found him working for you.
Poor Lenny. A secret he couldn't tell because he was outside the law.
I don't care what he was. I'm proud of him.
You have reason to be, Miss Barbara.
And I'm proud too, child.
I guess there never was a girl as lucky as I've been to have had 2 fathers all these years.
Guard their prisoners, Tonto. I'm going to Twin Forks and get the sheriff.
Who is that man? The man with the mask.
And that Lone Ranger.
Well, Silver!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Starring Louis Bromfield in Feast from the Harvest, a Thanksgiving play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. On our program tonight, ladies and gentlemen, DuPont presents Louis Bromfield, both as author and as storyteller. His play, Feast from the Harvest, is a story of the land. In Mr. Bromfield's words, a story of the earth, which is the foundation of everything. Louis Bromfield as author and storyteller of Feast from the Harvest on the Cavalcade of America.
This is the story of a family, and of a valley, and of a piece of land, somewhere in the wide, rich expanse of these United States. The story has no hero, no heroine. It's a story about people. It is about the American people, who in the past have been, and in the future must be, everything this country is and can be. The story happens on Thanksgiving night, where the people of the valley, young, old, and middle-aged, are gathered together in the assembly rooms of the Valley Church to celebrate the richness of the harvest that is to feed us all, ourselves, our allies, and perhaps a little later, the starving women and children of our enemies. It is a tale of the land and of fertility, without which all else, even civilization itself, wavers, sickens, and dies. It is the story of the earth, which is the foundation of everything.
Doing balance all round and round and all. Make those lads in large colors, some gals jingle, some gals holler. Don't hang forward, all balance louder, don't you fall. Woo! Take to your Now, folks, there's scalloped oysters and pumpkin pie and cider for everybody over in the church kitchen. Wait a minute. Now, it's Thanksgiving, folks, and before we fall on the food, the Reverend Simpson's got a few words to say. Just a few words of Thanksgiving for all the plenty we got here in the valley. Plenty like nobody else on this earth has got. Yeah, come on up here on the platform, Reverend. All right, now. Quiet, everybody. Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we thank Thee for all the plenty, the peace, the beauty we have here in our valley, for the wide fields of corn and the fat cattle, the fruit that comes with the rich harvest season. And, Lord, we ask a blessing upon the boys who are leaving the valley to fight to preserve our liberties. Upon Sidney Wells and Johnny Wells and Hilbert Noyes, and upon Henry Drake from Tennessee, who is visiting us and going away tomorrow. Bless them all, O Lord, and bring them back as you brought back their fathers and grandfathers from other wars. We thank Thee, O Lord, and implore Thy blessing. Amen. That was mighty fine, Reverend. Thank you, sir. All right, now, folks, the grand march to supper. Get your partners. Here we go.
That was nice of the preacher to ask a special blessing for you, Henry.
I sure appreciate it. And everybody's mighty nice to strangers up here.
We'd better go and eat.
I don't want to eat right now. I'm not very hungry. Can you wait?
Sure, I can wait. What's the matter with you tonight, Henry?
Oh, it's such a pretty night. Moonlight and all. Seems a shame to waste it inside. It's a mighty pretty night.
Well, what do you want to do?
How about going outside for a little while? It's not cold. Your coat's right there on the wall. I'll get it.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter, Mary? Aren't you and Henry hungry?
Oh, we're just waiting until the others get served.
Here's your coat, Mary.
Oh, you're going sparking, eh? Well, ain't no reason why a young soldier shouldn't go sparking with a pretty girl like Mary. There's been a lot of sparking right here in the Valley churchyard.
Oh, leave us alone, pal.
You know, that's where I got my wife, just outside there. Now, take good care of her, young man.
You bet I will.
She's a mighty pretty girl. Good luck.
Come on, Mary.
Wish Cal had let us alone.
Oh, he didn't mean anything. Just meant kind like.
Isn't it beautiful? I don't guess there's any place in the world more beautiful than our valley.
Sure is. Better take my arm.
All right.
Where are we going?
Just over there under the cedar trees. There's an old bench there.
In the graveyard. Aren't you afraid?
What's there to be afraid of? All my family's in there. My grandfather and my great-grandparents, and way back beyond that. Way back to the time of the Indians.
That's so.
Oh, look at the white mist down along the creek. Like new clean wool. You know, sometimes on a night like this, I imagine them coming into the valley for the first time. Long ago. The first settlers coming up the valley down there where the mist is.
Don't it scare you?
No, Henry.
Oh, there's an owl. Down in my country, they say you better turn your shoe over tonight or you'll have bad luck.
Silly.
You know, you're a funny girl. But I kind of like you. Even if you aren't afraid of ghosts. Mary.
What, Henry? What? Cat got your tongue?
Hear that train down there?
Yes.
I'm going away to the army tomorrow.
Yes, I know that, Henry.
Sure you're warm enough? Maybe you better snuggle up a bit.
Sure, Henry.
Mary.
Yes, what is it, Henry? What do you want to say?
What was your first kinfolk in the valley called?
First kinfolk? Their names were Jonathan and Mariah Ferguson. They're buried right over there. Those two tombstones that are covered with ivy and kind of crumbling.
Jonathan, Mariah.
Mm-hmm.
Funny names like you don't hear anymore.
They had a little girl called Sapphira. She was my great-great-grandmother. She's lying over there under the weeping willow.
Funny how people go on getting married over and over since the beginning of everything.
Sometimes on nights like this, I think I can hear the sound of wagon wheels and voices calling out way down there in the valley. Sometimes I think people don't die at all, that their spirit just goes on forever.
You think they're still down there in the mist?
Yes, in a way. They're everywhere here in the valley. They help to make the valley. Listen, the foxes are barking up on the ridge. They begin barking about this time of year. The mating season. Listen. The earliest settlers must have heard them, too, when they first came into the valley. I wonder what it was like then. What they were like, those first settlers.
A boy and a girl, looking down into the mists of the valley, where long ago the first wagon train of settlers moved into the richest country on earth. So came the family of Jonathan and Mariah Ferguson out of the east. Listen. You can hear the singing of Solomon, the Negro who rode with them, a freedman coming into the new wilderness. Beneath the wagon swing crates of live ducks and chickens, and behind them follow two cows, a young bull and a pair of goats. In one wagon rides a woman. She is nursing a baby. Another child, a boy of 6, rides at the back of the wagon, peering out. He is watching for birds and deer and chipmunks. as the wagons move along the tunnel of green, dappled with the sunlight of the warm, kind months of June. A man and a boy guide the teams of oxen with long poles. One is a hired man called Ezra Pulsifer, and the boy, 15 years old, is called Ezekiel. These are good people, strong people, religious people. What you see is something out of the Old Testament. The story is as old as Moses, as old as time itself. This is the beginning of America. Listen. You can hear the man and boy with the long poles calling out to the faithful beasts which have drawn the wagons for long weeks over the trail.
Hi, Buck. Hi, Barry. Go easy, boys.
Hello there. Up now. Hey.
And the voice of the woman on the seat of the high wagon, singing an old song to the child at her breast. You can see a little girl, dark-haired, gypsy-eyed, running along beside the wagon in her long skirt. She carries a bright feather in her hand and a little bag made of cotton cloth. She has walked beside the wagon all the way from Maryland because this new world is a wonderful place, filled with wonderful things.
Wait, Ezekiel. Stop the wagon and let the fire come up.
Hold up. Hold there. Hold up there. Hold up now. It's fire. I'll give you a boost up.
Here, give me your hand.
Oh, look, Mammy. Look at the feather I found. What is it?
Oh, it's an eagle feather. A feather from the golden eagle. What have you got in your bag?
Oh, lots of things, Mammy. Look, a stone. It shines like a diamond.
It's quartz.
And a sharp stone. I found it at the creek. And look, I cut my finger on it.
That's an arrowhead. The Indians make them.
Will we meet any Indians, Mammy?
Perhaps. I hope not.
When can Pappy and I catch some more fish?
You'll have to ask your father. Perhaps that's the next stream.
Are Indians terrible, Mammy? Do they scalp and burn up people?
Oh, you mustn't think about such things, Sapphira. Hush now. Let the baby sleep.
And up ahead on a mare called Belle rides the father. His name is Jonathan Ferguson, and he looks Scotch like his name, with black curly hair and blue eyes. He is a big man, a strong man, a tough man who has fought Indians and the border people. He rides easily, a musket slung across the saddle, a knife and a tomahawk at his belt. He is no green traveler. He knows these hills and forests and marshes and streams. It is a rich country of green valleys and of hills, piled up by the great glaciers 200,000 years ago. Now look, the trail crosses the crest of a hill, and down below, in the misty light of the early morning, spreads a winding, clear stream, flashing with fish, and bordered by green marshes where the wild ducks fly up at the distant sound of the chalking wagon wheels. At the crest of the hill, Jonathan Ferguson pulls up the mare and raises his hand as a signal for the caravan to halt. He is thinking. Perhaps if you listen hard enough, you can hear his thoughts.
What a country. What a beautiful country. You can see by the trees how rich it is. Makes a man believe in God. Mariah, look, there it is.
What, Jonathan?
Our place, where we're going to settle. There in the notch between the hills by the river.
Oh, Jonathan.
Our spring's just beyond it. It's our new world. All ours, Mariah, for the taking. Come on, boys. We'll make it by evening.
Hi, Buck. Hi, Ben. Come on, John. Come on, Buck. Sit, Buck.
The little girl ran beside the wagon with my great-great-grandmother Sapphira. The Indians murdered one of her brothers. He's buried over there near his father and mother. And the oldest one, Ezekiel, who was driving the oxen, he died at New Orleans fighting with Andrew Jackson. The little girl Sapphira built the old part of our house about where my room is.
It's nice to know so far back about your kinfolk.
Oh, it's easy here in the valley. Sometimes I feel like they're all around us, like they weren't dead at all. And over there is my great-grandfather John. He was Sapphira's son. He died fighting at Antietam.
I had a great-grandpappy in that battle. He was on the other side.
Oh. And over way off is Uncle Benjamin. He was a senator. His brother William's nearing. He was a colonel in the war against the Spanish. They had another brother called Edward. He got to be president of a big bank down New York. I don't know much about him. He left Dad some money to buy another farm. He isn't buried here, though. He's in New York someplace.
Mary is right. They are all there, about her, unseen in the moonlight and the misty valley. Jonathan and Maria, Sapphira and Sapphira's son John, who died at Antietam, and Benjamin the senator, and Edward the banker. They are all there because they are a part of the valley itself, like the trees and the fields and the houses. They are a part of America. They are not dead so long as America lives. They can never die. They are all there watching Mary and Henry on the moss-covered old bench in the churchyard. If you listen carefully, you can hear them. You can hear Jonathan speaking, and Sapphira, and Benjamin, and all the others, there in the moonlight and the mist. Listen. Jonathan is speaking. Jonathan the hunter, the first one to come into the valley.
Is that you, Sapphira?
Yes, Pappy.
Look, Maria. That's little Mary over there on the bench with her young man. You know, Maria, little Mary, Elmer Payne's little girl.
He's a mighty nice-looking young man, Jonathan, but awful tongue-tied, like you were that evening back in the orchard in Frederickstown. Remember, Jonathan, the evening Thomas Jefferson came to Frederickstown to make his speech?
Sure, I remember.
Oh, here comes my boy, John. Hello, John.
Hello, Ma. Say, our Mary's turned out to be a mighty pretty young girl. Funny. I proposed to Hester on that same bench before I went off to Antietam.
Oh, here comes Benjamin, the senator. Good evening, Ben.
Good evening, all. How do you do? My brother Ed, the banker, is coming, too. All the way from New York. Here he is now. Hello, Ed. Good evening, kinfolk.
You've come a long way.
I heard something important was happening. I heard the family was about to grow.
Yes, they're over there on the bench. See? He can't quite get to the point. She's too shy to help him. She's been telling him all about us. Maybe he needs a push.
You were never shy, Sapphira. Not where young men were concerned. Get behind me. Give him courage.
Don't you worry, Sapphira. He'll get to the point. He'll ask her. I see it all spread out ahead just as if it was the past. They'll get married, maybe tomorrow, before he goes away. And he'll come back from the war all right, and they'll have 4 children. He's going to be a great engineer, do great things for his country. And he'll take Mary away from the valley. And in the end, they'll both come back to the valley to sleep with us.
You always knew everything, Maria. You always did.
I'm always glad when somebody in the family gets married, or is born, or dies. It brings us all together again. Where are you going, Sapphira?
Oh, don't call out like that. You might frighten them. I'm just going to give Mary's young man the push he needs.
Don't meddle, Sapphira.
No, Jonathan. Let her go.
Funny where that wind has come from suddenly, on a still night like this. Out of nowhere.
It's just blowing here all about us. Look over there. The trees aren't moving.
Better lean a little closer. I'm afraid of you getting cold. There. That's better. Now, if you put your head on my shoulder, you'll be good and comfortable.
That is nice, Henry.
Mary, I love you. I love you, Mary. Aren't you going to say anything?
I can't, Henry. But I love you, too.
Will you marry me?
Yes, Henry.
Funny how it's hard to say things like that. I just felt as if somebody had given me a push from behind.
It's been a lovely Thanksgiving day. I guess we're pretty lucky.
We're lucky, all right.
There's only one thing could make me luckier.
What, Henry?
If you'd marry me tomorrow. Before I go away.
It's awful quick. I'd have to think.
But it don't matter, Mary, if we love each other, how quick it is.
All right, Henry. Tomorrow, then. Funny. It was just as if somebody pushed me then. Oh, they're through supper. Maybe we'd better go in.
Oh, no. Not yet, Mary. It's so nice here. Just the way we are.
Mary! Oh. Mary Payne! Mary!
Yes, Cal?
You better get in here. They're giving away the prizes. Praise the Lord, we're on a mighty mission. Praise the Lord, that's ammunition, and we'll all stand free. Now the prizes. Given by the Centerville News for those in Pleasant Valley who have done most toward raising food for the war effort. To Henry Harris, 1 war bond for the biggest yield per acre of soybeans. To Herman Nussbaum, 1 war bond for the best acre of truck garden. Here you are, Herman. To Maria Poldinsky, 1 war bond for the finest exhibit of home canned goods. Good for you, Maria. To Homer Beery, 1 war bond for the best yield on 1 acre of corn. 102 bushels. Great production, Homer. And finally, to Mary Payne, 1 war bond for raising with her own hands the finest steer in Pleasant Valley. And I just heard that Mary's got something else to tell us. Well, go ahead, Mary, and tell him. Well, go on, tell him. What's the matter? What are you scared of? You ain't ashamed, are you? Hey, back there. Close that door before we get blown out of here. All right, now tell him, Mary. Go on.
All right. Henry and I are being married tomorrow, and we want you all to come to the wedding.
Good. All right, I'll tell him for you. Mary and Henry are getting married tomorrow. And they want you all to come to the wedding. And now, before going home, we'll all join the choir in singing a good night hymn. All right, Ed, let it go.
This is our America, the rich, abundant America of yesterday and today and tomorrow. The America which will win this war and go on as a great nation, believing forever in the power and the rights of the people. An America made up of Mary Paynes and Henry Drakes and Maria Poldinsky's and Herman Nussbaums and all the others. The people loved by Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln. It is a great tradition, the greatest tradition the world has ever known since the beginning of time. Living in it, we can only go forward to victory. And on this cruel day, on earth is not
Thank you, Louis Bromfield. As never before, Americans may offer thanksgiving for the harvest this year. Our American farmers have had to call on their wives and youngsters to help in the fields. They have worked with fewer and fewer hired hands. They have worked their land facing shortages in farm machinery, in transportation, just when machines and transportation were needed most. Under hard conditions without precedent, our farmers have had to produce food not only for us, not only for the millions of men in the services, but also for our allies. Somehow, working day and night, they have done the job, done the impossible. The harvest is in, the greatest harvest in our country's history. We may well bow our heads and give thanks this Thanksgiving Day. Farmers are also growing farm crops for industry, which industry is turning into products essential to the war effort. You may not fully appreciate this new increasing outlet for agricultural products. To carry at one time all of the products from farm and forest purchased by the DuPont Company alone in one pre-war year would require a line of 50,000 giant 5-ton trucks rolling bumper to bumper over 236 miles of highway. That is approximately the distance from Washington, D.C. to New York City. Today, there would be far more loads than that, and DuPont represents only one unit of America's industrial chemistry. Wood pulp and cotton linters, the fuzz that stays on cottonseed after the fibers are removed, are the sources of cellulose for the chemist. Cellulose goes into explosives, but it's also the source of cellophane, of rayon, of motion picture and X-ray film, of plastics and many other chemical products. Corn is another product of agriculture that is used by the chemist in making commercial dynamite, a basic product as essential to agriculture, mining, and construction as smokeless powder is to war. Flaxseed and cottonseed reach the chemist as vegetable oils, used in the manufacture of paints, varnishes, enamels, and lacquers, in making soap and many other industrial and household products. Industrial chemistry buys quantities of vegetable oils. Peanut oil is another one, used primarily by food chemists. This year, farmers have more than doubled their acreage planted to peanuts, from 2 million acres to more than 4. And today, every American farmer knows the soybean. America's 1942 soybean crop is estimated at more than 200 million bushels, which means something like 2 billion pounds of soybean oil. Through chemistry, soybeans become paint and varnish, medicines, glycerin, soaps, linoleum, adhesives, paper coatings, glue, plastics, and also food, salad oil, cooking oil, vegetable shortening, and even ice cream. From molasses and grain, DuPont makes industrial alcohol. Also from molasses and grain, DuPont obtains carbon dioxide, essential in the manufacture of dry ice to safeguard foodstuffs. From the same farm products comes the lactic acid used in the tanning of leather and other industrial applications. This partnership between American agriculture and American industry, especially the chemical industry, is working night and day to win the war and win it fast. These farm crops used by industry will, when peace is won again, serve more and more people as better things for better living through chemistry. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Cavalcade will be privileged to present for the first time ever on the air a dramatization of the life and work of the celebrated Australian nurse, Sister Elizabeth Kenny, whose treatment for infantile paralysis has brought her world recognition. Miss Madeline Carroll will be our star and will portray Sister Kenny. Be sure to be with us next Monday when Cavalcade presents a dramatization of the life and work of Sister Elizabeth Kenny, who will appear on our program speaking from Minneapolis, where she is now engaged in training nurses in her method of treatment. On tonight's broadcast, James McCallion played the boy, Cherita Bauer, the girl. The orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont. This program has come to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1, single, very low, scene, 4, Grace 9, overhead, east.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft!
Eyes Aloft! The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this series of programs honoring the 150,000 volunteer civilian observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific Coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft! Night and day will help protect the USA.
Ken Carpenter speaking. Tonight, the 15th edition of Eyes Aloft, a special program. This evening, we devote our entire broadcast to the telling of a truly great American story. The story of the Santa Maria Idea. Many of the Santa Maria, California townspeople have made the trek to Hollywood to be present or participate in this program tonight. And now, may I present your Eyes Aloft narrator, Gain Whitman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This summer, 2 Santa Maria Valley civilian organizations both found themselves facing problems. One was the Santa Maria branch of the Aircraft Warning Service. A warm western summer's night, 21 miles out of Santa Maria, after the main road has been climbing up from the valley, a roughy dirt road branches off through the sagebrush. The dirt road then winds for a mile up sagebrush-covered Cat Canyon in the oil country. Where the road ends at a clump of pepper and eucalyptus trees at the head of Cat Canyon is a tiny corrugated iron shack, an observation post. A full August moon silhouettes the oil derricks, which stand sentinel on the barren hills around. Occasionally, a coyote bays at the moon. 2 observers, 2 men, sit on the step and talk.
Yes, sir. This will be my last night on watch here.
A lot of folks are dropping out.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody wants to give up.
Of course not.
I'd like to keep on. This is a good thing.
Your tires are shot, huh?
Yeah. Tube's about to come through the fabric on my left rear.
Well, I got about 6,000 left in 3 of my tires. The other one isn't so hot.
How's your spare?
No spare.
Oh. Well, how are you going to keep coming up here?
I'm not. Much longer. Say, what's going to happen if observers can't keep driving to these posts?
I don't know.
This aircraft warning service is pretty vital to the Army, I guess.
Well, I guess it's pretty vital to the whole country.
Well, the Army better do something about transportation for observers or... Wait a minute. Listen.
Coyote?
Oh, plane, I think.
Oh, yeah. Plane. Coming from the... Oh, look. You can see it.
Yeah.
Sure shines silver in the moonlight tonight, huh?
Yeah. What if it didn't shine? What if it were black?
Black?
Jap Zeros are painted black.
Yeah.
And what if we or somebody weren't here to report it some night? A Jap invader.
Well, a man can't walk 22 miles to this post.
Yeah. I'll report the plane.
What if that were a Jap Zero? And nobody had tires. Nobody were here to report it. Gosh.
All over the Pacific coast, tires of loyal observers were running smooth. In Santa Maria, Area Supervisor Roy Linman found observers dropping out in groups against their wishes. They had no transportation. There were 4 observation posts in Roy Linman's area. He knew they had to be kept in operation. The Army, having already sensed the general problem, was preparing to offer auto contracts. But wait. A moment ago, we said that 2 Santa Maria Valley civilian organizations faced a problem. The Santa Maria Valley Red Cross Motor Corps faced a very demoralizing problem. Now, that same summer evening, at the home of Mrs. Ed Adams, then the captain of the motor corps. The Adamses were sitting out on their front porch for a breath of cool air. Ed was kidding his wife. Looks to me as if you girls are sort of like the fellow who got all dressed up and had no place to go.
A motor corps is an emergency unit, Ed.
You mean you have to sit back and wait for a flood or a tornado or the Japs to drop a bomb on us before you can do anything?
No, the motor corps is doing certain things now.
Like what?
Well, we transport food to needy families.
Gee, Edna, you're captain of the outfit, and you don't actually have anything for your girls to do, do you?
No, Ed, and I'm worried about it.
People have to be doing things to keep their interest up.
It was different when we were all busy taking our training.
Oh, sure, the advanced first aid training.
And then later, when they were taking their 20-hour motor mechanics course.
The ladies were coming home looking like grease monkeys. Gosh, Edna, I don't know.
Don't know what?
I've never seen you so interested in anything before.
I love this motor corps work, Ed.
Well, Edna, I'm not trying to give advice, but your motor corps is all trained now. It's raring to go. But it has to have some worthwhile service to perform, or...
Well, several of the ladies and I have talked about the problem, but what can we do? What can the motor corps do? What can the Red Cross Motor Corps do here? We're ready, you know. What about it, Ed?
Search me.
If there was just something we could do. Something.
Yes, two Santa Maria Valley civilian organizations, each with an immediate problem. They were both destined for possible failure. One August morning, in the office of Roy Lindman, the area supervisor, things were looking darker than usual. Roy's secretary, Mrs. Marion Hardy, was getting out letters to observers.
I'm almost afraid to answer that doggone phone this time.
Want me to stop typing, Roy?
Well, I never can hear over your racket, Marion. What if this is another downhearted, cheap observer who... Hello?
Roy Lindman?
Yeah?
Alex Strockett.
How are you, Alec?
I'm terrible. 3 of my best observers up at Fox and Canyon Post just had to quit.
Oh, my gosh. Tires?
I know tires. They can't get there. I can't seem to line up enough observers to keep my post covered. Some of them are working 6 and 8 hour shifts now. What will I do, Roy?
Honest, Alec, I don't know. Hold on to those you've got. I've heard something about the Army trying to work out some deal where they're going to let contracts for cars to haul observers.
Well, the Army better do something. But the aircraft one in service is going to be a dead dog.
Well, I'll check, Alec. I'll get in touch with you as soon as I have some information.
Okay, Roy. But you better get busy if we're going to hold together. I'll talk to you later.
So long, Alec. Oh, gosh.
More trouble?
Alex Stratton, Fox and Canyon Assistant Chief Observer. 3 of his observers had to quit.
I was just thinking, Roy.
And Mrs. Michael says 9 of her Cat Canyon observers have dropped out.
Roy, I have an idea.
What, Marion?
Well, I understand the local Red Cross Motor Corps is in a sort of a spot.
Well, let the Motor Corps take care of its own
I
worries.
mean, they're on a spot because they're all organized, have their training and their uniforms, and nothing really vital to keep them busy. Now, I just thought that the Red Cross might be willing to transport our observers to the post.
Marion!
If they'd be willing
Marion Hardy, you are terrific.
What?
Why, you've just had a brainstorm. The Red Cross Motor Corps haul the Army civilian volunteers to the post. Say, I got to call the Red Cross chairman, Ray Hoy.
Why don't you call Ethel May Dorsey?
Ethel May Dorsey? Why?
Well, because Mrs. Dorsey is director of the Red Cross Volunteer Special Services.
Okay, I'll talk to Mrs. Dorsey.
Shall I get her on the phone?
No, I'll get her. Marion Hardy, you've just had a terrific idea.
Hope it works.
Operator, connect me with a Harry Dorsey resident.
Oh, I'll never get the breakfast dishes done this morning. Hello.
Mrs. Dorsey?
No, this is the housekeeper. Mrs. Dorsey is outside trying to work in the garden if the phone would leave her alone.
I'm sorry to bother, but tell her it's Roy Lindman.
Yes, Mr. Lindman, just a minute. Mrs. Dorsey?
Yes?
Telephone again.
Oh, dear. Well, tell them I'll try
It's Mr. Lindman. He says it's important.
All right. Coming.
Hello.
Mrs. Dorsey?
This is the housekeeper I told you once.
But I want to talk to Mrs. Dorsey.
Well, keep your shirt on. She's coming. In fact, she's here.
Here, I'll take it, Mrs. Porterfield.
Saturday mornings, madhouse.
Hello, Mr. Lindman.
Mrs.
I'm
Dorsey.
sorry to keep you waiting. I was working in my garden.
Mrs. Dorsey, my secretary just had a great idea.
Yes?
I hear the Red Cross Motor Corps wants a job.
A job? I'll say it does.
Do you think they'd take over the service of carrying observers to the post?
You mean the ground observers who go to those posts?
Yeah, that's it. We're in a jam. Our observers have just about used up their rubber. A lot of them are having to quit.
Now, if the Red Cross Motor Corps could help the Army by getting our observers to the post, why, everything...
But we don't own a car. I mean, the chapter doesn't own its own car. We just have our own machine.
Yes, I know, but...
We'd all be willing to help, but in no time our tires would be gone, and then you'd be back in the same situation. I wonder
Mrs.
if...
Dorsey, will you let me talk a minute?
I'm sorry. I'm just so excited about the idea. It's wonderful.
Mrs. Dorsey, I think the Red Cross can get a requisition for a car for this work, and the Army will pay your mileage.
Really wonderful.
I'll call Percy Heckendoff in Santa Barbara.
What's the district attorney got to do with this?
Percy is the Aircraft Warning Service County Director. Percy may have some last-minute word from the Army.
Well, be sure and let me know, Mr. Lindman.
I'll call you back by and by.
Well, in the meantime, I'll call the executive secretary over at the chapter.
You mean Fred Howe?
Yes. I'll find out what he thinks about it. Oh, this is wonderful.
I'm glad you're enthused, Mrs. Dorsey. Talk to you later. Bye.
Goodbye. Oh, Mrs. Porterfield, I'm so thrilled.
Well, so am I. I'm finally getting these breakfast dishes washed.
Now, I've got to telephone Fred Howe and see what he thinks.
Number, please.
210, please, operator.
210.
Busy. Oh, heavens. I know. I'll dress and go right over to the Red Cross office. Saturday morning, everybody should be there. Yes, I'll go right on.
It was a good idea to have the Red Cross Motor Corps drive the observers to the various posts in the area, if it could be worked out. The Red Cross has its very strict national policies under which every chapter must operate. Anyway, dynamic Mrs. Harry Dorsey arrived a few minutes later at the Santa Maria Valley Red Cross chapter.
All right, go on to the other side. Oh, well. Good morning, Mrs. Dorsey.
Morning, Mrs. Penfield. My, the office is busy this morning.
Yes, we've really been hurrying.
Is Fred Howe in his office?
I think so.
Is he busy with anyone?
No, why don't you go right on in?
I will. Mr. Howe?
Come in, Mrs. Dorsey.
Oh, I've got wonderful news.
Gee, I thought Saturday was your day off from the office here.
Listen, Mr. Howe, Roy Lindman just telephoned me. You know how worried we've been about keeping up the morale of the Motor Corps.
Yeah?
Well, I think they've got a job, a real job.
Oh, doing what?
Hauling observers to the 4 observation posts.
Oh, so they're having transportation problems, eh? Oh, but wait, Mrs. Dorsey. Where are we going to get the cars for a job like that?
Well, Roy Lindman thinks the Army's going to start issuing contracts for cars to haul observers.
Well, the Red Cross would have to be remunerated for a task like that.
Well, I suppose the Motor Corps would get mileage and a priority for tires, and what do you think, Mr. Howe?
Well, I personally think the Red Cross should take on the service, especially since the request comes from the military. After all, the Red Cross is the connecting link between the military and the civilian. But there's a question in my mind, Mrs. Dorsey.
What's that?
Is our chapter legally able to enter into a contract which is such a business undertaking?
Well, I wouldn't know about that.
I think this is something I ought to talk over with our chairman.
Well, is Mr. Hoy in this morning?
Yes, he was in at 8 this morning. I'll put the proposition up to him. I'll telephone you later.
Fine. Then I'll go right on home and wait to hear. Oh, I do hope we can put this over. It'll mean so much to all of us.
But in the meantime, that Saturday morning, Roy Lindman, the Aircraft Warning Service Area Supervisor, had called District Attorney County Director Percy Heckendoff in Santa Barbara. Heckendoff considered the matter, told Lindman on the phone...
Well, Roy, I can see no legal reason why the Santa Maria chapter shouldn't go ahead and serve the Army.
Wonderful, Perce. I was praying you'd say that.
Matter of fact, I think it's a swell idea.
Yeah, so do I.
I think the Red Cross chapter and the Motor Corps should perform any service that's important to the community and national protection.
I'm going right over to the Red Cross and talk to Ray Hoy and Fred Howe.
Good.
And you have definite word the Army is going ahead with those order contracts?
Yes, I talked to Captain Smith in Los Angeles last night. It's all set. Lieutenant Pillsbury will be in Santa Maria tomorrow for an 11 o'clock meeting with you fellas at the inn. You better have your Red Cross executive board there on hand.
You bet I will. And thanks for the information, Perce. See you soon. So long. Say, we'll put this thing over yet. You're darn tootin'.
The following morning, Sunday, the Army representatives arrived in Santa Maria. At the famous Santa Maria Inn, a meeting was held at 11 o'clock. Roy Lindman had the Red Cross executive board present. Lieutenant Evans Pillsbury conducted the meeting.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy that your Red Cross chapter will take over the responsibility of transporting our observers. I don't have to impress upon you the importance of staffing the post 24 hours a day.
I think we understand, Lieutenant.
We're certainly glad to have the opportunity to put our Motor Corps to a real test.
And we're fortunate, Lieutenant, in having Ray Hoy here as chairman of the Santa Maria Valley Red Cross.
Oh?
Yeah, Mr. Hoy has been one of my observers out at the Cat Canyon post.
Yes, and my tires are just about to the point where I have to reserve the last bit of rubber on them for emergencies.
Well, didn't you tell me that that's a 44-mile round trip up to Cat Canyon, Mr. Hoy?
44 miles, Mr. Howe. Right. Say, incidentally, we better figure out how many miles the motor corps will have to drive a month. You know, Lieutenant?
I think Roy Lindman has that figured out quite accurately. Roy, will you report?
Yeah. Let me get my papers out.
I suppose we'll have to buy a second-hand car.
I think a second-hand car will be very adequate, Mrs. Dorsey. Nothing fancy, just good transportation.
Here we are.
Now, let's have the figures, Roy.
Well, there are 4 posts in operation to which observers will have to be transported 24 hours a day and night. I figured all the distances, and conservatively, the motor corps will have to drive, well, hold your breath, folks.
Well, how much, Roy?
10,000 miles a month.
What? 10,000?
You're taking on a real job, people.
Why, that's 120,000 miles a year.
Hey, we'll need a brand new car.
Oh, but how can we get a new car?
The Army will assist you in obtaining any model you want. Except, of course, such models that have been frozen by the government.
Well, then I'll call a full board meeting of all the officers and directors of the chapter for tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I'm sure everyone will agree the project should be undertaken by the chapter.
Good. Now I'll go over the details of the contract you'll have to present to your board to approve and sign. First, Motor Corps agrees to do all driving. Second, you'll be guaranteed necessary recaps for tires. Third, the Army agrees to pay the Red Cross captain. Following Monday morning, the full board of officers and directors of the Santa Maria Valley Red Cross chapter met and approved the Army contract, approved the purchase of a new car, approved all details. Tuesday, Mr. Hoy, Mrs. Dorsey, and Mrs. Ed Adams, who was then captain of the Motor Corps, had all the Motor Corps members present at a luncheon. They opened the meeting with a pledge of allegiance to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, I thought we might have a surprise for you today, but I should have known that you can't keep the secret away from the ladies. You all seem to know already that you have a job on your hands, that you're going to work for the military. And you all seem mighty happy about it.
I think it's wonderful.
But I do have 2 nice little surprises for you. I just received word myself. I haven't even told Mrs. Dorsey here, or your able captain, Edna Adams.
What's that, Mr. Hoy?
Well, the OPA just telegraphed the chapter a priority number so we can buy the new car.
Isn't that
Yeah, Fred Howe and myself went ahead and selected an available new car. We hope you'll agree with our choice.
Of what kind?
Captain Adams, can all your members handle a Fleetline 2-door Chevrolet sedan?
Oh, indeed they can. I think that's a wonderful choice. What do you ladies think?
Oh, that's grand.
Wonderful.
Okay, fine. Now you have the car. We leave the rest up to your captain. How she organizes the routes, the various driving ships, who among you is to service the car, well, that's up to Captain Adams. And let me say this. I know you ladies of the Santa Maria Valley Red Cross Motor Corps are going to do an efficient job for the Army and the Aircraft Warning Service. I congratulate you all.
The captain of the Motor Corps, Edna Adams, went to work at once.
Schedules were assigned. A central place to store the car was arranged for.
Motor Corps members were appointed to service the car.
And on the morning of September 16th at 5 minutes to 5 a.m., the first load of observers were dropped off at the Cat Canyon post by the Red Cross Motor Corps.
Cat Canyon post, all out.
Hey, this is really something. You'll pick us up at 11?
We'll be here on the dot.
Hey, this the new car they're hauling us around in?
Yeah, morning, Ned. How'd the shift go last night?
Good. Reported 3 planes. Say, this car is swell.
Hop in, Ned. I have to get you back to town and turn over the car so the next driver can get an observer out to Fox and Canyon by 6. Hop in.
By golly, this is great, girls.
See you later, Ned.
Okay. Oh, say, I left the heater on for you.
Oh, thanks.
Close the door, Ned. We have to keep moving.
Okay, Lieutenant. Well, boy, this mighty swell transportation for us.
Wonderful.
You know something, Lieutenant?
What's that, Ned?
I was really up against it. You Motor Corps gals hadn't started doing this. Well,
I wouldn't have been able to keep on as an observer up here.
Tire trouble?
Tire trouble? Say, my brother had to drive me up here last night in his car. I haven't got any more tires. I just had to put my car up for the duration.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, I'll get around town okay. Now that you Red Cross Motor Corps gals have taken this up, well, all of us observers will be able to keep our regular watches at the posts. You women are certainly to be congratulated.
You know something, Ned?
What's that, Lieutenant?
Well, we're all kind of proud of ourselves. It's good to have something important to be doing. I guess if we all fight a little, America will win this war yet.
Industry, initiative, imagination, the wholehearted desire to serve their community and their nation. That is the spirit of the Santa Maria Valley Red Cross Motor Corps. 35 men and women keeping them rolling 24 hours a day so that other civilian volunteers may be on guard to scan the skies for the possible approach of enemy planes. Yes, that is the true spirit of Santa Maria.
In a few moments, we want you to meet several of the Santa Maria Red Cross members in person who have come here to this broadcast tonight. But before that, here's Gordon Jenkins and the Sportsman in the flash version of the Army novelty song, This is the Army, Mr. Jones.
This is the Army, Mr. Jones. No private rooms or telephones. You had your breakfast in bed before, but you won't have it there anymore. A bunch of frightened rookies were listening filled with awe. They listened while a sergeant was laying down the law. They stood there at attention, their faces turning red. The sergeant looked them over, and this is what he said. Oh, this is the Army, Mr. Jones. No private rooms or telephones. You had your breakfast in bed before, but you won't have it there anymore. This is the Army, Mr. Green. We like the barracks nice and clean. You had a housemaid to clean your floor, but she won't help you out anymore. Do what the buglers command. They're in the Army and not in a band. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. You and your baby went to town. She had you worried, but this is war, and she won't worry you anymore. You're in the Army now, never go.
Here now, we want you to meet in person some of the diligent workers, the people who put into force and action the Santa Maria idea. Ken Carpenter, will you take over?
Glad to, Gang. Well, first, I want you to meet Roy Lindman, the Santa Maria Area Supervisor for the Aircraft Warning Service. Roy, how are things going up in your territory now that the Red Cross solved your transportation headaches?
I don't have any more headaches, Ken. Everything is running smooth as a die. And we have a whole new bunch of observers to help out the old standbys now that the Red Cross Motor Corps is on the job. I'm satisfied. And I say thanks.
And thanks to you, Roy Lindman. The Army tells me you've done a consistently excellent job up in your area. Now, Mrs. Harry C. Dorsey, would you step up to our microphone, please?
Yes, Mr. Carpenter.
Now, you're chairman of the Volunteer Special Services of the Santa Maria Red Cross chapter, aren't you, Mrs. Dorsey?
Yes, and I'm especially proud of the work our Motor Corps is doing. I think now that the story has been told over the radio tonight, it may suggest to other communities to do the same.
Well, I think other towns and communities would do well to follow the Santa Maria idea.
Well, if any other Red Cross chapter on the coast is interested and would like to write us and ask questions about problems of organization and such, they are welcome to do so.
That's a generous offer. Whom will they address?
Just address the Red Cross chapter, Santa Maria, California.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Dorsey. And now this lady in the handsome uniform of the Red Cross Motor Corps. You're Mrs. Ed Adams, who originally organized the Santa Maria Motor Corps?
Yes, I organized the group. I saw them through their initial training.
Well, but I understand that you aren't captain of the Motor Corps now, Mrs. Adams.
No, that just about broke my heart when it happened.
Oh, but what did happen? I mean, you certainly put in a lot of hard work organizing the Corps.
Well, a month or so ago, it was announced that my husband's company was transferring him to another town. I resigned as captain, and Mrs. Longwell was appointed. Ed and I were ready to pack our household belongings and leave Santa Maria.
But your husband's plans were obviously changed?
Yes, and we didn't go. Mrs. Longwell took over the captaincy of the Corps and has handled it like a veteran. She is a fine leader, and they all like and respect her.
Well, you still work with the Motor Corps, Mrs. Adams?
Oh, yes, indeed. I drive my regular shifts and help out every way I can. I wouldn't give up the Motor Corps for anything.
Well, thank you. And you are the new captain, Captain Longwell?
Yes, Mr. Carpenter. And may I say, in return to Mrs. Adams' kind expression, that when I took over the captaincy of the Motor Corps, I found the unit so well organized and directed that I only had to follow along in the line initially set up by Mrs. Adams.
Well, it's good to hear of so healthy an organization. Now, don't go away, Captain Longwell. We want to talk to you again in just a moment. But right now, I want to get acquainted with this gentleman. You're...
Ray Hoy.
Oh, yes. You're executive chairman of the Santa Maria Valley Red Cross chapter, Mr. Hoy.
That's right, Mr. Carpenter.
The head man, so to speak. Well, maybe you could tell us just a few words about the Red Cross in general. Isn't November usually the roll call month, Mr. Hoy?
Yes, it is, but this year there'll be no drive.
Yes, I'd heard that.
You see, due to the generous response of the American public to the last roll call, now the war relief drive after Pearl Harbor, the Red Cross had postponed its regular fall drive for contributions.
Mm-hmm. Postponed it till when?
Till next March. You see, the Red Cross does not collect more funds that are necessary for emergency purposes.
Well, that's certainly a businesslike way for any charity organization to operate. Mr. Hoy, we want to thank you and all the other people of Santa Maria, those who are appearing on the program, and those in our auditorium, for coming here to our Eyes Aloft broadcast.
It's our pleasure. Incidentally, most everybody in Santa Maria listens regularly to Eyes Aloft.
That's fine.
It has been an inspiration to all of us to carry on with the Army's aircraft warning service.
Well, we hope we may be doing a little good to these programs. And now I want to turn matters back into the hands of Gain Whitman. Gain?
Each week, we present the National Broadcasting Company's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some outstanding observation post or filter center. This week, and for the first time, we are deviating from our regular practice of award. Here is Captain Russell Z. Smith to make this week's presentation. Captain Smith.
The Santa Maria Valley Red Cross chapter has taken a great deal of initiative in making its motor corps serve the Army. You have just heard the story. You know of the work involved, the courage to start something new. The Santa Maria Red Cross chapter must be recognized. Captain Longwell, will you step back to the microphone?
Yes, sir.
To your motor corps and to the Santa Maria Valley Red Cross chapter, we present this week's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award.
Well, this is a surprise, and I mean it. Thank you so very much.
We all salute the people of Santa Maria.
Jane Whitman saying good night for the 150,000 Aircraft Warning Service civilian volunteers who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be safe from any attack by air. Good night.
Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Control tower back to CX-4. Wind southeast. Ceiling 1200. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan coming in. Fellas, doesn't the roar of that plane give you a thrill? Doesn't your heart beat a little faster every time you see one of Uncle Sam's giant birds flying high over the rooftops? I'll bet it does. And I'll bet you know how those planes are playing the biggest part of any single instrument in this quick-moving war. And those boys piloting our nimble-wing P-40s and our long-range flying fortresses, believe you me, they know how to fly. They know how because they've spent many hours in learning how to fly. Learning to fly well enough to be entrusted with a man-sized job of winning this war. The Army and the Navy Air Forces know you can't become a flyer overnight. It takes many, many months of preparation. Many months even before a cadet is allowed to touch a plane. That's why the Air Forces so heartily endorse the program of pre-flight training in high schools. These courses make it possible for you fellows in high school, even though you're only 16 to 18 years of age, to begin learning now, as part of your high school course, the things you would start learning if you enlisted in either the Army or Navy Air Forces. Pre-flight training in high schools includes courses in physical training, military drill, aerodynamics, meteorology, navigation, and other subjects that airmen must know. Fellows who take these courses in high school save themselves and the Air Forces many valuable hours later on, if they should enlist as air cadets. And you can do that, too. Remember that even if you never fly one of Uncle Sam's bombers or fighter planes, the knowledge you gain from your high school aviation courses will fit you for the peacetime expansion of aviation in which America and American men are going to play a worldwide and leading part. Pre-flight training courses are now being formed in high schools all over the country. Find out if your school is offering them. If not, speak to your principal about it and ask him to include them in the curriculum for your next semester. If you want more information, write to the U.S. Office of Education in Washington, D.C. America needs flyers. And now to our story. When Hop Harrigan and Tank Tinker arrived in the tiny Central American province of Azucar to investigate the possibilities of converting sugarcane into plastics for planes, they were immediately advised of strong Axis subversive activity there. El Abuelo, the aged governor, and his secretary Serrano explained that a mysterious plane had been terrorizing the populace and spraying the sugarcane with a deadly acid. Not only that, but a warning had been received that unless the two American flyers left Azucar within 24 hours, the mystery plane would not only destroy the sugarcane, but the native workers as well. Challenged, Hop and Tank took to the air, but failed to locate the mystery plane. The following morning, they overheard a conversation between two unidentified men, one of whom ordered a meeting to be called in a red barn on a nearby farm within the hour. On a hunch, the boys browned their faces with shoe polish to resemble natives and went to the designated farm. There they found some old clothes to complete their disguise and a talkative parrot, which Tank promptly adopted. With the parrot in a burlap bag slung over Tank's shoulder, the boys started out for the meeting in the red barn. Suddenly, from behind a clump of bushes, came a challenging voice.
Halt! Found where you are.
Hop, did you hear that? Yeah. Must be a sentry. This means trouble.
Advance and be recognized.
What do we do now? We gotta do as he says. Come on.
Come through that hole in the bushes.
Hop, let's make a break for it. No, that'd be suicide. He's got a rifle.
Halt! Now, what is your business here?
We've come to the meeting in the Red Barn.
Who are you?
Oh, I am Manuel, and this is Jose.
What is the password?
Uh-oh. The password?
See? That is what I said.
We're sunk now.
Oh, the password is, Oh, do not bother racking your brain, senor. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Juan Salas, one of El Abuelo's men.
No kidding. Oh, boy, it's sure
Wait
good
a minute,
to know.
Tank.
This might be a trick. How do we know who he is?
It is no trick, senor. I know that you are the American flyer. If I were not loyal to El Abuelo, I could either shoot you or make you prisoners, no? I am doing neither.
He's right, Hop.
Yeah, I guess so. Either way, it's obvious that we haven't fooled you. Oh, no, senor. A sugar worker swings a machete all day. Now, that makes his one shoulder higher than the other. It also gives him a slight forward stoop.
So all we gotta do is make like this, huh?
Oh, see? That is not bad.
Look, Juan, do you know anything about the meeting that was called for this morning?
Si, senor. It is a meeting called to overthrow El Abuelo's government.
Who's doing this, the Nazis?
Well, the Axis agents indirectly. More directly, Senor Serrano.
Serrano? Why, he's El Abuelo's secretary.
Si, that is correct. Serrano is also El Abuelo's worst enemy. He has sold out to the Axis. and has called a meeting this morning to complete arrangements for a coup d'etat, a plan to overthrow the government.
Why, that dirty, low-down skunk. Say, Hop, what is this coup d'etat stuff?
That means a sudden change in government brought about by political schemers.
You mean like a revolution?
A revolution, amigo, is brought about by the people. A coup d'etat is accomplished by one man or a small group of men for their own benefit.
Oh, I see.
Well, can Serrano get away with this? Isn't El Abuelo doing anything to stop it?
Unfortunately, his hands are now tied. He would not believe this of Serrano until it was too late.
Oh, let's find that Serrano guy. I'll bust him wide open.
Oh, don't be silly, Tank. We can't do anything that way. Juan, have you any plans? Is there anything we can do to help?
You may be of much assistance. For the present, however, my plans are indefinite. I hope to learn more at this meeting. You see, they think I am one of them.
Well, let's get over to the Red Barn, then. Come on.
Yeah, what are we waiting for?
Not so fast, amigos. I am afraid for you to be seen there. You may be recognized as I recognized you. Then your lives would be worthless. Serrano would not hesitate to have you shot.
Oh, we've got to take the chance. There isn't much time.
Yeah, we only got a little over 12 hours before we got to scram out of Asuka. We got to work fast.
That's right, Juan. We'll stay in the background and keep our mouths shut so they won't know that we don't speak Spanish.
Sure, we can fool them. Come on, I'm itching for action.
Your offer, senores, is most generous. But I'm still afraid for you.
Tank and I are soldiers, Juan. Danger is our business. If this coup d'etat is successful, it will mean a great loss to our government.
Si, senor. It means more than you know.
What do you mean?
Come, let us walk to the Red Barn. On the way, I will tell you. But promise me that you will do nothing to unnecessarily endanger your lives.
You mean I can't take a poke at that guy?
That's right, Tank. No pokes. We promise, Juan.
Very well. Let us go. The meeting place is about 200 yards to the left. Oh, by the way, Senor Tinker, what are you carrying in that sack on your shoulder?
Oh, that? It's a parrot.
A parrot?
Yeah. Tank found him in the shack over there. We were nearly scared out of a year's growth when we heard a voice inside the shack threatening to shoot us down until we looked in and saw what it was.
Oh, boy, why did you not leave him there?
Leave him? Oh, not a chance. I adopted him. Hey, you want to hear him say slap a Jap right off the map?
Tank, are you out of your mind?
I think it would attract too much unwelcome attention, senor.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Oh, Juan, you were going to tell us what this Serrano coup d'etat means to the United States.
Oh, see.
Well, we know it would mean the end of experimentation in converting sugar into plastics, at least so far as azúcar is concerned.
That is true, senor. But it means even more to the Axis. Sugar is used for many things, not the least important of which is the manufacture of alcohol for use in explosives. The sugar production in azúcar alone amounts to 50,000 tons a year. Think, senor, what it would mean if the Axis gained control of the crop.
They won't get control of the crop, don't worry. According to the good neighbor policy, the United States will send any military assistance to any American country whose government is threatened.
Yeah, that's right, see?
So all we've got to do is to report this planned coup d'etat to the American consul, and things will begin to pop.
Well, that is all very true, but how do you plan to advise your consul?
Easy. Let's go back to town and... Oh, I forgot.
Forgot what?
Well, don't you remember? Serrano told us the American consul is in Lima, Peru. He won't be back for a week.
Oh, yeah. Now what do we do?
Radio. What about the government transmitter, Juan?
Serrano has that under control. And there is no other in azúcar.
Well, then we're sunk.
Hey, I know where there's another radio.
Where, Tank?
In our plane.
Why, of course. I never thought of that.
Oh, boy, I did some thinking. Ain't that something, Hop?
Yeah, it sure is, Tank. Come on, let's get over to the airport.
Not so fast, amigos. Do you know where your plane is?
Sure, in hangar number 2 at the airport.
That is where it was.
You mean they stole our plane?
See. Serrano thinks of everything.
That settles it. The dirty scum. I'm going to...
Tank, wait. There's only one thing left to do now. We've got to crash that meeting. See if we can't break up Serrano's plans ourselves. Come on.
I am afraid you are right, Senor Harrigan. Let us go. But remember, be cautious. We are not far from the Red Barn now, so if you must speak, speak softly. Come.
The dirty rat stealing our ship. Just where till I get my hands on that Serrano guy?
Quiet, Tank. Oh, want to spoil everything?
Boy, I'm sure mad. You know, this parrot is getting heavy.
Well, I told you not to take him along.
Yeah, I know, but I still think he's worth it.
There is the red barn just behind that row of trees. The meeting has already started.
Yeah.
Now, try to slip in as quietly as possible without attracting attention.
Okay. I sure hope nobody spots us.
I hope so too, amigo. Stay in the back, near the door. I will go up front.
Right.
And remember, please, to keep quiet.
Yeah, I won't even crack a smile. And Tank, don't forget to slouch with one shoulder lower than the other, like the sugar workers.
That's a cinch with this parrot slung over my back. He must have eaten rocks for breakfast.
Now, quiet. Here is the door to the barn. Now, I suggest you keep your hats pulled down over your eyes.
Right, okay. And Tank, not a peep out of you, no matter what you see or hear, understand?
Yeah, I'll keep mom honest.
Good. Let us go in now.
Yeah, you go first, Juan.
Bueno. I will open the door.
Hop, that's Serrano talking.
Yeah.
Did he get so excited about? Serrano's giving him a pep talk. Yeah, wish I could understand what he's saying. Yeah, so do I. Stop. Frank, what's the matter? This parrot's going loco. What is it? It's going nuts, I tell you. Squirming, fighting. Well, put him down, Tank. Quick, toss him outside.
Shoot him down like dogs. Flapperjack.
Shut up, you dope.
Flapperjack. Hands up.
Oh, they all heard him. Now we're in for it.
Betrayed by the shrieking parrot, Hop and Tank face an angry, suspicious crowd of Nazi sympathizers, all of whom, at close range, can see through their disguises. For a moment, it looks as though Tank's newfound mascot has thrown a monkey wrench into the works. Can the boys prevent Serrano from overthrowing the government of Azucar? Tomorrow we'll tell the story, so don't fail to listen, same time, same station. Tune in and fly with Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airwaves. Hop Harrigan is a top-notch flyer, an expert. You fellas know what an expert is, but let me quote Webster's dictionary. An expert is one who is skilled. In other words, someone who does his job just a little bit better. The fellow who has that extra something. How did Hop get to be an expert in such a skilled and highly technical field as aviation? Well, there's only one answer. He was thoroughly trained in the groundwork, the fundamentals, while he was still a youngster. You air-minded high school juniors and seniors, you boys who want to join the Army or Navy Air Forces when you're a little older, you boys and girls who are looking ahead to a career in aviation, all of you can get the necessary basic training by taking the pre-flight training courses now being established in high schools in the United States. If pre-flight training courses have not yet been started in your school, get your folks, your friends, your high school principal interested. Now, if you want additional information, write the United States Office of Education, Washington, D.C. America needs flyers.
CX-4 to control tower. CX-4 to control tower. Standing by.
Control tower to CX-4. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan taking off. See you tomorrow. Same time, same station.
Hop Harrigan is a copyrighted feature appearing in All American Comics magazine. Hop Harrigan came to you from New York. This is the Blue Network.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, dogs, we've got
Well, this is Phil Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. It's Tuesday night again, and that means another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, their guest Eddie Cantor, and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. George is a very happy man this morning. He's on his way downstairs now, bubbling over with good cheer, never dreaming that fate is about to slug him. You see, he's forgotten completely that this is the day on which Gracie's club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, meets at his house. Well, here he comes like a lamb to the slaughter.
Sitting on top of the world and rolling along and rolling. Hey, Gracie! Gracie! Where are you, sweetheart? Sweetheart! Bless her heart. Probably out working in the garden. Hope she left the morning paper in the library. Oh, no. No. It can't be the club. Not on a lovely day like this.
Were you looking for me, dear?
Yes, I was. In spite of all I've said, you brought those dames over here again?
Oh, yes. We're having a marvelous meeting. Did you hear all the girls laughing? Vicky Bruskin just told us the funniest joke. Oh, she's so witty.
Yeah, I'll bet.
I'll tell it to you in her own words. I know you'll appreciate it. Two Irishmen named Pat and Mike met each other on the street one day, and...
Well, go on.
We laughed so hard that we never heard the rest of it. Oh, honestly, George, she ought to be on the stage.
Oh, sure. Gracie, all I ask is this. Today, please make the meeting short.
Yes, dear. All right, girls, all right. Well, come to order, please. The Beverly Hills Uplift Society's third semi-annual meeting of this month will now continue. Our charming secretary will read the minutes of the last meeting. Girls, our secretary. Thank you, girls. The last meeting of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society was held on the sidewalk outside of Mrs. Bagley's house at the request of Mr. Bagley. Mrs. Bagley refused for quite some time to grant his request, but in the end, Mr. Bagley convinced her. By the time the meeting was over, she felt much better, and the swelling had practically disappeared. By the way, Clara, is your husband still annoyed with you?
I don't know, Gracie. He won't be allowed visitors until tomorrow.
Oh, I see. The society then voted on its officers for the coming year, and Mrs. George Burns was re-elected our president. The election was very close. In fact, it was a tie. And your president pro tem, Mrs. George Burns, had to cast another vote to break the tie. The final score, Mrs. George Burns received 2 votes, and all you other girls 1 vote apiece. Now, girls, did you all bring in your waste kits and fats today? You know the government needs the waste fats to make bombs and bullets. Oh, yes, that's fine. Now turn it over to Tootsie, and she'll take it over to Louie, the butcher.
Well, Tootsie, why do you give us 2 cents a pound more than the butcher does? Aren't you losing money on it?
Yes, but Louis is so handsome.
And he says that as soon as
I brought him 40,000 pounds, he'll take me to see Gentleman Jim.
That's nice. Now, girls, I have a wonderful surprise for you. I found a woman who's just dying to join our club.
Oh, what is she like?
Well, she's a lovely woman, and her name is Ida Cantor.
Is she married?
I think so. I believe her husband's name is Teddy or Freddie or something like that.
Now, Gracie, you know it's a rule of our club never to take in a new member unless we know something about her husband.
Oh, we'll investigate him all right. I'll tell you what. I'll ask George if he knows anything about him.
Well, have you broken up that silly meeting?
Well, not quite, but it won't be long. You can help us if you will.
Oh.
Well, we want a little information. Do you know a fellow named Freddie Cantor?
Freddie Cantor?
Or maybe it's Teddy. It's one of those names that sound like it belongs to a college boy.
Do you by any chance mean Eddie Cantor?
Yeah, it could be that. Do you know him?
Know him? Of course I know him.
Well, what do you know about him?
Well, he's a very swell guy. He has 5 lovely daughters and...
5 daughters?
Yes.
How many sons?
No sons.
Oh, just 5 daughters?
That's right.
Wouldn't you think he'd try taking from a different doctor?
Maybe the doctor had a contract.
Oh.
Why did you want to know about Eddie Cantor?
Well, his wife Ida wants to join our club.
Ida Cantor in your club?
Yes.
Gracie.
Hiya, George. Hi, Gracie.
Hello, Bill.
Gracie, here's the welcome song for Ida Cantor. I just finished writing it.
Oh, good.
You want to hear it, George?
Oh, no, thanks. I've got a water friend of mine. He's going to be hit with a club. I'll see you later.
Well, come on, Bill. The girls are waiting.
Okay.
Oh, girls. Look who's here. Bill Goodwin. Well, that's not much of a reception. Come on. Give him a real Beverly Hills Uplift Club welcome.
Gosh, Gracie, you know, I've always wondered, and now I know.
Know what, Bill?
How Betty Grable would feel on a battleship.
I don't get it.
Well, never mind. Girls, I have that song you wanted, the one to sing in honor of Ida Cantor. Would you like to try it out?
Oh, yes.
Okay, well, come on. Gather around the piano. Now, quiet, everybody. Here we go. Swan's the new white floating soap that gives you mild, pure suds. Takes one swish to wash a dish, and it's great for washing duds. Because Swan gives you heaps and heaps of baby gentle lather, sure it makes gobs of household jobs quicker for mither and father. And Swan is mighty kind to your hands, as pure as the finest Castile. Why, it's just a soap
Bill, don't you think the song ought to say a little more about Ida?
Oh, well, it's all about Ida from now on.
It is?
Oh, sure, Gracie. We even sing about how Ida goes to the store to take advantage of the sale many dealers are now running on Swan soap. Buy 3 bars and save. You really save, Ida.
Well, I don't know. I'd rather not put that in the song, Bill.
Well, okay, Gracie. I'll leave it out.
Oh, all right, girls. All together on the finish.
Go to your dealer. Buy 3 and save. Look for the green wrapper with the white swan on the front. That's a mild and a pure.
This is Paul Whiten. 17 years ago, I commissioned Freddie Grosse to write the Mississippi Suite. And from it comes one of our newest song hits, Daybreak. Here it is, with the 6 hits and a miss.
George has just arrived at Eddie Cantor's house to warn him that Ida is joining the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Yes? Oh, hello, George.
Oh, hi, Eddie.
George, come on in. Come on. Sit down, George. What's on your mind?
Well, I'll tell you. There's a club. Oh, by the way, is Ida here?
No, she hasn't been home for 4 days.
4 days?
Oh, it's all right. She's just out shopping for a pound of bacon. Go ahead, George. What were you saying?
Well, you know, Gracie belongs to this club called the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Does Gracie belong to that outfit?
Yes.
You poor sucker. Any man who'd let his wife join that organization ought to have his head examined.
You know, Eddie, that's why I came over to see you. Your wife.
I know. My wife is different. But that's because I've trained her, George. When I give orders, Ida jumps. When I say to her, Ida, get your coat off this bed so I can make it, she gets it off.
You're the boss of your house.
You said it. When I tell Ida to move a chair, she moves it. And believe me, she doesn't put it back until I'm through sweeping under it. I know my...
Look, I hate to say
Don't be ashamed to bring your personal problems to me, George. After all, you and I have a lot in common. I'm in show business. You're in show business. I've been fairly successful. You've been fairly successful. I've got a certain amount of talent. Gracie's got a certain amount of talent.
Eddie, I'm going to try once more.
That's the spirit, son. And let me give you a little tip about why. There's nothing like a good old-fashioned spanking to keep them in line. I know.
You spank Ida?
You bet your life I spank her. Of course, not so much anymore. Not so much anymore. My bones don't knit like they used to.
Eddie, for the last time, Gracie's club...
George, you're a dope to let Gracie belong to that club.
You, Daddy.
Yeah, Janet?
Daddy, did my welding tools come?
They're in the closet. That's daughters for you, George. She's a welder. One's a whack. Another's a wave. One's studying to be a doctor. The other's working in the law office. Now do you see why I'd like a son? I want somebody around to help with the housework. Where were we, George? What were we saying, George?
Well, you were saying I was a dope.
Oh, yes. Now, if I were married to Gracie, I'd have her eating out of my hand. And what's more, I'd throw those club members right out of the house.
Eddie, it just happens that the club is meeting at my house right now. Would you like to come over and show me how you get Gracie to eat out of your hand and how you get rid of the club women?
You bet I would. I'll turn those girls out in 2 minutes and say that'll be a new record for me.
What do you mean?
It took me 30 years to turn out the last 5 girls.
Well, here we are, Eddie.
Fine. Now, where's that club meeting? Lead me to him.
Well, just open that door.
Sounds like breakfast at my house.
Well, go on, Eddie. Break it up.
Don't rush me. Don't rush me.
Oh, George, I'm so glad you're home. The funniest looking little man just stuck his head in. Yeah. Oh, there he is again.
Gracie, this is Eddie Cantor.
Who?
I am Eddie Cantor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Then you do know who I am.
Well, of course, you're Ida Cantor's husband.
Well, most people say that Ida is my wife.
Well, naturally, if you're her husband, how could she avoid it?
Eddie, make her read out of your hand.
Don't rush me.
Mr. Cantor, your being here is a coincidence. The girls were just talking about you.
They were?
Yes, come on into the meeting.
Watch how I handle them, George.
Oh, sure.
Oh, girls, please, let's come to order now. Now, you know what we were just talking about. Well, here he is.
What are they whispering? What are they saying about me?
Well, now, girls, it isn't right to whisper things like that about our guests. Speak right up.
Gracie?
Yes, Clara?
Tell him to close his eyes. I keep thinking of a plate with nothing on it but 2 olives.
Mr. Cantor, please close your eyes.
Now, just a minute. Listen, ladies.
Gracie, are you sure his name is Cantor?
Oh, yes, Tootsie. Why?
He looks just like Mr. Miggs, the only man who ever proposed to me.
But, Tootsie, we all know where poor Mr. Miggs is.
Well, I thought he might have escaped.
You're killing them, Eddie. You're killing them.
Just give me time, George. Now, quiet, girls. Ladies, if my wife belonged to a club like this,
Sit down, Mr. Cantor.
What?
I said sit down.
Yes, ma'am.
What a tiger.
Look, I'm going to ask you some questions. First, Mr. Cantor, your financial status. Are you wealthy?
Wealthy? Are you kidding? Look at my coat. Coffee stain.
Well, that's nice. Now, Mr. Cantor, what business are you in?
What business am I in? I sell pickles.
Oh, wholesale or retail?
I'm on the radio. I'm a comedian.
Oh, really? A radio comedian?
Well, yes.
Oh, I do it?
I do it? Gracie, don't you recognize me? I'll give you a hint. I'll pop my eyes out. Look.
That ain't the way I heard it?
I better pop them back. Gracie, look at my face.
I've regusted?
No, Gracie. Don't you know my voice?
I got a problem, Mr. Anthony?
If you knew Susie like I know Susie, oh, what a girl. There, does that give you an idea about me?
Well, it certainly doesn't. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Oh, wait till Ida hears about her.
No, listen. I'd love to spend 1 hour with you. Well, Gracie?
He is a wolf, isn't he, girl? Well, this is amazing. He certainly doesn't look like a ladies' man.
Or any other kind.
Well, girls, you know what I always say. You can't cover a judge by a book.
George, does she always say that?
Only when it rains.
Well, girls, you've all heard and seen Mr. Cantor. Shall we vote on our new member now?
Yes.
Any discussion?
Well, I'd like to say that if that unfortunate woman has to see and hear him every day, she certainly deserves some pleasure.
What is this? What goes on here?
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Good, it's unanimous. Well, you can go now, Mr. Cantor.
Now, wait a minute. Would you mind telling me what you girls just voted on?
Oh, no, not at all. We just made your wife a member of this club.
Oh, no.
And now here is Jimmy Cash singing There Will Never Be Another You.
There will be many other nights like this, and I'll be standing here with someone new. There will be other songs to sing, another fall, another spring, but there will never be another you. There will be other lips that I may kiss, but they won't thrill me like yours used to do. Yes, I may dream a million dreams, but how can they come true if there will never, ever be another you?
Well, when Mick Cantor found out that Ida had joined the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, he knew that something drastic had to be done. So he sent for Paul Whiteman and me to come over to George's house.
Boy, I've got a great idea to break up this club of Gracie's. We fellas will hold a meeting just like one of theirs. Then when Gracie sees how silly it is, no more club.
Eddie, that's a swell idea.
You mean you want us to act like a bunch of dizzy dames?
That's the idea, Paul. You see, that club is really a threat to all of us. You see, fellas, we're all married men, and there's no telling whose wife will be next.
Well, I don't have a wife. I'm not married.
And we make those girls see how... You're not married?
No.
Well, have a cigar, son. Why don't you come over to the house and meet my daughter, Janet?
Well, thank you, Eddie. I'm very anxious to meet her.
He's anxious.
Come on, Eddie. Let's get started. You have
Just a
an
minute.
idea. Well, come on.
Wait a minute. You make a fairly comfortable living, don't you, son?
Oh, sure. You see, I represent Swan, the new white floating soap that's as pure as the finest Castile soap. Pure as an angel, gentle as a summer breeze.
Sounds like a good job.
Oh, Eddie,
very...
what about the club? What about Ida?
Look, George, I've been trying to get Ida out of the club for 10 minutes. I've been trying to get my daughter out of the house for 10 years. Let me alone, will you, please? What were you going to say, my son, I hope?
Well, I was just going to tell you that Swan is so pure that it's the perfect soap for bathing a little baby. It agrees with even a baby's tender skin.
Already he's thinking of baby.
Come on. And Eddie, if Swan is that pure and mild, well, you know it's great for your bath or shower.
George, can I use your tub for a minute? This boy is so persuasive, I feel very...
Look, Eddie, this is going far enough. We've got to get busy. Gracie may come down any minute.
Just one thing. Bill, my son, if you sell lots of Swan soap, maybe the sponsor gives you a raise. They do that, you know.
Well, maybe.
Janet needs a new hat. Sell it. Go ahead, sell it.
Well, always remember that you can break Swan in two with a flick of the wrist. Then you can use half in the kitchen for dishes and housework, and the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face.
Well, that's
Hey, break it up. Here comes Gracie.
All right, I'll talk to you later, son.
Now, remember, boys, we've got to be a bunch of daffy dates. We've got to make Gracie break up that club.
Okay, start gadding.
Okay.
Well,
I was on with the grocery store.
I walked in for that.
Hello, Gracie.
Hello, girls. I thought you'd... Oh, hello, boys.
Boys, you all know my wife. Let's give her a real big club welcome.
Oh, thank you, boys. What are you all doing here?
We're about to hold our club meeting, and we're delighted to have you as our guest. And Gracie, you watch. We conduct our meetings exactly the way you do yours. Don't we, boys?
Oh, yes, doing.
I love going down to the store there.
And boys, please come to order. Paul Whiteley, you're always listening. What is it now? What do you want?
Well, if you must know. I was telling William that with this rubber shortage, I don't know where to get my girdle.
Well, girdle and no girdle, just pull yourself together. Now, as your president, it is my privilege to open another meeting of the Beverly Hills Downtrodden Society.
Thank you.
Now, I'm going to read the meetings of the last meeting. The last meeting, the minutes of the last meeting is as follows. The Beverly Hills Downtrodden Society was held at the home of Mr. Paul Whiteman. Mr. Whiteman prepared a delicious light luncheon for 4, but as usual, he ate it before the other 3 arrived.
It's no wonder all the boys call him Mr. 5x5.
Oh, huh.
Oh, 5.
Oh, stop!
Oh, he started it.
I did not. He started.
You started.
You started.
Why
don't you two make up?
Well, if he wants to make up, let him say A.
I won't say A till you say B.
All right, B.
All right, A.
Boys, please! Please, fellas, please! Remember our guest. Gracie is liable to walk out of here disgusted and break up her own club. Won't you, Gracie?
Well, no, I think your meeting is wonderful.
Wonderful? Well, don't you think it's kind of silly?
Well, our club was a little silly when it started, but look at us now.
Eddie, more minutes, more meetings.
Leave it to me, George. Well, boys, back to the minutes. Mr. Goodwin made a motion that our next meeting be held outdoors on the corner of Hollywood and Vine, but the motion was voted down.
It was very mean of you, too.
Well, we older boys saw no reason why we should get rheumatism on that windy corner just because Mr. Goodwin likes to watch the girls getting on streetcars.
Oh, I never have any fun. Oh, you do, too.
You're
I
no
don't.
cross back. I am not.
Boys, please, boys! Fellas! Gracie, you'll think we're a bunch of old silly willies.
Oh, no. Well, I can't believe this club has just started. You boys sound like you've been doing this all your lives.
Eddie, it's no use. We're not getting nowhere.
Don't worry, we'll break it down. All right, boys, we'll now hear a financial report from our treasurer, my son, William Goodwin.
Oh, let's hear the report. Thank you. Well, after the last meeting, I started for the bank with our club fund, $15. And in front of the Palladium, a gorgeous blonde said, "How do?" I said, "How do?" Gene Krupa's music was wonderful, and the club now has 83 cents.
Believe me, if I do say it myself, this is embarrassing. Now I know Gracie won't want to have anything to do with our club or any other club. Will you, Gracie?
Well, you mean your total assets are 83 cents?
Yeah. Isn't that awful?
Awful? Well, that's 80 cents more than we've got.
Eddie, it's no use. I give up.
Not me. I've got one left I can't miss. We close the meeting by reciting the pledge of the Beverly Hills Downtrodden Society. Now, all together, boys. Oh, Downtrodden Society of Beverly Hills, we are thy sons, Eddie, Paul,
George, and Bill.
When business is good or when business is rotten, we'll always be faithful and true and downtrodden.
Gracie, what are you crying about?
Oh, George, that was the most beautiful thing I ever heard.
Well, that does it. All right, Gracie, stop crying. Stop crying. Look, Gracie, we staged this whole thing for you. This club is silly. We don't know how to run a club, so we're breaking this one up. Does that give you an idea what we want you to do with your club?
Well, it certainly does.
You see, George?
Thanks, Eddie.
We girls will be glad to make you boys members of our club.
Wait a minute, you can't do that. We're men.
Well, don't worry about it. We'll make you all honorary women.
Well, I have just a second, so I'm going to suggest that you start using Swan for your dishes. Use it because it gives you all the suds you could ask for faster than you'll get them from any floating soap. Sure, but use it, too, because Swan is so easy on your hands. Gotta be. It's purer than the finest Castile. Believe me, money can't buy a purer soap than Swan, and that's a proved fact. And now, Gracie?
Oh, well, Bill, I'm sorry we're a little late, but good night, everybody, and thanks, Eddie.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. Remember, Swan now brings you two of radio's top shows. George Burns and Gracie Allen every Tuesday night, and Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou over another network. Now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you?
Try Spry.
You'll find the baking you turn out fluffy and light. Try Spry. You're sure to hear your family shout. What a delight. For cake, pies, donuts, the things you fry. Try Spry. What's that you say? You're going to try it today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Try it today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Who Knows? Last night, I was reading an interesting article about how those famous paintings in the Louvre art galleries, like the Mona Lisa, were moved out of Paris ahead of the Germans. The thing that interested me most was how carefully those treasures were wrapped for their protection. And, of course, I thought immediately about how, in our own homes, we wrap many things for protection. Wrap them in a coat of wax. Now, does that seem like a new idea to you? Actually, that's what you do when you protect your dining room table, your piano, windowsills, or your floors with genuine Johnson's Wax. You cover them with a protective shield of wax, a coat of wax that guards them against dirt and wear, against scratches and fingerprints. In these days when we all have to take better care of our things, isn't it fortunate that we can do that inexpensively with Johnson's Wax, which also saves work and makes floors, furniture, and woodwork gleam with mellow beauty? Early to bed and early to rise may be all right for those copybook guys. But when winter hits zero, it isn't so jolly. As witness what happens with Fibber and Molly.
McGee, wake up. McGee, wake up.
What? What's the matter?
Nothing's the matter. It's time to get up, dear.
Huh?
I say it's time to get up. Come on now.
It can't be. It's still dark. Can't see a thing.
You could if you'd open your eyes.
Huh? Oh!
Come on now. I've had my shower and I'm all dressed and I got the coffee on. Now hurry.
Can't I go back to sleep just long enough to finish a dream I'd just started? Gee, I can't leave 5 brand new white sidewall tires just laying there.
Where?
In my dream.
Don't worry about them. You can go to bed early tonight and pick them up then.
Yeah, but suppose somebody else dreams about them and gets there before I do. I'll never get there.
Now, McGee, quit stalling. Get up and wash your face and brush your teeth and come down in your bathrobe. Here's your slippers.
Oh, well, Molly, it's too cold out there.
Well, maybe it is, dearie.
Yeah.
You know, I keep forgetting you're not as young as you used to be.
Yeah.
You just stay in bed and build up your strength.
Well, gee whiz, I don't...
Yes. Mother won't bother the tired old man anymore. You just go on back to sleep, and maybe this evening you can totter downstairs for a few minutes. I've got to go and get my coffee off the stove before it boils over.
Oh, so I'm a tired old man, am I? Just because I like to get 40 winks of sleep. I ain't as young as I used to was, am I? I'll show 'em. Oh, wow. This floor is colder than the keel of a kayak. Where's my slippers? Oh, here. I'll get some hot music on the radio to warm it up in here.
And now, my little slug of beds, through the courtesy of Mootwell's marvelous mixture for mumps, measles, and migraine,
I feel like I had all of them.
we bring you your morning setting up exercises.
That's an idea. That'll warm me up.
Are you a man or a mouse?
Man.
Are your muscles flabby? Is your tummy sitting on your lap? Remember, you can't get gasoline if you have an extra spare tire. All ready now, my little lazy bones. Put your hands on your hips.
I'd like to put mine around his throat.
Now, none of that.
Okay.
Now, on the count, up on tiptoes and hands up to shoulder height, then resume position. Ready? 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Very, very good. Now, hands above head. Raise the right leg slowly. That's it. Way up. Now, hold that leg up in the air. Now, raise the other leg.
Oh. Hey, dadbrabbit, you can't do that.
Well, then let's try something easier. Roll over on your back. That's it. Now, make with the tootsies like riding a bicycle. Fine. Now, faster. Now, let's all...
McGee, what on earth are you doing?
Riding a bicycle.
Well, wake up. You're still dreaming.
Huh?
Didn't you hear me call you for breakfast?
I'm just taking my setting up exercises. I always feel better when I exercise in the morning.
And when did you ever exercise in the morning or any other time?
Well, it's time I did. I'm going to do it every day. I'm going to go on a diet, too, and take long walks. Why, I'm getting a bay window that 10 people could watch a parade from.
I noticed you were bulging a bit in the belt buckle, but you'll have to make your old body do now till after breakfast. Run in, brush your teeth while I straighten up in here.
Okay, I'll be right out.
Oh, dear, what a man. If I'd known what a circus life would be with him, I'd have made him marry me with a 3-ring ceremony.
Okay, Molly, I'm ready.
Say, you can get washed up quicker than a German general.
And look, no bacon, no butter for me for breakfast, and no cream and sugar. Just orange juice and black coffee.
Okay, dearie. I hope it won't bother you, though, when I eat my buckwheat cakes.
Not a bit. I'll just... Huh? Buckwheat cakes? Oh, buckwheat cakes ain't particularly fattening, are they?
Terribly.
Even if you only eat 7 or 8?
Now, listen. You stick to your orange juice and coffee, dearie. Anyway, you always hide behind the morning paper, so you'll never notice what I eat in that way, you see. Oh, I wonder who that is.
Hey, we can't answer the door with me in my pajamas and bathrobe. Oh, we will, too. Probably just a salesman. You can tell him I got smallpox. Come in.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Abigail Uppington.
Oh, how do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy.
You'll have to excuse McGee's informality, Abigail. He just didn't feel like dressing for breakfast.
Oh, that's quite all right, my dear. My, that's quite a loud bathrobe, isn't it, Mr. McGee?
Well, so what, Abigail? He doesn't put it on till he's awake.
Well, I was referring to the pattern, my dear. Poppies, isn't it?
Of course it's poppies. Mommy has a pale blue one with roses on it. Don't you get it, Molly? She says it is poppies, and I says, yes, Mommy has
Ain't
pale...
funny, McGee.
No. I thought I was really in the groove with that one.
That's not a groove, that's a rut.
Were you on your way downtown, Abigail?
Oh, yes, my dear, but I simply had to stop and tell you about last night.
Oh.
I was a hostess at the canteen, and I danced with some of the most charming soldiers.
Now I know what they mean by bravery beyond the call of duty.
Did you meet some nice officers, Abigail?
Oh, my dear. I danced several dances with a British lad, a member of Parliament, no less.
Oh, heavenly day.
How do you know he was a member of Parliament, Uppy?
He told me.
Huh?
And he showed me the insignia right on his arm. MP in big white letters.
Oh, yes. MP.
Yes. Oh, I really had a lovely time, my dear. Oh, those dear boys. Most of them wanted to twitter jog, you know.
Jitterbug, you mean?
Oh, is that what it is? Well, anyway, it was great fun, really. Although I might have had a nasty fall if it had not been for the handsome young Marine I was dancing with.
He grabbed you in time, Uppy?
No, we both fell, Miss McGee.
Oh.
But fortunately, he cushioned my fall.
Oh, how lucky, Abigail.
Yes, that's exactly what I said. And he said, no, madam, it was not luck. The Marines are always the first to land.
Boy, were those buckwheat cakes good.
Sure you won't have another, McGee? There's still a little batter left.
I don't think I could, Molly. Already had 14.
Anything else you want?
Just my orange juice and black coffee. I'll probably bust, but if I'm going to start that diet, I might as well do it now. And let the dishes go for a while, Molly, and come on in the other room. I want you to oversee my exercises.
Overlook would probably be a better word. But, all right. This is going to be very interesting.
Now, you sit in that chair there and watch.
Okay.
And any time you see me getting too big in the shoulders or anywhere, you stop me. I don't want to get overdeveloped.
You're very broad-shouldered in the hips right now, dear. And those 14 buckwheat cakes didn't harden your stomach up any.
Oh, yes, they did. I feel like I was full of lead.
Could be. I've heard rumors to that effect. What exercises? Oh.
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Miss McGee.
Hi, Wimp, old onion. Pardon my pajamas and bathrobe, but I always wear something loose when I'm in training.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. McGee. I always slip into some trunks myself when Sweetie Face wants to work out.
Oh. Are trunks comfortable, Mr. Wimple?
Not always, Mrs. McGee. Once Sweetie Face caught me when I was slipping into one and slammed the lid on my head.
Well, that was tough, Wimp.
Oh, it was my own fault, Mr. McGee. I'd forgotten to take the top tray out. But what are you training for?
Oh, he's just building himself up generally, Mr. Wimple. He was getting so pudgy it exhausted him to climb up a short flight of fancy.
Oh, I don't know. I'm still in pretty good shape. I ever tell you about when I was just a kid, I used to pull an automobile with my teeth?
My goodness, Mr. McGee. That isn't what you told me once.
What did he tell you, Mr. Wimple?
He told me his father used to pull his teeth with an automobile. He said they'd tie a string to his tree.
Okay. Anyway, I was a mighty strong youngster. You should have seen me in the gymnasium. Used to skip rope by the hour.
I wish you'd skipped some of those you've been smoking lately.
What did you say you were in training for, Mr. McGee?
Just getting into condition, Mr. Wimple.
Yeah, I kind of let myself run down, Wimp. Getting kind of short-winded.
You're just modest, Mr. McGee. You're one of the longest-winded people I know.
Really, Wimp? That ain't just hero worship.
Oh, no. You know what I'm going to do for you, Mr. McGee?
What?
I'm going to ask Sweetie Face to drop over and help you exercise.
Oh.
My goodness. She'll have you built up in no time.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Wimple, I don't
Now,
think...
wait a minute, Wimp. Let's not make any snap decisions
And
here.
you'll be doing both Sweetie Face and me a great favor.
How, Mr. Wimple?
But if you don't let her come over, she'll be all broken up. And so will I, if you know what I mean. I'll tell her to come right away.
Hey, Wimp, don't do that. Oh, my gosh. Now I am in a jam. If that corset-covered commando ever gets her hands on me... Oh, gee, well, what will I do, Molly?
Maybe you better leave town a few days, dearie.
That wouldn't do any good. She'd find me. She flies by night on a broomstick.
Well, if she comes to the door, I'll tell her you're ill.
You ain't kidding either. I am ill. The very thought of that gorilla in a girdle tossing me around is enough to make my...
Hello, folks. How's every little... Why, what's the matter, Fibber? You sick?
Well, he thought you were Sweetie Face Wimple coming in, Mr. Wilcox.
Wilcox, even that cookie duster on your upper lip, you ain't Ronald Coleman, but you never look more beautiful to me than you do with that upper duster on your lip. You're a sight for the sore eyes I would have had if you'd have been Sweetie Face.
What's all this Sweetie Face business? Why are you so scared of her?
Well, Mr. Wimple said he was sending her over here to start training with McGee, and he's scared to death.
Oh, Mrs. Wimple isn't so bad.
She isn't?
No. I got along with her very nicely.
You did?
Sure. I was demonstrating some Johnson self-polishing glow coat to her.
Oh. Do you have to bring that in every week, Wilcox?
Why not? That brings you in every week.
He's got you, McGee.
Okay, but how about Sweetie Face, Wilcox?
Well, I was showing her how glow coat would bring out the color and beauty of her kitchen linoleum.
Yes?
And she said she didn't care so much about the beauty of it, but her husband kept scuffing it up with his feet as she dragged him around. And I told her glow coat would protect it against scuffing because it gave a protective wax finish to
Well,
it.
our linoleum has glow coat on it, too, McGee, so if she drags you around, don't worry about it.
Oh, please, Mom. I'm nervous enough now. Go on, Junior.
Well, then I showed her how all you had to do was pour out a little glow coat, spread it around, let it dry, and in 20 minutes or less it dried to a grand dust and damp-proof finish. Oh, she loved it. She was so pleased she slapped me on the back as I went through the door. Lucky me.
Why, lucky you?
Lucky I was facing the door, otherwise I'd have gone through the wall. Well, happy exercises, pal. Don't take any wooden knuckles.
Imagine that wooden knuckles. If he isn't...
Look, McGee, why don't you call Mrs. Wimple and tell her you've been suddenly called out of town?
No.
Tell her the Boy Scouts have reclassified you and you're being examined for a merit badge in zither stringing. Why don't you tell her anything?
Okay, give me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Gee, I hope I can talk. Hello, operator. Give me the residence of Wallace Wimple. Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? Is, eh? What's say, Mert? Your brother. He is, eh? That sure is a switch, ain't it, Mert? Well, I'm glad they got him straightened out. Hey, Molly, Mert's brother is a lieutenant now. Got a bar on his shoulder.
Well, what's the switch?
He always used to have his shoulder on a bar. What's say, Mert? Oh, you got my number. She's ringing Wimple's phone, Molly.
Oh, good. Now be diplomatic, dearie. Maybe she won't be so bad.
Hello, is this Sweetie... is this Mrs. Wimple? Well, this is Mr. McGee, and I...
Oh, McGee! McGee, darling, are you hurt? Get up, dearie, and tell me what happened.
Oh, what a woman. Hang that receiver up, Molly. I ain't ever talking to that dame anymore.
Well, heavenly days, what did she say that would knock you clear across the room?
Wasn't so much what she said as the way she must have said it.
Oh.
Boy, if that's the effect she has over the phone, I hope I never... Oh, my gosh. Hide me, Molly. That's her. Get me out of here.
Now, don't be silly, McGee. She couldn't get here in 30 seconds.
Oh.
You go see who it is while I go make you some tea. Why, you're shaking like a leaf.
I'll say I am. Hey, get me some good-looking shorts for Christmas, Molly. It's getting so every little thing scares the pants off me. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello, sis. Now, look, I'm in no state of mind to stand here and punch the bag with you, so state your business briefly and go fly your hoop. I mean, roll your kite. I mean, scram.
Okay, mister. I won't bother you but just a minute, I betcha.
I bet you won't either, I bet you. Because I'm just in the mood to take you by one pigtail and one leggin and fling you into a snowbank.
Oh, gee, that'll be fun. Let's do it, shall we?
If it's fun, I refuse. What you want, sis?
Oh, I'm selling chances, mister, on a pinch board.
You mean a punch board? How much are the chances?
50 cents.
50 cents? Ouch.
You see, that's the pinch.
4 bits a jab is a pretty stiff gimmick, sis. Isn't there any ceiling price on punch boards?
What is a ceiling price, mister? What is it?
A ceiling price, sis, is a price that the government don't want people to pay any more than, or merchants to charge any more than, on account of they want to stabilize prices to keep down the cost of living so as to control the post-war economic situation with a greater degree of success. I said ceiling... Oh, never mind. And why bother me with your punch board? Why don't you do what I always did when I was a kid? Sell everything to your own family.
Yeah, I can't do that, mister. My mama's rolling bandages down at the Red Cross and my daddy is out of town.
Oh.
I'm practically an orphan, I guess.
Orphan, sis. I says it's orphan.
No, it isn't. Not very orphan. Only when daddy goes out of town.
Never mind. Now take your little punch board and scram out of here before
gee, mister. Don't you want to take a chance on a turkey?
No, I don't want to. On a turkey? Well, why didn't you say so? We haven't ordered ours yet. Will I know right away if I win?
Sure you will, I betcha. The winning number is 100, and nobody's got it yet.
Oh, they haven't, eh? How many punches you got left on the board?
6.
Wait, now, let me figure that out. There's 6 punches at 4 bits a throw, $3. Can't buy a turkey for much less than 5. Shucks, I can't lose. Okay, sis, I'll buy the rest of the board. Here's $3.
Oh, gee, thanks, mister. And here's your prize.
Well, I never expected it. Hey, what do you mean, prize? This is just a ticket to your school play.
I know it.
I thought this was for a turkey.
Mister, if it's anything like the one we had last year, it's going to be the biggest turkey you ever saw.
The King's Men sing by the light of the silvery moon.
Place, park, scene, dark. Silvery moon is shining through the trees. Cast to me, you. Sound of kisses floating on the breeze. Act 1 begun. Then some dialogue. Where would you like to spoon my cue with you underneath the silvery moon? By the light of the silvery moon, by the silvery moon, I want to spoon. To my honey I'll croon love's tune. Honeymoon, 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 keep a shining in June, keep a shining in June. Your silvery beams will bring love's dreams. We'll be cuddling soon. We'll be cuddling soon by the silvery moon. By the silvery moon. By the light, sweet, bright, sweet light of the shimmering moon, moon, moon. I want to spoon, I want to croon to my honey, 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 a tune. Keep on, keep on, keep on a-shining in June. Silvery beams will bring us beautiful dreams. We'll be cuddling soon. by the light of the silvery, all make the moonbeam silvery gold.
Hey, Molly, did you lock the front door?
No, why should I?
Well, my gosh, if that sweetie-faced wimple comes over here, she's just the type to barge right in. And I say barge advisedly. If she ain't a female flatboat, I never...
McGee, just because she blasted you on the telephone is no reason she's coming over here and do it personally.
I know, but
Anyway, what if she does? You wanted some exercise. You wanted to start training, didn't you?
Yeah, but not with that flying tiger. The very thought of it makes my blood stand on end.
Oh, I think you're just worrying about...
Oh, my gosh, there she is. I'll run upstairs and hide in the linen closet. If she comes up, I'll be white in the sheet anyway. She'll never...
No. Control yourself, dearie. It's only Mayor Latrivia.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. I just peeked out. Now, calm down. Come in.
Oh, Latrivia. Hi, Latrivia.
Good day, McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Nice to see you.
Thank you. But what's the matter with you, McGee?
Does there have to be something the matter with a guy if he wants to be comfortable in a bathrobe?
If he could be comfortable in that bathrobe, yes. What an atrocious pattern. Did I say something?
Well, it's nothing, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry you don't like the bathrobe. I gave it to McGee for his birthday.
Bought it out of the egg money, too.
Well, what I meant when I said the pattern was atrocious was not that the pattern itself was atrocious. Mm-hmm. I meant that with such attractive material, they should have put better tailoring into it. Yes, that's what I meant. Did I...
Molly bought that material and made it herself, Latrivia. Sat up nights for weeks doing it.
Now, McGee, I really didn't do a very good job after all.
My dear Mrs. McGee, you did a perfectly amazing job. And those elbow-length sleeves are a very smart pattern. Very. Personally, I despise full-length sleeves on a bathrobe. Old-fashioned. I might even say corny. Yes, I will say corny. Corny. Now, what may I ask?
These are full-length sleeves, Latrivia. I got them rolled up.
Oh, well. Maybe they are corny, dearie. I didn't realize.
Oh, I didn't mean those sleeves, Mrs. McGee. For that bathrobe, those sleeves are perfect. What I meant was that if the material was... I mean, the pattern of the material, that is, the tailoring couldn't help the... well, if the sleeves... Good heavens, is that clock right? I must be dashing along. Good day.
Well, I never saw a man turn so red in my life, McGee. He must have Indian blood.
If he ever found out I won this bathrobe for 60 cents at the Elks Carnival throwing balls at milk bottles, he'd tear a ligament. One of my ligaments, probably.
And when you said I bought it out of the egg money...
Oh, sweetie face, that's her. I'll run upstairs. Tell her I changed my mind about the exercises. Tell her it's against the doctor's orders. Tell her he says I got a leaky clavicle or something. Tell her I don't...
McGee, quit leaping around. This isn't her either.
Huh?
It's Mr. Wimple again.
Oh.
Come in.
Oh, Mr. McGee, I'm so sorry. I'm afraid I've upset all your plans.
What you mean, Wimp?
Sweetie Face won't be able to come and help you exercise.
Oh, too bad.
Oh, let me sit down. This just kind of breaks me all up, Wimp. What happened?
Oh, I'd no sooner got home than somebody called Sweetie Face up on the telephone, and it almost killed her.
Almost killed her?
Yes. You see, she was sitting in the bathtub taking a bath when I handed the telephone into her.
No wonder I got slammed across the room. Didn't you know any better than to hand a person a telephone while they're sitting in a bathtub, Wimp?
Well, my goodness, Mr. McGee. I took the precaution of wetting the cord first.
Oh, heavenly days, Mr. Wimple. That's the worst thing you could do.
What?
You might have electrocuted her.
Yeah.
Collecting metal for salvage has made all of us realize that we should take better care of any things we have that are made of metal. Things like iron pipes should be painted to keep them from rusting. But for objects made with chromium or polished metals, there's an easier way. You can protect them with regular applications of genuine Johnson's wax. Wax your chromium towel bars and bathroom and kitchen fixtures. Also chromium chairs or tables if you have any. Use the same Johnson's wax with which you protect your floors, furniture, and woodwork. And use it the same way. The wax forms a protective shield, guards the chromium against the corrosive action of weather and fingerprints, also minor scratches. Especially now when conservation is so important, protect all chromium surfaces in your home with genuine Johnson's wax.
You know what I'm going to do, Molly?
What?
Starting from right now, I'm really going on a strict routine.
Yes?
Jump into an icy shower, do a flock of setting up exercises, take a brisk walk around the block, do a little shadow boxing before lunch. After lunch, I'll play an hour of fast tennis, then I'll zip through a snappy game of handball, and after that, I'll go to the gym and work out. Well, I'll see you later, Molly.
Where are you going now?
Going back to bed. Good night.
Good night, Al.
The part of Wallace Wimple heard on this program was played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for home and industry. We invite you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Raleigh Cigarette Program from Hollywood, starring Red Skelton with Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Truman Bradley. In Honolulu this afternoon, a beaming blue jacket eagerly tore the wrappings off a package just received from home. His happy smile spread like Hawaiian sunshine when he discovered it contained a carton of Raleigh cigarettes. And especially important, they were factory fresh. Would stay that way, too. For now, the full-flavored goodness of Raleigh's blend of 31 choicer, more golden tobaccos is extra protected, sealed in by an exclusive new wrap especially developed by Raleigh's and no other cigarette. Highly protective, moisture-proof, this new lining defies distance, delays, ensures fresh peak richness in every pack of Raleigh cigarettes every day, everywhere. The pack with the coupon on the back, Raleigh cigarettes. Orchestra playing Idaho. And now we bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's brilliant young comedian, the star of our Raleigh Cigarette Show, and the new life member of Phi Sigma Epsilon, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Truman?
Oh, fine, Red, fine. Say, Red, how are you making out with your mileage racing?
Oh, I belong to a Share the Ride club.
You do?
Yeah, every day for the past 6 months I've been sharing a ride with a guy from the finance company.
Oh, Red, the man from the finance company doesn't follow you that close.
Oh, no. This morning when I met him, he was wearing my pajamas.
I wore my pajamas once.
You wore your pajamas once, Ozzie?
Yeah, and they wouldn't let me in the Palladium.
Why not?
No necktie.
Poor old Ozzie. His brain will never be affected by the dim out.
You know, Red, carpooling is patriotic.
Yes,
I'm going to fill my car with riders from now on.
Oh, swell.
You know, the more the merrier. Yesterday I picked up 4 riders and a thumb.
A thumb?
Yeah, I didn't notice one guy in time.
Are you pulling your car, Red?
Yeah, I'm really packing them in. Yesterday even picked up a guy with a dog.
A dog?
Yeah, everything was all right until we hit a big bump in the road.
What happened?
Did you ever try riding with a dog driving a car?
No. Weren't you nervous?
Yeah, I was. As a matter of fact, I says, hey, get away from there. He says, oh, don't worry. I'll make you nervous. I'll stick out my pole and make a left turn. You know, Well, there was one fella got in trouble over this share the ride plan.
Yeah?
Yeah, he was standing in front of a justice of peace, and he thought they said share the bride.
Oh, by the way, did you turn in your extra tires? You've got to turn them in, before December 1st, or you won't get any ration card at all.
Yeah.
The tires go into a rubber reserve for recapping.
Hey, I know one guy does his own recapping.
He does, huh?
Yeah, took all of his tires and put them in a waffle iron for 10 minutes.
Waffle iron? Well, how'd it work out?
Not so good. They won't run unless you pour maple syrup over.
You know what, Red? I put my car up on Jack's.
You did? How did it work out?
Not so good. Jack's suing me.
You're not... I'm going to sue you, too. You're not supposed to put your car up on Jack's, Ozzie. The whole idea of the mileage rationing is to save rubber, so that we can keep our cars moving along. It isn't to save gasoline.
A lot of people are riding in buses these days.
Yeah, I was standing next to a guy with a welding torch yesterday.
A welding torch, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Was he going out to Douglas Aircraft?
No, First National Bank. I had an embarrassing thing happen to me on the bus.
You did?
Yeah, it was so crowded I had to sit on a girl's lap.
You had to sit on a girl's lap? Well, what's embarrassing about that?
She was driving the bus.
While other girls attend their favorite cocktail bar, sipping dry martinis, munching caviar,
I hope he's kidding.
there's a girl who's really putting them to shame. And Rosie is her name. All the day long, whether rain or shine, she's a part of the assembly line. She's making history, working for victory. Rosie, the riveter, keeps a sharp lookout for sabotage. Sitting up there on the fuselage, that little frail can do more than a male can do. Rosie, the riveter. Rosie's got a boyfriend, Charlie. Charlie, he's a Marine. Rosie is protecting Charlie, working overtime on the riveting machine. When they gave her a production E, she was as proud as a girl could be. There's something true about red, white, and blue about Rosie, the riveter.
All the day long, whether rain or shine, she's a part of the assembly line. She's never twittery, nervous or jittery, Rosie, the riveter. She and the aeroplanes get along great, a perfect 36 and a P-38. She keeps the gang around, they love to hang around, Rosie, the riveter. Rosie's got a lot of admirers, but that's as far as it goes. People say that most of the welders are carrying torches just for Rose. Her main ambition, I've heard it said, is to drop a hot rivet on Hitler's head. There's something true about red, white, and blue about Rosie, the riveter.
Ozzie and Harriet singing Rosie the Riveter, and dedicated to the Boilermakers Union Local 92 here in Los Angeles, who have just sent over 600,000 Raleigh cigarettes to the armed forces overseas. I think that's really swell of them. I wish they'd send me a pound of butter. Now that the cold weather is here, everybody is bundling up. So let's see how different people react to Old Man Winter. First, we go up to the North Country, where we find Deadeye. He's looking for the guy who stole his gal. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, come on, horse boy!
Say,
Mr. Deadeye, maybe it would have been better if we'd have bought some Eskimo dogs in our sled.
No, I'm afraid of dogs. In fact, your dog bit me once.
Now, wait a minute. How could my dog bite you? He ain't got no teeth.
No teeth, huh? You see my left hand?
No.
He got pretty rugged gums, ain't he? Hey, look, there's a trading post ahead. What do you say we race for it? Might warm us up.
Okay.
Giddy up there. Whoa. Well, you can never trust that horse. Well, it looks like it was a tie. We came in neck to neck.
Yep, but I bet I would have won if I had a horse.
Yeah. Well, let's go inside the trading post, huh? Howdy, stranger. You got any dog teams for sale?
Why, yes, I've got a nice friendly dog right here.
Yeah, he does look kind of friendly, don't he? I'll pat him on the head. Yeah, kind of friendly for a Pekingese.
Well, that one there's a bird dog.
Yeah. Oh, I don't want no bird dog. No. Say, you know how a good bird dog's supposed to point.
Yeah.
Well, the one I had last year wouldn't point.
Wouldn't?
Whenever he'd see a duck, he'd look over his shoulder at me and holler, "Hey, stupid, over here!" Hey, how about this dog over here in his cage?
Well, that one's a wolf.
Oh, that ain't a real wolf. Here's how a real wolf goes. Waiting for a bus, babe?
Say, where are you fellas from, anyhow?
California.
California?
Yeah, you know the place where you get hit by a woman driver and then take a sunbath while you're waiting for the ambulance.
Well, what you doing up here in the cold country? You looking for gold?
No, I'm looking for a guy named Bearcat Bob Whiteman. He stole my gal.
Why, you'll find Bearcat Bob right over at the Red Devil Saloon. That's right next door to the Paramount Dance Hall.
Well, thanks, partner. Come on, wonderful. Boy.
Man, is it cold.
Yeah.
What on my knees just froze?
Oh, don't be silly, wonderful. The water on your knees didn't freeze.
Oh, no? I didn't always walk with a goose step.
Well, here's the tavern. I'll see you later.
Hello, Deadeye. What are you doing way up north?
I've come to take you home, Buckshot. Here, I brung you a slave bracelet. When I say slave, I mean slave. Come on, gal, I'm glad to see you. Sit on my lap, will you?
Okay.
Boy, I'm getting more bow-leggeder every day.
It's no use, Deadeye. I've given my heart to Bearcat Bob.
Yeah? Well, if you'll come and go back with me, I'll buy you a carton of Raleigh cigarettes and let you keep all the coupons.
Oh, Deadeye, it's Bearcat Bob.
Yeah, at last.
Deadeye, why don't you leave us be?
Yeah.
We're happy. Soon we'll be as snug as two bugs in a rug.
Yeah, well, pull in your ears, bub, because here comes the vacuum cleaner.
Don't fight, boys. I'll admit I love you both.
Yeah. Now, look here, Deadeye. Let's talk this thing over. Maybe we could share her, huh?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. You take her out on Monday, Wednesdays, and Friday. I'll take her out on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturday.
Well, what about Sundays?
Sundays will give you a 50-yard head start, and the best man wins. And we have Clem, the fellow from the country. He's on his way to Daisy June's house to spend an old-fashioned winter evening. Old-fashioned way, too. Freezing. Well, here I am. Boy, is it snow deep. I'll bet that snow's up to my ears. No, I'm wrong. My ears are down to it. Boy, am I cold. I feel like a good humor man who overdid it. Well, here's Daisy June's house. I'll just jump over the barbed wire fence. Oh, well, I always wanted slash pockets anyway. Now knock on your door.
Hello, Clem.
Well, Daisy. Is it cold enough for you?
Yes, it is. Say, Clem, Is that a coonskin hat you're wearing?
Yes, it is.
Well, the front end of it just winked at me.
Oh, darn that Herman. Herman, stop that and lay down.
Ain't it cold out, Clem?
Yeah, hey, can you imagine what would happen if it ever snowed in California?
What?
Well, the man from the Chamber of Commerce would look at the snow and say, my, aren't the clouds low today?
Ain't you glad to see me, Clem?
Yeah, I'm glad to see you.
Well, how about a kiss?
No.
Aw, come on, give me a kiss.
No, I ain't gonna take my thumb out of my mouth just for that.
Clem, you're getting too big to suck your thumb.
I know, besides, there's no flavor in it no more.
Well, come on in, come on. What's that on your feet? Your underwear hanging down again?
No, them spats to keep my feet warm.
Wouldn't your feet be warmer if you wore shoes, too?
Bird! That's what it says here, B-U-R-R. Bird! Boy, it's really cold, ain't it? I got my ears frostbitten yesterday.
Was it bad?
Couldn't sit down for an hour.
Now, Clem, stop talking like an idiot.
I can't help talking like an idiot. It runs in my family.
It does?
Sure. My great-great-grandfather was stupid. My grandfather was a moron. My great-grandfather was the moron. My grandfather was an idiot. My father's a goon, and I'm a jerk.
Gee willikers.
Yeah, and someday I'm going to get married and have a lot of little nincompoops on there.
Say, why don't you buy an overcoat for yourself, Clem?
Now, I'm going to save the money I make shoveling snow and buying myself a cow.
Oh, well, come on out to the barn and we'll pick out a cow. I'll give you one of mine.
Will you? Well, that's mighty neighborly of you. Here, let's bundle up so we won't catch cold, huh? Bird! Boy, it's really cold out, isn't it?
Yeah. Be careful going down them steps, Clem. They might be a little...
They are.
Clem, are you hurt?
Was my nose always overlooking into my left ear?
Yep.
Yeah, I ain't hurt. Well, here's the barn. Let's go inside. Boy. Well, look at that. Them sure are nice cows, ain't they?
Give good milk, too.
They do?
Go ahead and milk one, Clem.
Is it okay? I'll milk this one. Let's see. Which one's grade A? I'll just milk this one.
A Texaco cow.
Can I have this one?
You betcha. I'll help you take her home.
All right.
You may have trouble getting her across the railroad track.
Why?
Well, she's afraid to cross the tracks ever since her mother got hit by the engine.
Oh, that was her own fault, trying to flirt with a milk train. Hey, look, I got an idea. Here's an old sleigh. Let's put her up in that, and I can push her home over the snow.
All right, let's put her in the sleigh.
All right.
Oh, she sure is heavy. Just a little bit more, and we'll have her on the sleigh.
You need any help, Daisy Jones? There she is. Boy, don't she look silly sitting up in that sleigh. Now, I'll push her down the hill, and she'll slide across the railroad track. There she goes.
Oh, look what's a-coming, Clem. A train.
Yeah. Hey, come back here. Hey, cow, jump out of there, will ya? I'll run and grab her by the tail. Would you like a little relish on yours? The frost is on the pumpkin and the corn is in the script. And in Thanksgiving season's best tradition, we bring you the immortal story of Priscilla and John Alton.
Miss Priscilla, I'm here in behalf of my friend, Captain Miles Standish, who loves you dearly, yet cannot speak.
Yeah.
So I have come to press his suit for him.
Will you iron my slacks, too?
Oh, I'm afraid you don't understand, Miss Priscilla. Miles would woo with you.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you speak for yourself, John?
She should have never said that.
Oh, my Priscilla, you have such lovely, clear, sparkling eyes. You, like everyone else, can see for yourself that Raleigh's give you the more golden tobaccos.
Here we go.
Tobaccos that any expert will tell you are choicer, more expensive.
See what I tell you.
And for unrivaled richness, smoothness, mildness, Raleigh cigarettes are blended from 31 of these finer tobaccos. That's why Raleigh's are unsurpassed in full, satisfying flavor enjoyment.
Oh, John, tell me more.
He will, don't worry.
Raleigh's give you even more, a plus value. Golden coupons redeemable for 3/4 of a cent in cash. 1 1/2 times the cigarette tax added in October 1942. That's about a dime dividend when you buy Raleigh's by the carton.
We'll have such a lovely home.
We certainly will. A home full of the handsome luxury premiums you can also get in exchange for Raleigh coupons. In addition, your Raleigh coupons may be redeemed for United States war stamps.
Hey, John, did Priscilla agree to marry me?
Oh, she agreed all right. Agreed that it pays in many ways to get the pack with the coupon on the back, Raleigh cigarettes.
Then we have a lady and her little boy. It's the first day of snow and Junior's just getting up. So, Harriet, you be my mother and I'll be the mean little care.
Junior, get up and look out the window at the snow.
Okay. Oh, boy, look at that. Look at that. I will make a snowman. I'll make him look just like Pop. If I can find some snow that looks stupid enough.
Junior, if you want to go out and play in the snow, you'd better put on your long underwear.
No, I don't want to put on me long underwear. I can't button them up myself.
Oh, don't be silly. The buttons are right there in front.
Mummy, I don't think we're talking about the same thing.
Put your long underwear on.
No, I was just fooling. I got them on, Mummy.
And your heavy stockings?
Yes, ma'am.
And don't forget your thick shoes.
No, I got me thick shoes on, me thick head and me overcoat.
I can hardly believe my eyes. You put on all those heavy clothes without my helping you. How did you do it?
I slept in them.
Oh, go wash your face and get ready for breakfast.
Okay, go wash me face. That's the favorite thing I hate to do most. It snowed last night. It snowed last night. I dreaming of a white Christmas. I dreaming of a white Christmas. And me papa's dreaming of a wet New Year.
Junior, don't forget to wash your face good.
Wash your face good, she said. I got a good mind to let me hair grow like Veronica Lake, and then I only had to wash one time. Oh, well, I turn on the water. Well, how do you like that? The pipe is frozen. Now, nothing comes out but groans. Now I can't wash me little face, me neck, or me ears. Ain't that a shame? Breaks me a little harder, does. I better get out of here before it thaws. Oh, look at that dirty banister. I think I'll slide down and dust it off. Dust myself off, too.
Junior, did you break something?
Meow, meow.
Oh, that darn cat.
It always works. Boy, at times I wish that old cat would have kittens so I could increase production.
Come on, Junior, eat your breakfast while it's hot.
Okay, here I is. Oh, boy, hot cereal. Hey, does it crackle and pop?
Well, of course. Just pour some cream over it and see.
Okay. Kind of stale, ain't it?
Well, I will eat it up.
Junior, stop that. What's wrong with your teeth? They're green.
Yeah, you know them ferns in the living room?
Yes.
Well, you want to go in and look at them, or do you want to remember them as they were? Hey, Mommy, can I go out and play in the snow?
No, it's too cold to go out.
Now, you let me go out and play, or I will tell.
You'll tell what?
I will tell everybody you served steak on Meatless Tuesday.
Junior, that wasn't steak, that was hash.
I knew I would find out what it was.
Oh, go on out and play.
Okay.
On a second thought, a little air might do me good.
Okay.
I'll go with you. Here, put your mittens on.
Put your mittens on. Oh, no. What happened to the electric light wires?
Well, the snow was so heavy that it broke them.
I will go fix them.
Don't touch those live wires, Junior.
Why not?
Well, you might get a shock, and then the company will charge us extra. Oh, boy, snow.
Oh, boy, no. I will go belly whopping. I will run and then... Oh.
When you go belly whopper, Junior, you're supposed to use the sled.
Now she tells me. Oh, boy, this is good.
Junior, take that dirty snow out of your mouth.
Okay, don't hit me. Gee, a fella can't even have a snack between meals. Hey, Mummy, look how far I can throw a rock. Watch me.
Whee! Ow! Now you broke Mrs. Murphy's window.
Well, don't get excited. It isn't all broken, just the middle.
Oh, that does it. Now you're going to get it there.
Oh, you hit me. You hit me. You broke my little clavicle. You broke my little clavicle.
What's a clavicle?
You broke my... I don't know, but you'll find out in court.
Now what are you doing? Making a snowball?
Yeah, I make a nice big one.
You're not going to hit Mother with it, are you?
I don't know why they let women vote. Oh, look who's coming. The man next door, and he's wearing a brand new shiny silk hat. Now, he ought to know better than that.
Junior, don't throw that!
Why did you hit me? Why did you hit me with that snowball? And Winchell calls things like you a blessed event.
How are you, Mr. Harkins? Isn't it cold today?
Oh, it certainly is. I wish I had a hot cup of coffee. You don't happen to have a spare cup, do you?
Don't answer that, Mummy. He might be a spy from the OPA. Hey, I know where there's big rooms of coffee and there's lots of coffee. You can have all your...
Where?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
Oh, Junior, look at the man coming down the ski slide.
Yeah. Whee! Look at him go. Boy, he sure got big feet, ain't he?
Oh, darling, those aren't his feet.
They're not? He sure let his toenails get away from him.
Junior, those are skis.
Oh.
Why don't you go and play?
Okay, well, I'll go play. Well, here I is, all alone. We know what that means, don't we, folks? Oh, look, a man starting his car. I wonder if I could tie me little sled on the back and go for a ride. I wonder if this rope's strong enough. It looks strong enough. If I do, I get my ears knocked off. I do it. I is dying to try this new share the ride plan anyway. Yeah, now it's all tied on. Here we are. Here we go, here we go. Not too bad, not too bad. Hey, Mummy, look on the back of the car.
Oh, someone's hauling some trash away. Junior, get off of there!
Don't worry, Mummy. I'm not going very far. 4 gallon don't last long, you know.
Hey, man, here's a way to enjoy those long, cold evenings. Listen.
Pipe smokers, salute Sir Walter Raleigh in its brand new patriotic service uniform. Same familiar orange and black design, but free of metal. Sir Walter Raleigh has given the tin off its back to help win the war. And it's the smoothest blend of extra choice burleys you've ever met. Prime tobaccos, cured and aged to the peak of mellowness, give Sir Walter Raleigh a full, rich, nut-like flavor that just can't be beat. Burns cool, even, and smooth, right down to the bottom of the bowl, with a pleasing, fragrant aroma. Tonight, try the quality pipe tobacco of America, Sir Walter Raleigh.
Remember, we'll all be back again next Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, and yours truly, Truman Bradley. Meanwhile, listen to the Tommy Dorsey Show tomorrow night over most of these same stations. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening. And may we take this opportunity to say farewell and a speedy return to Wonderful Smith, who joins the United States Army on Saturday. Good night now.
Red Skelton is heard on this program through the courtesy of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This program has been broadcast from the Armed Forces overseas and has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Of light, the cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's trouble on the trail ahead! I'm Silver! Hoy!
The courtroom was packed with townsmen who came to hear Cyrus Hawkins sentenced. The hum of excited voices rose and fell on the warm air, and the atmosphere was charged with tense expectancy. Movement stirred in the crowded doorway and in the tall open windows where latecomers sought entrance into the courtroom. The charge was murder. Witnesses who claimed to have seen the act committed made the verdict of guilty a certainty. But the pros and cons of the case still held the excited interest of the crowd. Then a sudden hush fell over the room as the judge made ready to address the prisoner, and a gavel rapped for silence.
The prisoner will stand. Cyrus Hawkins, you have been found guilty of murder as charged in the indictment. Have you anything to say before this court passes sentence?
Just this. I'm no more guilty of murder than you are. I tell you, Judge, this whole thing's a frame-up.
That's all that you have to say?
It's not all I've got to say, not by a jugful. Every doggone one of those witnesses lied through his teeth. Well, look at me. I never so much as hurt a grasshopper. Seth Holloway's to hang tomorrow. I know he's not guilty of murder any more than I am. The same witnesses that lied...
The jury has found you guilty. The time for argument is past. You had your trial, And all that remains is for me to pass sentence.
But, Judge, I tell you...
It is the sentence of this court that you be taken to the jail in the custody of the sheriff, and on the morning of the 14th, be hanged by the neck until dead.
Well, listen to me. How come the same witnesses testify against everyone?
Court is adjourned.
Hold it. You all stay right where you are.
There he is, there at the window.
He's mad.
You got 2 guns on us. What's this mean?
Get him, fellow.
You come this way.
Stop it! You, Indian, take your hands off the prisoner.
You see here,
Keep
you.
out of the way, Sheriff. You might get hurt.
Redskins taking side at the window. Who is he? Who's the master? Arrest them both, interfering with justice.
Stop him.
Oh, Silver!
All that day, the townsmen discussed the trial and the amazing abduction of the condemned man. Then, toward evening, the subject of conversation changed. Attention was focused on Seth Holloway, already tried and convicted of murder, who was sentenced to hang the following morning. Daybreak. Holloway slowly mounted the 13 steps of the scaffold. He had pleaded in vain, protesting his innocence against a string of men who claimed to be eyewitnesses to murder. On top of the platform, he saw a row of men who would officially witness his hanging. The sheriff was on hand with a deputy who would adjust the black hood over Seth's tired face.
Innocent. I'm innocent. And they're to hang me.
Near the sheriff stood the banker, a man named Steele, who was an official witness.
If anything happens like yesterday, Sheriff, you'd better be ready to account for it.
It won't.
Still no sign of that masked man, huh?
Nope, we're still hunting him and the redskin and Cy Hawkins.
He won't interrupt this hanging?
And by a darn sight. I've got guards posted all around.
Good.
Innocent. And they're to hang me.
Holloway, this is it. You got any last words before we blindfold you?
Sheriff, I know there ain't no use pleading now. But I hope someday, from where I'm going, to see those lying witnesses made to pay in full.
Fix the blindfold.
Not now.
That voice.
Who spoke?
I did.
Put on them goes.
Up the prisoner's hands.
It's the same man.
You needn't look so closely, Banker Steele. My face isn't masked, but it is disguised. Hunter, bring up the horses.
Here comes.
That same redskin.
Careful, that. Sheriff, you'll pay for this.
Seth. Jump down and get on that white horse. I'll be right alongside. Now, hurry.
My chance for life.
You get up on Silver.
Steady, Silver.
You're not going to get away with this.
Keep your gun in leather.
Like fun, I will.
I'll fix it so you can't use it. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. Someone stop him. He's got another prisoner.
Fire on them. Stop them. Call the posse.
I'll Silver.
Later in the day, Sheriff Carey defended himself weakly against the anger of Banker Steele, the wealthiest man in Lenape. The huge frame of the banker seemed to tower over the undersized lawman, and in his discomfiture, the sheriff seemed to shrink in his chair. The scene is the sheriff's office.
I tell you, Steele, I did all I could. It ain't my fault the masked man rescued them, too.
Shut up, you blabbering weak-kneed fool. I saw you give way to the masked man with my own eyes. You ain't got the spine of a jellyfish.
I did my best.
Your best ain't good enough.
What do you mean?
I put you in office, Carey. I can put you out.
You wouldn't.
Wouldn't I? Carey, I had you elected sheriff for one reason. To arrest the men I wanted out of the way.
Well, that's what I've been doing.
I supplied you with the evidence to hang them. Evidence that convicted them. But you let them get away.
It's that masked man, Steele. He shows up when you don't expect him. Handles them 6 guns of his like greased lightning.
Who is he?
I don't know.
Find him, arrest him.
I can't. I've had men hunting everywhere.
Carey, if you don't get that masked man, you're finished.
But
You heard me. I don't know who he is, or what he wants. But I got a sneaking suspicion if I don't get him, he'll get me.
If you'll just give me time.
You had time. Sheriff Carey, you wouldn't be thinking of double-crossing me, would you?
Of course not, Mr. Steele.
Any time you get tired of your job, there's jail waiting for you.
Oh, Mr. Steele.
I've got evidence to use against you the same as the others.
You don't have to worry about me.
No, I reckon not. But if you let that other prisoner escape, you'd better worry about me.
Jeff Harris? He's safe in jail. He won't get out.
I'm not so sure.
What do you mean?
With that mask hombre around, like as not Jeff Harris will be rescued before he's hung.
The other two wasn't taken till they was ready for the noose. Harris ain't even been tried yet.
We won't take chances.
What do you mean?
How would it be if Harris was to commit suicide in his cell?
Suicide?
Folks would figure he had a guilty conscience.
How?
It could be made to look like he hanged himself in his cell by his belt.
It could be done.
Tonight, after he's asleep.
Will you be here?
Of course not.
Well, I'll need help.
That's right. And I don't trust them deputies. I'll send over a couple of my own men to help you.
This'll be one hanging the masked man won't know about.
Late that night, 3 figures crept stealthily toward the cell where Jeff Harris slept. They were the sheriff and 2 men whom Banker Steele had assigned to help him accomplish his murderous errand. Grim-featured, shrewd-eyed men who made their living by the knife and the gun and the rope. Slowly, carefully, they crept toward the unsuspecting youth.
Quiet, you fool. Did it wake him?
I don't know.
He's still sleeping. Come on, Gary.
Now watch your step, Jode. Here's the cell. All right, boys, get him.
Put up your hand.
What?
Who's your sheriff? Bring Jeff Harris out of that cell, Tonto.
The masked man.
What's going on here?
These men came here to hang you, Jeff.
I don't understand.
You come. Don't let him take the prisoner, boys. Rush him.
You handle the mask hombre, Sheriff. We'll jump the engine.
As the 2 grim-faced men leaped into Jeff's cell to intercept Tonto in his attempt to free the youth, the sheriff lunged at the Lone Ranger. Quickly, the masked man returned his guns to their holsters and met the sheriff's attack with his fists.
No, you don't.
I'll get you.
Yes? And take this, too.
Fists flailed but briefly as the Lone Ranger countered the sheriff's charge with an expertly timed, excellently aimed blow, then floored him with a smash to the jaw. Meanwhile, in Jeff's cell, Tonto was more than holding his own against the 2 men who attacked him.
You take this. You ornery redskin, I'll get you for cracking my pod.
No, you won't.
As the second man leaped at the Indian to revenge his partner, he was suddenly intercepted by a tall figure who wore a black mask. Parrying the man's blow, the Lone Ranger put the complete force of his muscular shoulders behind a punch that sent his opponent reeling against the wall, then crashing to the floor.
We finish. Honey, pass.
Come on, Jeff.
Where are you taking me?
Where you'll be safe.
But I don't
Hurry, this way before they recover.
Stop on my gun. It is.
On my horse, here. Up you come.
But what's this?
Up with you. Come on, Silver.
Thundering in the night, the powerful horses carried the Lone Ranger, Jeff, and Tonto to a well-concealed camp in an arroyo not far from town.
Hold, Silver. Hold. Easy. You'll be safe here, Jeff.
Where are we?
At my camp.
That mask. You're outlaws.
We're your friends, Jeff.
Huh? Why did you break me out of jail?
Those men were going to hang you and make it appear as suicide.
But one of them was a sheriff.
Yes, and the others were Banker Steele's gunmen.
Banker Steele?
Steele planned to convict you for murder.
I didn't kill Hank James. The evidence against me was faked.
Faked by Steele. He framed you just as he framed the others.
You mean the 2 you saved from hanging? I heard about that.
Why does Steele want you out of the way?
I don't know. First time I met him was when I made a deposit at his bank.
How much did you deposit?
$7,000. My uncle back east left it to me in his will.
Well, that's reason enough for Steele to want to kill you.
Huh?
Holloway and Hawkins also had large deposits in his bank.
I don't savvy this at all.
It's simple enough. The bank's big depositors were prevented from claiming their money. Steele could take over their deposits.
But there was evidence against the others. 4 men saw Holloway and Hawkins do murder.
Those 4 men could have been paid to testify falsely.
By Steele?
Yes.
Then there'd have been men at my trial to swear I shot Hank James?
Yes, Jeff.
But the sheriff, he knows...
Terry works hand in glove with Steele.
Why, the low-down coyote.
Now, listen to me, Jeff. You've got to risk your neck to establish your innocence.
Huh?
As matters stand, you're out of jail. But you'll always be a hunted man.
I know.
If
you'll risk hanging to help me, we can expose Steele and Sheriff Carey, and you can return home unmolested.
I'd be with my wife again.
And I can count on you?
You bet, mister.
Good. Holloway and Hawkins said the same thing.
That makes...
5 of us.
Yeah, 5. 5 against Steele and his whole rotten setup.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. A few days later, a stranger entered Steele's bank and walked to the teller's window. He was well but conservatively dressed, suggesting a man of means. And in his hand, he carried a small black bag. Setting the bag on the floor beside him, he withdrew from it a thick package of banknotes, then presented the bills together with a slip at the teller's window.
I want to make a deposit.
Surely, stranger. How much?
$10,000. Here's a slip I filled out.
10,000? That's a lot of cash.
I'm planning to open a business here.
I'll have to get this approved by the boss. Be back in a minute. Mr. Steele.
What do you want?
A man here wants to make a deposit. $10,000.
How much?
$10,000.
10,000. Who?
Here's the slip.
Lane Brand.
Shall I put the deposit through?
Certainly put it through. What do I hire you for? Here, let me sign that paper.
Yes, sir.
Here you are. 10,000.
What is it, Steele?
Some stranger is making a deposit, Carey. $10,000.
Yeah?
If I could count on you, I could clean up.
Steele, I've done all a man can.
You sure messed things up at the jail the other night. You and them dunderheads I told to help.
It was that masked man again.
I know it. And this time he turned Jeff Harris loose. That makes 3 escapes, Carey.
You don't have to worry, Steele. They won't show their faces in town again. They know they'd be arrested if they did. And you already took their bank deposits.
Even so, if one of your prisoners escapes again...
The next one won't get away, I'll promise you that.
There won't be a next one, Carey. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless we can frame the stranger that just came into the bank.
$10,000 is a lot of money.
Yes, but first we got to...
Gunfire.
Get from outside.
Maybe we can see from this window.
It's a stranger.
He's bending over an engine.
Yes. And the engine's been shot. Carey, that 10,000 is as good as mine.
What do you mean?
We'll railroad the stranger to a hang noose so fast it'll make his head swim. Come on.
Hurrying to the street, Sheriff Carey and Steele elbowed their way through the gathering crowd. Angry voices rose as the crowd saw the inert form of a grave-faced Indian dressed in buckskin on the ground and a stranger standing over him. Then, before their anger could be expressed in action, the sheriff and banker Steele pushed their way into the center of the crowded circle.
Let me through.
Make way for the sheriff.
Ranger, you're under arrest.
What for?
Murder.
I didn't shoot this Injun, Sheriff.
He was standing over him.
I ran to see if I could help him.
Funny nobody else did.
Nobody else was around.
Sure, just you and the Injun, so you shot him. Let me have your gun.
Oh, I tell you, I found him there on the ground.
This Injun's the one who helped free them murderers, Carey.
Oh, darned if he ain't. Name's Tonto or something.
Yeah. There's 2 bullet holes in his jacket.
That settles it, stranger.
What?
There's 2 bullets missing from your gun.
Well, that's a lie. I never...
Search him, Steele. Like as not, you'll find the shells on him.
Glad to oblige, Carey.
Now, see here.
You better hold your tongue, mister. Anything you say can be used against you.
I'll tell you I'm innocent.
Well, we'll let the court decide that. Find anything, Steele?
Just a piece of paper.
Hey, give me that. That's my bank receipt.
You're mistaken, mister. This is nothing but a scrap of paper.
It's a receipt for money I deposited.
Shut up. Didn't find any shells, huh, Steele?
No, Carey. I guess he threw them away.
Yeah, well, that way there'd be less evidence. We got enough to hang him already.
You're framing me, both of you.
Come on, Silver.
What the?
The masked man.
Put your hands up.
Carey, if he takes his prisoner from me, you're through.
Put down them guns. You're obstructing justice.
Obstructing justice? You should know all about that, Sheriff. You and Steve.
Hey, you...
What?
Remember, Carey, if he takes the prisoner, if you let him get away...
I didn't come for the prisoner this time. Easy, big fella. I came for my friend. Come on, Tonto, I'll get you out of here.
Now's your chance, Carey. Jump in, quick.
Watch yourself, Sheriff.
Shoot him. Shoot your fool.
Go ahead, Sheriff. Shoot me in the back. Steady, big fella. Come on, Silver.
Hey, you slow-moving mousehorn. Confound you, Sheriff. You let him get away.
Carrying Tonto astride the great horse Silver, the Lone Ranger raced back to the camp. When he arrived, the 3 fugitives he had saved from Sheriff Carey's justice were waiting.
Oh, Silver, oh, boy, oh. Easy. You did a perfect job, Tonto.
Them plenty fooled.
How did it come out?
What happened?
Did it work?
Everything went as planned. They were so anxious to arrest Brandt, they glanced at the bullet holes in Tonto's jacket and took it for granted that he was shot.
Can you beat that?
That proves the sheriff's a crook.
I can't wait to get my hands on that coyote.
Steele robbed Brandt of his bank receipt.
The sheriff took mine.
Mine, too.
Those receipts was our only claim to having cash in the bank. Now Steele's got them.
He won't have them long.
Them try to hang Brandt.
Brandt won't have a chance at the trial.
What'll we do?
When the case comes up, we'll give Steele and the sheriff the biggest surprise of their lives.
Brandt's trial was set for the following afternoon at the insistence of Steele, who was anxious to claim Brandt's $10,000 bank account as quickly as possible. Attracted by the unusual circumstances of the trial, a record crowd thronged the courtroom. A jury had been hastily summoned, and the witnesses, as was expected by the Lone Ranger, were picked by Steele. Brandt heard first one man, then another take the stand and swear to lies against him.
And saw Brandt pull his gun and shoot the redskin. That's all, Your Honor.
Judge, that man lies.
Brandt, sit down. You're out of order.
My gun wasn't even fired.
Don't believe him, Judge. I found 2 bullets missing.
Well, sure they were missing. You took them from a gun yourself. You know you did, Sheriff.
That's a lie.
It ain't a lie. As heaven's my witness, it's the truth. Everything those witnesses have said is a lie. A judge, you've got to believe me. These men are hanging me.
With amazing speed, fake evidence was stacked against the man on trial. It was clear that Brandt had no hope of escaping the hangman's rope. Outside, watching the trial through a window, was a small group of men.
Holloway.
Yeah?
Are those witnesses the same men who testified against you?
That's right.
Me, too. Reckon they'd have testified against me if you hadn't broken me out of jail first.
I'd like to go in there and throw them lies right back in their faces.
Yeah.
When do we start?
Not yet.
Well, the jury's filing out.
When they return with the verdict, Brandt will have his say.
But what good will it do?
Wait and watch.
Inside the courtroom, there was a low hum of excited voices, punctuated by moments of tense expectancy as faces looked at the clock on the wall, which seemed inexorably to tick away Brandt's life. When the judge and the jury returned, the defendant's fate would be officially sealed. But in the minds of the people who sat there, the decision soon to be rendered was all too apparent. Already it called for the death penalty. Suddenly the jury filed back into the room, their foreman holding tightly to the paper whose few simple words held Brandt's life in the balance.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
The defendant will stand and face the jury. The foreman will rise and read the verdict.
We, the jury, in the case of the state versus Brandt, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree as charged in the indictment.
Your Honor.
Has the defendant something to say?
I want to address the court.
Well, make it short.
I've been guilty of killing a man who's not even been proved dead.
Order! Order in the court! Order! What do you mean by that, Brandt? You heard the testimony of witnesses who examined the man and found him dead.
I'll show you what I mean, Judge. My friends are taking over.
What's that?
All of you, stay seated.
Won't anybody make a move?
The masked man.
Glory be.
Carey! Sheriff Carey! There's Jeff Harris, one of the escaped prisoners.
Order! Order in the court here! Order!
And you'll see more of the escaped prisoners. Holloway, Hawkins, bring in the Indian.
We're coming.
Here we come, with the engine on a stretcher.
There's the other 2 fugitives. Holloway and Hawkins. Arrest those men.
Stay right where you are.
Judge, what sort of a trial is this?
Be quiet, Steele. Everyone be quiet. Give me that gavel. Now, Judge, Ask the witnesses if this is the Indian Brant killed.
Step up and answer the question. Is that Injun on the stretcher the one?
Let me have a look. Yep, that's him.
Sheriff, do you agree?
Yeah, that's the engine, all right.
Steele, you take a look.
Sure, it's him. What about it?
Stand up, Tonto.
Me not dead. Me not even hurt.
We've been framed.
Somebody double-cross me. Order in the court.
Quiet! Judge, every one of the witnesses lied.
That ain't so.
Jeff, where was Collins when he said he saw Brant shoot?
In the cafe, playing faro.
Holloway, where was Carson?
He was at the blacksmith's. Brown was there with him.
And Baird was home in bed.
Judge, those same witnesses testified against all of these men.
They were paid to lie by Steele. He wanted our money.
That ain't true.
Am I right? Speak up or you'll be jailed for perjury.
Maybe one of you can turn state's evidence.
Steele paid us to lie. I'll tell about it.
Let me tell. I'll go state's evidence.
Framed. I've been framed, Lieutenant.
It's a frame-up, Steele, but you framed it. You faked murder evidence against 3 fugitives for the same reason you did me. To claim their bank deposits.
Prove it. Brant, you prove it.
You deny I deposited $10,000 in your bank?
I do. All my depositors get a receipt for the money.
I've got one, too, Steele.
You're bluffing, Brant. You know, dog.
The receipt you took from me was a copy, Steele. The real receipt is here. Signed with your name.
I've heard enough. Steele, I'm appointing an honest lawman to investigate you and the sheriff right now.
You needn't appoint anyone, Judge. The United States Marshal is here to take charge.
Well, where is he?
His name is Brant. Steele, he's arresting you and the sheriff for murder.
Murder?
Murder of the men you accused Holloway, Hawkins, and Harris of killing.
That's a hanging charge.
Yeah, but he's going to spring the trap on me.
Put down that gun,
Hey,
Steele.
move it out there.
He can shoot. Go ahead and hit you.
Good work, Tonto. They won't need us now. Come on.
Wait. Hold up there. Who are those men? That masked man.
Masked man? Judge, he's the Lone Ranger.
Glory be.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Operator, this is Eddie Cantor. Connect me with Fink's drugstore. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Fink's drugstore.
Hello. Would you please run across the street and call Jack Benny to the phone?
Well, Mr. Benny happens to be here now, but you'll have to wait a minute. He's talking to the manager at the pinball machine.
Ah, that was a lucky one. 2 nickels, please. We don't pay off on tilts. Tilts? Listen, buddy, I play the game fair and square. I don't even lay my hands on the machine. What I do with my feet is pure skill.
Sorry, we have rules. We do not pay off on a pinball game unless the machine remains inside the store at all times. But, Mr. Fink, you shoved it so close to the soda fountain, you shot the last 3 balls into the malted milkshake.
Look, if that's the way you want to run your drugstore, I'll go elsewhere.
Please try to understand, Mr. Benny. I don't mind you shoving the machine a little. But you're not supposed to break the glass and put the balls where you want them.
That was an accident. I dropped my handkerchief on it.
Your handkerchief?
Yes, I had my lunch in it. I come here just for coffee, not to eat.
Oh, all right. Here are your nickels.
Mr. Benny.
Didn't even touch the thing.
You're wanted on the phone.
Oh, thanks. Help me get this pinball machine off my back. Accusing a guy of... Hello?
Jack, this is Cantor. I got your message to call.
Oh, yes, Eddie, this is urgent. I must see you immediately regarding a proposition.
Look, Jack, I'm not going to get stung with any more of your propositions. I didn't mind last month when you sold me that piece of property and told me it was a gold mine.
It is, Eddie. I tell you, miniature golf courses are coming back. But that's just a small deal. This proposition is big. It's tremendous. Suppose I come over and discuss it with you.
Look, Jack, I'm going on the air in a minute. I can't have you barging in on my program unless the sponsor gives us consent.
Okay, I'll hang around the drugstore until you hear from your sponsor. You can't afford to miss this opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, present It's Time to Smile with Eddie Cantor.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. How are you, Harry?
Say, Eddie, I overheard your conversation with Jack Benny. You know you don't need the sponsor's consent. Now, why don't you let him come on the program?
Harry, we've got a good thing here, haven't we?
Yes.
We're both eating regularly?
Yeah.
We get paid every week?
Well, what's all that got to do with Jack coming on our program?
Listen, if our sponsor finds out people are supposed to laugh, we're through, you know. Besides, Harry, I don't like to have him around. He's such a cheap guy.
Oh, no, Eddie, that's just a rumor. No, really, it's a rumor. I happen to know that for Mary's last birthday, Jack gave her a beautiful silver fox muff.
Silver fox muff?
Yes.
That was Benny's toupee with a zipper on it.
Eddie, you're exaggerating
I'm
again.
not. That guy is really tight. Wednesday, he goes into a butcher shop and gets some liver for his dog. Thursday, he gets some hamburger for his dog. Friday, he gets bones for his dog.
Yeah, well, what's cheap about that?
Harry, he's got no dog.
Really, Eddie, I never thought Jack was that stingy.
He's always been that way. When Benny was a baby, he was weaned on a piggy bank. Believe me, Harry.
Oh, I have the phone there, Eddie.
Hello?
Anything new?
No, Jack. The sponsor hasn't called yet. Why can't you tell me about your proposition now?
Look, not over the phone, Eddie. It's too big, too important. Look, did John D. Rockefeller ever transact business over a phone? Did Rockefeller ever discuss million-dollar deals over a phone?
Yes, he did.
Well, who do you think I am, Rockefeller? Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, but Jack, I'm busy. Will you call me back?
Okay.
I don't know what to do with that guy. He is the...
Oh, hello, Mr. Cantor.
Well, it's Hattie McDaniel. Hattie, I've been looking for you all day. Where have you been?
I've been substituting for Rochester over at Mr. Benny's house. Yes, they put poor Rochester in jail last night.
In jail? What for?
He smiled during a blackout.
You say he smiled?
Yes, sir. And the gold in his teeth lit up Hollywood Boulevard, Clara Glendale.
Tell me, Hattie, I'm anxious to know. You've been to Mr. Benny's house. Has he really got a piggy bank?
Oh, no, sir.
He hasn't?
No, sir, but he's the only man I know who's got a mattress that jingle, jangle, jingle. Well, Mr. Cantor, I'll be running along now.
All right, goodbye, Hattie.
So long. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Hello? Cantor speaking.
Oh, is this you, Eddie? I must have dialed your number by mistake. However, since you're on the phone, anything new?
No, not yet, Jack.
Well, I hate to bother you so much, but don't worry about the sponsor. I'll drop over later on. So long.
So long. Harry, I can't understand that, Benny. He is so... Come in.
Anything new?
Jack, why, it's Jack Benny. Well, Jack, this is really a surprise.
Wait a minute, Eddie. What do you mean, surprise? In the first place, I just got through talking to you on the phone. Last week, you announced that I was going to be on your program. I announced it on my show Sunday. It's been in all the radio columns. You've had 8 Pinkerton detectives following me for 5 days. Now, when I walked in here, why did you get so excited?
Well, look, Jack, let's not fool ourselves. If I didn't get so excited when you walked in, if I didn't say, why, it's Jack Benny, do you think you'd get such a big reception?
Yes, I do.
Oh, yeah? Well, Jack, I'm going to show you the difference. Walk out and come in again.
All right, I will.
Come in. Why, it's Jack Benny.
Now, about this proposition.
Jack, will you forget business? Forget business for a while. Business. I haven't seen you for so long, Jack. Let's just have a friendly chat.
All right.
Is it a money-making proposition?
Well, no, not exactly, no.
So how are you feeling, Jack? How are you? Gosh, it's good to see you. You know, I never see you, Jack. Of course, I listen to you every Sunday.
Oh, then you, Eddie, you did hear me mention that I was going to be on your program, didn't you?
Yes, Jack. That's the part I heard.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, and on your show, you also mentioned going to see the preview of your new picture, George Washington Slept Here. Did you actually go?
Yes, Eddie, I finally saw the picture.
Well, tell me, Jack, how is it? I mean, were you pleased with your work in it?
Well, Eddie, you know, I hate to bring it up in front of all these people. I mean, look, let me tell you something. Now, Eddie, I'm not conceited. You know that, don't you?
Of course, Jack.
I mean, you've never heard me rave about myself, have you?
Never, Jack. Never.
Well, Eddie, I will amaze you in this picture. Now, look.
No kidding.
I really will.
Really?
I honestly believe that for the first time, the screen has captured the real me.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, Jack.
And you know I'm not egotistical.
No. You know that. After all. Now, well, tell me more about it, Jack. I'm really interested.
No, Eddie, I'd rather not talk about it. I mean, people might think I'm swell-headed and over-enthusiastic, so let's drop it.
Okay. By the way, Jack, how is Mary?
Mary? Why, she's not even in the picture. You see, it's Ann Sheridan.
Oh, yes.
And, Eddie, I must tell you about one scene we have together. You see, Ann and I have been married for 3 years. And there's one scene in the garden that'll tear your heart out.
Really?
Oh, really. It's where I say to her, Connie. See, that's her name in the picture, Connie. My name is Billy Boy.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, look at it. No, but this scene is really beautiful. I say to her, now this is after we've been married, you see, for 3 years, you see. And we're out in the garden, and I say, Connie, this is our 3rd anniversary. Tell me, sweetheart, do you still love me? And as the moonbeams cast their magic spell over us, she looks into my eyes and softly whispers, no. Well, Eddie, I saw it and cried.
Yeah.
Really? And when a fellow as tough as I am can cry at his own picture, well...
Well, that must be a real dramatic highlight, Jack. Huh?
Oh, it is. Oh, well, enough about me and everything. How's Ida? Did she see my picture?
No, she didn't. Tell me, Jack, how do you look on the screen? I mean, how do you photograph?
How do I photograph?
On the street, yes.
I'm glad you brought that up. Now, Eddie, I mean, you know me well. You know I never brag.
What? You?
I mean, you know that.
I know that, Jack.
Come here a minute.
Yeah.
Now, don't misunderstand
Well, we're
what I'm
friends,
going to
Jack.
say.
Can,
you know.
You know.
Now, look at. You've seen Robert Taylor on the screen, haven't you?
Uh-huh.
Well, let's not talk.
Oh, come on, Jack. Let me hear. I'm your friend. Let me
Eddie,
hear.
I'm acting like a kid.
No. Jack, it's all right.
Drop it, Eddie.
No, let's kick it around some more. Come on. Then, Jack, from what you've just told me, you really feel that you've established yourself as a great screen lover?
Definitely. To tell you the truth, Eddie, I was so good in those love scenes that in my next picture, they're just going to give me a leading lady and a rumble scene.
Jack, I'd like to ask you something. You and I have been friends for a great many years, haven't we?
Oh, we've been pals, kid.
Well, I'd like to ask you something, brother.
What is it, kid?
Who's going to play the part of the rumble scene?
Listen, Eddie, not changing the subject,
Yeah.
but look, I was awfully thirsty when I came in here. Is there any water around here?
Yeah, right out in the hall, Jack.
Thanks, Eddie. I'll be right back.
That's all right. What a ham. Harry, will you come here a minute?
Now, what, Eddie?
Did you ever hear a man rave so much about himself? Did you ever see such a display of egotism?
No, Eddie, I must admit I never did.
Well, let me tell you something.
What?
I didn't want to mention this to Jack, but I saw George Washington slept there.
You really saw? Well, look, how does Jack photograph, Eddie? How does he look?
Harry, come here a minute.
Yeah.
You've seen Robert Taylor, haven't you?
Oh, sure. I've seen him in lots of pictures.
Then you know it can't be the camera.
Jack looks pretty bad, huh?
He looks... I'll explain it this way. Did you ever see a little girl about 6 years old when she gets into her mother's purse and puts on some rouge and lipstick?
Yes.
Well, Jack looked just like that, only he had a red arrow pointing to his dimple. Anyway, Harry... Oh, Jack! Jack, I was just telling Mary how anxious I am.
Harry.
I was just telling Harry how anxious...
Mary is home listening to the program.
I've been telling her to... Listen! I've been just telling Harry Von Zell how anxious I am to see you in your new picture, Jack.
Really? Well, that can be arranged, Eddie. I'll leave a couple of passes for you at the box office.
Passes?
Yes. It won't cost you a cent. You just have to be there at the theater any time between 5 and 6 in the morning, and you can see the picture. It's a sort of an early bird matinee, you know?
Look, Jack, I'd like to see George Washington slept here, but I don't want to get there so early I have to wake him up.
All right, Eddie, I'll give you 2 swell tickets for tonight.
You'll give me?
Well, in return, I'd like to ask a small favor. Remember me telling you over the phone about a certain proposition?
Yes, that's it. Come.
Well, here's what it is.
Yes.
I am going to New York in a couple of weeks. Yes. You see, I want to see the Brooklyn bombshell there. I'm going over there. And I'm going to New York in a couple of weeks, and I'd like to take your whole cast with me.
That's the favor you...
Yes. Your whole cast.
Don't be ridiculous, I'm sorry, Jack, but it's no deal. Listen to me, kid. You keep your show and I'll keep mine.
Well, I just thought I'd ask. If you say no, that's the end of it, Eddie.
Glad we understand each other. Now, look, Jack.
Oh, Mr. Cantor.
Why, yes, Dinah. Come in, Dinah.
You're wanted at the stage door, Mr. Cantor.
Thanks, Dinah. Jack, you know Dinah, sure.
Oh, sure. Hello, Dinah.
Hello.
I got to run. I can't let you have any of my cash, Jack. You asked me and I told you, and that's the way it... Shall it be that way?
That'll
You
be
told me
it.
not to.
I'll see you later. Dinah.
Yeah.
Dinah,
Uh-huh.
come here a minute, will you?
Okay.
Look, Dinah.
Yes.
Dinah.
Uh-huh.
Dinah, are you happy here? I mean, are you satisfied with what you're doing and for whom you're doing it?
Well, what do you mean, Jack?
I mean, wouldn't you rather broadcast on Sunday than on Wednesday?
Well, what's the difference?
Well, look what it does to your whole week. Look, when you broadcast on Wednesday, let me show you. You broadcast on Wednesday, then all of a sudden comes Thursday and Friday. The first thing you know, your weekend is shot. Then all of a sudden comes Monday and Tuesday, and you're working again. Whereas, when you broadcast on Sunday, you've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday all to yourself. It's wonderful.
But, Mr. Benny,
No buts, Dinah. I'm determined to have you work for me. Now, I'll tell you what. I'll pay you twice as much as you get from Cantor. Now, how much does Eddie pay you?
Well...
I know how you feel, Dinah. I know how you feel. Just whisper it to me. How much does he pay you?
He pays me,
Look, Dinah, if you work on Sunday, it'll ruin your whole week. Sing.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be
I wonder what Cantor really pays her there.
Did you say something, Mr. Benny?
Why, no, Harry. I was just... Oh, say, Harry.
What?
Come here a minute, will you?
What's the matter?
Harry, are you happy here?
Yes, I'm very happy here.
Oh, I mean, are you happy in California? Don't you get tired of all this sunshine? Wouldn't you rather go back to New York and step into a nice, slushy gutter?
What are you driving at?
Well, would you be interested in coming back to New York with my show?
Well, what about Don Wilson?
Oh, Don's all right, but with the meat rationing, I'd like to get a smaller announcement. And he's so unreasonable. Why, I offer to pay his fare back to New York, but he refuses to sleep in an upper berth.
Oh, well, that is unreasonable.
Of course it is. After all, how much room does Dennis Day take up? What do you say, Harry?
Well...
come with me, we'll get 1 million laughs.
Well, to tell the truth, Jack, I'd rather stay here and get 1 million smiles.
You rather get smiles?
Yes, I would.
How do you go about it?
That's very simple. Do it like this. Ladies and gentlemen, to help get a smile you can be really proud of, decide now to change to Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. Because firm, healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And Ipana toothpaste is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it's especially designed to help stimulate and strengthen gums, to help keep them from becoming susceptible to gum trouble, So, ladies and gentlemen, why don't you follow this simple, healthful routine?
Regularly brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertips and massage it on your gums.
So get a tube of Ipana from your druggist tomorrow. And remember, the government says we can't buy toothpaste of any kind without turning in an empty tube. So don't forget to take an empty metal tube of some kind with you when you ask for your Ipana toothpaste.
Oh, Dinah, where's Jack Benny?
He went into your dressing room to comb his hair.
That's silly. Could have left it here and I'd have combed it.
Mr. Cantor, maybe I shouldn't mention this, but, well, Jack Benny's been trying to hire me for his program.
What?
And Harry, too.
No!
Yeah.
After I won, I'll fix him, and I'll fix him good.
What are you doing, Mr. Cantor?
You said he's in my dressing room?
Yeah.
I'm going to phone in there and pretend that I'm Rochester.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny! This is Rochester, boss. I'm quitting. I got a very lucrative offer from Eddie Cantor.
Eddie, well, of all the cheap tricks, the minute my back is turned, he tries to steal my cash. You can't trust anybody these days.
Ain't it the truth?
Rochester. Rochester, you're making a big mistake going to work for Cantor. Why, he'll never pay you as much as I owe you. Rochester, working for me, you got a future. Why do you want to leave?
Frankly, boss, I'd rather work for a younger man.
Younger? Why, Cantor's old enough to be my father. And if I was a girl, he probably would be. Rochester, your mind's made up. I mean, you finally decided to leave me?
That's right. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, Cantor.
He knew it all the time. Well, I'll go into the dressing room now and find out exactly what he knows.
Now, if I could only find someone here who isn't loyal, a guy that would stoop to anything, a complete stinker.
How do you do?
We're going to Mad Russia.
Comrade, I'm your man. For 12 years, I've been working for Cantor, and now...
Yes?
I am revolting.
You certainly are.
Thank you.
Russian?
Yes?
I'll give you a contract if you're sure you want to quit Cantor.
Why shouldn't I quit him? He's no good. He's a crook. He's a heel.
Aha!
And I love him. He's like my own brother.
Russian, don't let him tempt you with money. Even if you do work for Benny, you can't get above the $25,000 ceiling.
Working for you, I can't even get off the floor. My ceiling is zero.
Oh, stop it, will you?
Mr. Benny, I've decided to work for you at my very lowest figure.
What's that?
Nothing.
Russian, I don't understand. You've been with me so long. Why do you want to leave me to go to work for Jack Benny?
Because I like him. I like him. I owe him a debt of gratitude. You see, many years ago, back in Moscow, I am sitting with my girl. We are tuning in on the radio, and we are hearing... Love in blooming. I am holding her hand. I can smell the chrysanthemums right in the air. And then, my dear friend, I propose. Mr. Benny, that's why I am grateful to you.
You mean your girl said yes?
No, the music was so bad she killed herself. Thank you.
Harry. What's the matter? What's wrong?
There's nothing the matter, Eddie. Don't you get it? Now listen to me here.
What is it, an imitation of Donald Duck?
No, it's not either. I'm practicing to be a ventriloquist. Shirley's been teaching me.
Oh, you mean Shirley Dinsdale, a little 15-year-old ventriloquist?
Yeah, and when she comes back next week from San Francisco, she's going to give me my second lesson. And after that, I'll come up to the microphone, and without even moving my lips, I'll be able to say, ladies and gentlemen, it's worth your while to know how much faster Sal Hepatica helps you feel better when you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and out of sorts due to the need of a laxative. Because then Sal Hepatica brings speedy, gentle relief, usually within an hour. So you don't have to put off till night taking the laxative you need in the morning. You don't have to risk feeling miserable all day. Sparkling Sal Hepatica has this advantage, too.
Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tonight or tomorrow. And any time you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny on his violin and me with my golden voice give you our interpretation of Ida. Ida, sweet as apple cider, sweeter than all I know. Take it. Come out bad in the silvery moonlight of love we'll whisper. So soft and everyone should use Ipana. That's the wish of Eddie Cantor. Seems though can't live without you. Listen, oh honey, you. Ida, I idolize ya. I long to love ya. Ida, need I?
Greatness flakes are good and crunchy for your breakfast or your lunchy.
Love ya, Ida, need I do. Good night. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And please don't forget the two products that make this program possible. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. Now, remember, I love to spend each Wednesday with you. As friend to friend, I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling, ladies and gentlemen.
From Hollywood, California, we bring you a new Dr. Christian Prize play called Antiques, starring Gene Herschel, and presented for your enjoyment by the Cheesebro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline, and producers of Vaseline Petroleum Jelly, Vaseline Hair Tonic, and other Vaseline specialties. Camouflage is a great thing in its place, but men, why camouflage the good looks of your hair? That's what you do if you douse your hair when you comb it. Dousing destroys its natural look. It plasters down your hair and leaves it flattened out, disguised like a rooftop. Later on, when your hair dries out, it becomes wild and messy again, camouflaged like a haystack. Now, to avoid this trouble and keep your hair really good-looking, turn to Vaseline Hair Tonic. Vaseline Hair Tonic cuts out the need for dousing. All you do is shake a few drops on your comb and run it through your hair, or apply a little directly to the scalp. Just a couple of drops of Vaseline Hair Tonic is all it takes. But what a swell difference. Your hair has an attractive, natural look, a live look that snaps up your whole appearance, whether you're in uniform or civilian clothes. Not only is your hair neatly groomed, but it stays put from morning till night. Fighting men and working men alike appreciate the fact that Vaseline Hair Tonic keeps the hair well groomed a whole lot longer. You don't have to comb it so often, because Vaseline Hair Tonic doesn't dry out your hair. It can't, for it contains absolutely no drying ingredient. What it does is supplement the natural scalp oils, gives double care, both scalp and hair. Start using Vaseline Hair Tonic regularly. Get a bottle tonight, only 40 or 70 cents. Remember, your hair looks best when it looks natural, and it looks its natural best when you groom with Vaseline Hair Tonic. Tonight's prize play, Antiques, is the work of Carolyn Van Buren, author of many juvenile stories, including the volume 5 Little Martins and the Martin House. She was born in historic old Wilmington and has lived there all her life. Her story, Antiques, reflects the atmosphere of a romantic age in American life. The chief characters in the play are Miss Jane Proctor, played by Nancy Evans, and Miss Libby Proctor, played by Regina Wallace. They are traditional old-school Southern ladies. Joseph Jackson, their old family retainer, is played by Horace Willard. Mrs. Dawson, played by Ann Stone, is the wife of an Army officer. Her son, Tom, is played by Paul Hilton, and her daughter is played by Rhoda Williams. Lurene Tuttle plays Judy Price, as usual, and our star, Jean Hersholt, appears in the role of the popular Dr. Christian. The opening scene is laid in Dr. Christian's office, and so the curtain rises.
Oh, good morning, Miss Libby. Have a seat, please. The doctor will see you presently. But I'm in a hurry. So are the other people here. Some of them have waited a long while. The doctor knows I don't like to be kept waiting. Besides, my case is urgent. Very well, I'll tell him you're here. Oh, well, what do you know about that?
Oh, Judy. What makes you so impatient?
The office is filled with patients, Dr. Christian, and in walks Miss Libby Parker, demanding to see you at once.
Miss Libby never did like to wait.
Oh, she's upstage. Upholstered, too, in those ridiculous old-fashioned dresses she wears.
There's a pretty stout old heart under the upholstery, Judy.
Heart? She didn't act as though she had a heart when we asked her to help us put over our Red Cross drive.
Oh, I don't imagine Miss Libby is too flush with money.
But it wasn't money we were asking for. We only wanted permission to allow visitors to see her things. The Proctor Mansion is full of gorgeous things collected for generations. Our idea was for her to open the house to the public for just one day. The price of admission to go to the Red Cross.
And she refused?
Absolutely, definitely, and finally.
Oh, maybe she was afraid it would upset Miss Jane. Miss Jane's been in bed 6 years this spring. 6 years is a long time to lie in bed with a broken hip.
But that couldn't have been the reason. We weren't going to let anyone go upstairs. It was just the lower floor we were asking for.
Well, she probably had a good reason. Anyway, you better let Libby in. It may be urgent. Here, you can go out this side door, Miss Libby. My regards, Miss Jane. Glad to hear she's doing so nicely. Goodbye.
Well, wasn't Miss Jane she was so anxious to see you back?
Judy, it was a cat.
A cat? All that commotion about a cat?
Oh, not her cat, Judy. Just a cat. Anybody's cat. Poor thing was on nowhere near her driveway. Seemed to get something to put it out of its misery. Something that would put it quietly to sleep without pain. He done died easy, Miss Libby. That cat done flopped over on his side and died just like that. I guess he's mighty sorry, Miss Libby.
Well, Joseph, the poor creature's out of its misery. Sometimes far better to die than to keep on living. Did you carry the coal upstairs?
Oh, yes.
And you didn't say anything to Miss Jane about the cat, did you?
Oh, no.
You were careful not to?
Yes, I was careful. I didn't say ne'er a word. Oh, Miss Libby, you all got to get some more coal if you expect to keep Miss Jane's room warm. He ain't like you. He likes a big old fire all the time.
Did you take the cup to the lady, Joseph?
Yes, I sure did, Miss Libby. She liked it fine. Say she want, I'll bring her another one. You know, it's a funny thing she like old cup with a crack in it. She give me money, Miss Libby, just like she said. Hello? Hello. This is Dr. Christian speaking. Yes? An accident. Well, what happened? I see. Yes, I'll come as soon as I can, but it's a 20-mile drive to Brooktown. Oh, very well. Just keep the patient quiet till I arrive. Yes, I think I can remember the address. Yes. Goodbye. Well, Judy, I'm going to need your help soon.
Well, what is it?
Mrs. Dean in Burketown. She had a fall from a stepladder. That was her husband calling. He thinks her arm is broken.
Oh, it's ages since I've been to Burketown.
Tell me it's quite a place these days.
Yes, so I will. Located in that big army camp near there is brought a boom.
Well, get my bag, Judy, and we'll be on our way.
Huh? You know, Libby, Martha is not the cook she once was. She's getting old. Oh, This fire feels cozy. So it does. I suppose if one must be bedridden, one must be thankful for this lovely, spacious room. Full of all the practice things you like this, Jane. You do indulge me, Libby. There was no reason to bring the desk things up here. I hope you haven't robbed the drawing room. The pieces you have here in your own room will never be left downstairs, Jane. That's a Martha, Libby. She certainly is slipping badly. As you take my lunch today. The potatoes were lumpy and the chopper underdone, and this is the third time this week she's forgotten to put butter on the tray. Here, now, I think her eyesight is failing. Nonsense. Martha is just careless. And I don't approve of your always bringing up my tray while the housemaids idle below stairs. But I like doing it, Jane. It pleases me to do for you. But it isn't a thing for a proctor, Libby. You must try being more firm with the servants. You really must. Here, I'll keep it together. A very lovely tea to make up for your lunch. A very special tea, Jane. And you will speak to Martha about the butter. Indeed, I will. Everything will be just as you like.
Let me see now. It must be in this block.
My, how this town is grown. This is the 1000 block.
And there's the number, Judy. 1011. Look, it has a sign on it. Tourists, I expect.
No, not this sign. The sign says antique. We'll have a look-see on our way out, can't we?
Oh, you women, you're all alike. Show you an antique sign and you're all a quitter.
Are you the doctor?
I am indeed. And are you Mrs. Green's children? Will you tell her, please, that it's Dr. Christian?
We aren't his children, but we'll tell her. She'll be mighty glad to see you. She says doctors always take their sweet time from
Oh, don't mind the children, Doctor. Come right in, please. And the young lady. How do you do? Mrs. Green is upstairs. I'll take you up. I'm Mrs. Dawson. We board here, me and my 2 children. We're proud it's something dreadful, but it's the best we can do with things as they are.
Well, if you'll be good enough to see that my patient gets his tablet at bedtime, Mrs. Dawson, I think I can guarantee a good night for her. Fairly good one anyway. Mr. Green isn't there in sick business, I see?
Yes. And people come poking in here at all hours, day and night, to see those old things of his. Do you assist him in his shop? Oh, no. We just have rooms here because, well, there's simply no other place to live. But antiquing is not such a bad business as that.
Really?
You should just hear the price that Mr. Green gets for some of this old stuff. Only last night I said to Joe, so is my husband, who's stationed at the camp here, I said, after the duration, you and I better take up the business of antiquing. Oh, could we see the things? You don't mind waiting a few minutes, do you, Dr. Christian?
Oh, go right ahead, Judy. Mrs. Dawson will keep you company until you're through, I'm sure.
Oh, indeed I will, Doctor. I'd like nothing better. I get awfully lonesome with the children at school, and Mrs. Green's far too busy to sit down and chat. My husband's expecting to be sent away any day now, and I don't fancy staying on here after he's gone. You don't happen to know of a place over where you come from, where we could board? Some place where we could spread out so the children would have room to move around a bit?
I don't believe I do, Mrs. Dawson, not right now, but I'll inquire, and if I do, I'll let you know by telephone or the next visit I make Mrs. Green.
Oh, Dr. Christian, you come here and have a look at all these lovely things you're making.
All right, Judy, but antiques aren't in my line, you know. I never took very much stock in them.
Oh, you'll change your mind when you see these. This is a perfectly gorgeous old silver teapot. This quaint little whale oil lamb. And when you look at that lovely duck and five tables.
Judy.
Well, what is it? What are you saying?
It's this, Judy. In all my life, I've seen only one other that could compare with it.
So you are interested in antiques, after all?
I'm interested in this antique. Where did it come from, Mrs. Dawson? Do you know?
Well, that desk came since I lived here. Mr. Green said he'd been after it for a long time, but the old lady who owned it wouldn't part with it. Then he came home one night and said that she consented to part with it at last. He said she was going away pretty soon and wouldn't be back. He said he'd gotten the like things from her from time to time, and this was about the last thing she had left.
The old lady said she was going away and wouldn't be back? He said that?
That's what you told him.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Dawson. I just remembered I have an important visit to make. Come, Judith.
All right, Doctor.
Good evening, Mrs. Dawson.
Goodbye, Mrs. Dawson. Thank you for letting us see the thing. Goodbye. What was it, Doctor? What happened?
Judy, I made a discovery.
The desk. It was something about that desk?
Yes. You drive, Judy. I've got a lot on my mind. The last time I saw that desk, it was in Colonel Proctor's study. It belonged to his father and his father's father before him. It was his most cherished possession.
Positive it's the same there?
I know it is. Miss Libby must be down to her last dollar to part with her father's desk.
Oh, Dr. Christian, do you think so?
I do indeed. Come on, let's hurry, Judy. Tires or no tires, we must hurry.
But why?
Miss Libby told the man that he purchased the desk that she was going away soon.
I guess I'm down because I still don't get it.
Remember, Judy, what Miss Libby came into the office for the other morning?
Why, it was something about a cat, wasn't it? She wanted something with which to put an injured cat out of his voice. Dr. Christian.
Yes, Judy, I'm afraid.
Oh, Doctor, no. She couldn't be that desperate.
No, in the Proctor pride, I'm sure she is that desperate. And I'm afraid. Horribly afraid.
I must see that the toast is good and hot. Maybe she'll forget about the butter. I spread the jam on quickly. I'll use Grandma's sugar dish, the last of the service. She ain't always like that. So I kept it back when I let the rest go. Everything's gone now. But Jane doesn't know, and she'll never know it came apart. I managed to keep her from knowing. Pretending that all was as it used to be before she was ill. Pretending is a weary job. Sometimes I thought I just couldn't keep it up, day after day. But I did. Jane will go to sleep. The two of us together, without knowing. It isn't a sin what I'm doing. I thought it all out. It seems the best way. The only way. Now, everything is ready. Take the case upstairs. Libby, there you are carrying that heavy tray after all I've said to you. Let the servants do it. No, it's not too heavy. You're just being stubborn. Our great-grandmother Proctor was an exceedingly stubborn person, I've heard, and you must take after her. Yes, I guess I do. I certainly do hate to give up, and I won't till the last moment. But after today, you won't have to worry about my being stubborn, or anything, Jane. See what a nice tea I've brought you, my dear. We'll have tea together, you and I, here before the fire. It'll be rather like a party, won't it? And we did love parties when we were young, didn't we, Jane? Oh, that seems a long, long time ago. Do you ever think, Jane, of a time when you can walk again? Walking in a beautiful garden where the grass is always green and the flowers are... What got into you, Libby, running on like that? You know very well I'll never walk again. Hear you talk, one would think you're about to die. There are things worse than dying, Jane. Far worse. How queer you talk. You come to think of it, you've been acting mighty queer for the last week. Mighty queer indeed. How do you mean? Well, why on earth, may I ask, do we have the best linen napkins with a monogram on them just for you and me? Why not? Who else is there to enjoy them? Libby Proctor, you're acting most peculiar. Here I am dying for a cup of tea, and you picked up that teapot and set it down again 3 times. But then you couldn't make up your mind whether to pour or not. Listen, I hear knocking. There's someone at the front door. You expecting company, Libby? Is that why you're waiting? I don't hear anything, Jane. But I hear footsteps. Stairs often creak in this old house. Sometimes in night I listen to them. Seems as though it's the footsteps of all who once lived here throughout the years, returning for a brief moment to the rooms they once occupied. Seems to me I can hear them whispering. They almost tell. The Come. Come, my dear. Let's drink our tea together. I'm ready to pour it now, and then we'll rest a while. Jane and Libby. A proctor girl. Libby, there is someone there. Then open the door. Come in.
Well. Yeah, I take time off from a busy day to look in on the patient, and what do I find? My patient looking as bright as rain, and myself an uninvited guest at a tea party.
Come in, doctor, come in. Libby, pull up a chair for the doctor.
No, Miss Libby, I'll put up my own chair.
Yes, see, Libby, it was footsteps.
The door was not locked, so I took the liberty of coming right up to Miss Jane's room.
I'm glad you did. It's nice to have company.
I wonder if I might have a cup of tea now that I'm here, lady.
Oh, of course, doctor. I make you fresh company. And one for Jane, too. This tea is cold. It's nice to see you, doctor. I get very lonely lying here day after day with Libby busy over household matters and no one to say a single word to. The hours seem ages long.
I'm sure they must, Miss Jane. I'm sure they must. And that reminds me of what I came to ask you. I wonder if you and Miss Libby could find it in your heart to take a boarder. 3 to be exact. A young woman and 2 children.
Children? I don't know if we could have children here.
Well, this young woman is the wife of an army officer, and she and her children are trying to get along as best they can without him.
But why? Why should they want to come here?
Well, the place in which they're living at present is much too small. They're badly crowded. The children need grounds in which to play, big rooms to stretch and go in.
We've never taken a paying guest. Still, I don't mind telling you I could do with a little more life in this house. What do you say, Libby? You've hardly opened your mouth since the doctor came in. I was just thinking...
It would be a fine thing for you both. No more dull hours, and besides, you'd be doing your part. A very important part, too. And every true American has a part to do.
You're right, Doctor, you're right. A proctor has never shirked a duty yet, and my sister and I won't be the first to be so.
Well spoken, Miss Jane. I was pretty certain I could count on you. So you'll take the soldier's little family in and give him a home while he's away fighting for his country.
Indeed, I don't you, Libby. Libby, why do you just sit there staring at Dr. Christian as though you'd never seen him before? Now that you're here, Doctor, I want you to have a look at Libby. She hasn't been like herself at all today. I'm afraid she's sick.
Miss Libby sick? Now, Miss Libby. That'll never do. Let's have a look at it.
No, I'm perfectly all right, Doctor.
Oh, I see you have here that little box of pills I gave you the other morning.
Doctor,
Well, Miss Libby, you won't need them now. I'll just drop them in the fire because I'm sending you something much, much better.
You do agree with the plan, don't you, Libby?
Certainly she does. Miss Libby has joined the army behind the army. Isn't that right, Miss Libby?
Yes, Doctor. I'm glad to do my part.
Good. You make me very happy, Miss Jane and Miss Libby. Just how happy I can't begin to tell you. I'm glad I dropped in when I did for your little tea party.
I'm glad too, Dr. Christian. I guess you know just how glad.
Yes, Miss Libby. But everything will be all right now. Because I'm going to send you news and light and laughter.
The curtain comes down on another prize Dr. Christian play. Our star, Gene Hersholt, will be back in a moment with news about next week's program. No matter how busy you are these days, there's no point in neglecting your hair. It's so simple and easy to guard the good looks of your hair with Vaseline Hair Tonic. If you notice even one of the signs of dry scalp, loose dandruff, tight, itchy scalp, brittle, lifeless, unmanageable hair, get Vaseline Hair Tonic at once. Vaseline Hair Tonic is most effective because it actually supplements the natural scalp oils needed to keep the hair good-looking and healthy-looking. Unlike most preparations, it contains absolutely no drying ingredients. Here's the treatment, equally important for men and women. Before washing your hair, give the scalp a good, brisk massage with plenty of Vaseline Hair Tonic. This peps up the circulation, loosens dandruff scales, and puts a stop to that dry, itchy feeling. Between shampoos, use Vaseline Hair Tonic for good grooming. It keeps your hair naturally good-looking. For hair that looks good and a scalp that feels good, start using Vaseline Hair Tonic regularly. Now, here is Gene Herschel, the popular Dr. Christian in this series. Who's the prize winner next week, Dr. Christian?
Next week, we present a play especially written for this program by John Lee Goldberg, winner of the $2,000 Dr. Christian Award for 1942. The play is called Behold These Truths, and I extend a special invitation to you all to hear it because it is a stimulating and worthwhile play. So until next Wednesday evening at the same hour, I'll say good night.
Don't let a stuffy head cold spoil your holiday. To ease the discomfort, try this simple, effective relief. Place a little Vaseline jelly in each nostril. Vaseline jelly lubricates nasal tissues, relieves that stuffy feeling. You breathe more easily, feel better. Get Vaseline Hair Tonic tonight. Only 10 cents. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. The hushed voice and the prowling step in the dead of night. The crime that is almost committed. The stir of nerves at the ticking of the clock. The rescue that might be too late, or the murderer who might get away. Mystery and intrigue and dangerous adventure. We invite you to enjoy stories that keep you in suspense.
For Suspense, tonight we present The Body Snatchers by John Dixon Carr.
Beware of the body snatcher who prowls after dark. Beware of the graves he robs. Beware of the murders he commits to provide new corpses for the doctors.
Up to the year 1832, the body snatchers terrorized England. According to the law, only 4 bodies a year could legally be supplied to the surgeons for anatomical study. And even these were a monopoly granted to the Barbers and Surgeons Company of London. But the study of surgery had to go on. In hundreds of medical schools all over England, perfectly reputable doctors were compelled to buy bodies and ask no questions. In 1828, burst the scandal of Burke and Hare, who found grave robbing too slow and murdered 16 persons in order to supply Dr. Knox of Edinburgh. And so, out of basic good purpose, sprang the evil of
the body snatcher.
Turn back the clock now to a cold night just 110 years ago. Look into the brick kitchen of a house on Wandsworth Common, not far from London. There, in the light of a tallow dip, sits old Mother Slade in her draggled bonnet.
What's a keeping 'em? 2 hours. 2 mortal hours by the Dutch clock. And they're not here yet.
Mother Slade?
And the graveyard not half a mile off. And once I thought I heard church bells ring. And once...
Mother Slade, did you call?
No, my girl, I did not call.
But I thought I...
And what are you doing up at this hour, my girl?
I was only locking up, Mother Slade.
Ain't it enough to have taken you over from a good-for-nothing mother not worth the gunpowder to blow her up?
Please, Mother Slade.
And given you a good home and brought you up practically like a lady with only the housework to do?
I'm sorry, Mother Slade. Only I wish you wouldn't talk like that about me own mother.
And what do you do, Peggy Lester? You stop up until this hour. You mislay me snuff box 20 times a day.
I was only going to say, I thought I heard a horse and cart in the lane.
In our lane?
Yes, Mother Slade. There it is now.
Yes. Easy, my dears. Drive easy with the merchandise. The doctors don't like it if you bump the merchandise.
Merchandise, Mother Slade? What's that?
I'll tell you what it is, my girl.
I didn't mean anything, Mother Slade.
It's your Uncle Matt and your cousin Rob are coming home from their business. That's what it is. You hear that, Piggy Lister?
I didn't mislay your snuff box. It's on the table.
And if you don't want me to take my fingernails to you instead of a strap, you get on up to bed this minute, do you?
Yes, Mother Slade.
I'm a-coming, my dears. Don't be impatient. I'm a-coming. Nasty dim light this candle gives. Oh, Mother Slater's got the rheumatics so cruel she can hardly move. Just pull back the bar, open the door. Well, Matt, did you get it?
Did we get it? Strike me blind, but that's a good one, ain't it, Rob?
Stow the gab, can't you? Get inside and close the door.
They ain't after you.
Ain't they? Can't you hear anything?
Thought I heard church bells.
More like a perishing funeral bell, if you asks me.
Take it easy, Rob. Take it easy. We've shaken them off.
Have we? I wish I was as certain as some people. The spades and sack is still in the cart.
Let 'em stay. Who's a-coming to find 'em?
Then you didn't get it after all, you thick-skull parer.
Now, don't you start a-blaming us.
Now, you shut your potato trap, Mother Slade, or Matt'll make you shut it.
What happened?
I'll tell you what happened. We was too quick, that's what. The girl was only buried this afternoon.
The sooner the better, my dear. What's the good of the merchandise if it ain't fresh, eh?
You hold your noise and listen. We left the horse and cart outside, like we always do. We creeps up to the lich gate of the churchyard.
Walk softly, Matt. Walk softly, Rob, in your oily beaver hats and neckcloths, under the starlight and the white frosted elms. Take care of the graves, too. Spring guns may be set in some of them to protect the dead from marauders. And if the coffin is one of those new iron ones, all your labor will be in vain. Open the gates softly.
Don't make such a bloody row with them shovels.
I can't help it. I'm loaded down with all this stuff.
Oh, and who'll do all the work when we do get there? I will.
Matt.
Aye?
Listen.
I can't hear nothing except your teeth are chattering.
Matt, there's other people besides us in this here churchyard.
Aye, 200 or 300 deaders. But they won't bother us.
I means living people.
Don't talk soft.
Somebody's got a dark lantern. I seen it flash past the gravestones.
Oh? Where?
Can't you see it now? It's a-coming straight toward us.
Yes, I see him. Come on.
They've seen us, Matt.
Let him have it, lad. Easy, that's it, Rob. Down beyond the gravestones. Crouch down. They can't shoot through stone.
Matt, it says here, sacred to the memory
it's
of...
the girl's relatives. They've been watching her grave.
All the good boys. If they want to get out now, they'll have to climb the wall.
Oh, Struth.
If only I had me barkers. First time in 2 years I've gone without a brace of pistols, and this happens.
But you ain't got your barkers, Matt Patterson.
I got what's just as good. Give me a shovel.
What are you going to do?
Charge 'em. This here shovel's got a nice edge.
Oh, you daft.
They'll have to take time out to reload, won't they? Hear that? Somebody started the bell. That'll bring down every peeler within a mile. If you want a tithing ticket and a neck in a rope, stop where you are. But if you don't want to get scragged before your time, follow me. That's all there is to it, Mother Slade. We went out by the gate, and blow me if they could stop us.
You perishing numbskulls. Did they recognize you?
No. We had our neckerchiefs around our eyes.
Did you do it?
I don't know. There's blood on the shovel.
No, there ain't, Mother Slade. I wiped it off.
Anyway, we're here. What I want now is a Christian fire to sit by, and a drop of spirits to warm my stomach.
There's no spirits in the house, Matt Patterson.
Don't you lie to me, you ugly mouth.
Let go of me hand, Matt Patterson. I'm warning you.
Better let it go, Matt.
There's no spirits. Only half a loaf of bread. Don't I know it? I haven't tasted a drop of gin all day. And the black dog's on me back.
Well?
Hark at what I say. The doctor was promised a corp tonight. All right, dearie, he gets a corp tonight.
There's that funeral bell again.
What's the clock, old hag? Come on, spit it out.
A nice young corp without any trouble or bother.
Aye?
What about young Peggy upstairs?
Strike me blind.
What about it, eh?
You'd have to be mighty careful.
Why?
You'd have to smother her with a pillow while I sit on her legs. That's what Burke and Eyre done up in Edinburgh. Then you don't leave any marks on them. See?
You're off a tick. Wait. What?
If the doctors see they've been polished off, just plain murdered, they won't have nothing to do with it. Leastwise, they don't like it.
Like it or not, dearie, they all do.
Who's buying the beef tonight?
Dr. George Arnold.
Him? The young fella out Fulham way?
That's the man, dearie.
But I thought he was too pious and holy to play.
That's what Dr. Arnold thought, too, till they started putting the screws on him at Bart's College. No corp, they said to him. No lecture. No lecture, no students. It all comes to it, dearie, sooner or later.
What beats me is why they got to have these bodies. You'd think the doctors killed enough people as it is, without buying them after they was dead.
Don't you question the ways of Providence, Matt Patterson.
You can't do it, Matt. You can't do it, Mother Slade.
You stow that noise, Bob Prentice.
Do you want to wake the poor girl upstairs?
But you can't do it. This cove Arnold, he knows her.
Arnold knows who?
He knows Peggy. Peggy fair worships the ground he walks on.
Oh.
He set her arm once when Mother Slade broke it, accidental-like, and she can't forget him. What's Arnold going to think when he opens up the sack and he finds
What can Arnold do? He's bought her, ain't he? He can't go to the police and say he's bought her.
Peggy. Peggy Lester.
Don't do it, Mother Slade. Don't do it.
And how do you two thickheads know what Mother Slade is going to do?
You're going to kill her, ain't you?
Peggy. Peggy Lester.
I thought I heard her moving about upstairs.
You did, Mr. Milk and Water. She's on the stairs now.
Rob, you're the least to be depended on. Go out and fetch in the sack.
Don't do it. It'll bring us all bad luck.
Matt, you're a lad after me own heart. You stop where you are and do just as I tell you. Trim the candle. Let's have it all nice and snug.
What'll she bring, do you think?
15 guineas. Maybe 20. Maybe more.
20 guineas? Strike me blind. But this is a way of doing business that I like.
Shh. Listen.
Did you call me Mother Slade?
That's right, my ducky. That's right, my little pet. Put your wrap around you and your slippers to keep your feet warm and come right down here to Mother Slade.
I'm coming, Mother Slade. I'm coming.
Who in those times would be a surgeon and still be an honest man? At that drugged hour of the night, look into the sitting room of a spacious house. Many candles are still alight there, though they have burned down nearly to their silver sockets. There is Chinese paper on the walls and a turkey carpet underfoot. In front of the fire now almost out, sits Dr. George Arnold with his bottle green coat and heavy hair.
Dr. Arnold, sir.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Tancred.
Dr. Arnold, sir. It's gone 2:00.
Yes, so it has.
You've got a lecture to deliver tomorrow, and you'll be all worn out. Why don't you go on up to bed?
Mrs. Tancred.
Yes, sir?
You're a jewel of a housekeeper. I admire you, and I can't do without you, but would you please go away and let me alone?
I'm sure I'm very sorry, sir. No offense intended.
Stop. I shouldn't have said that. I'm thinking too much, perhaps.
And smoking too many cigars, if you'll excuse me.
Why must they keep tolling that bell at East Hill Church? Why must they keep it up all night?
Well, sir, Elsie says the parson told them to do it. Elsie.
Wait. Who is Elsie?
Dr. Arnold, sir. I know you're always up in the clouds, mooning over books and whatnot, but I did think you'd recognize the name of your own parlour maid.
Oh, that Elsie. I see. Well?
Elsie says it's because of the murder in the churchyard.
What murder?
2 resurrection men. Body snatchers, sir. Oh, you wouldn't know anything about such people.
No, of course not.
They were caught trying to rob a grave, but they got away. One of them was a horrible big fella. Split Willie Kendrick's head open with the edge of a shovel. Is anything wrong, sir?
No, not exactly.
Well, I thought for a second, seeing how you looked.
Did they get the body?
Yes, sir. It was Willie Kendrick. His head was split open with a shovel.
No, I mean, did these resurrection men get what they were after?
No, sir.
Thank God.
Oh, you may well say that, Doctor.
I wasn't exactly speaking in the religious sense, but never mind.
Well, Elsie says there are what she calls peelers all over the place.
Peelers?
Yes, these new policemen. After Sir Robert Peel. And somebody from the new detective police that they're using instead of the Bow Street runners.
Well, Mrs. Tancred, I'm going to smoke one more cigar, and then I'm going to bed.
Very good, sir.
You see, sometimes you give orders, then it's too late to recall them. Whatever the medical practice is, you can't look your conscience in the face afterwards. Then, I can't tell you how or why, a miracle comes along and saves you, and you're free, What was that?
Sounds like a horse and cart in the drive, sir.
Mrs. Tancred.
Yes, Doctor?
Will you please go upstairs? Now, make haste.
But if it's visitors, sir, or even a patient...
Mrs. Tancred, you heard my instructions. Obey them.
Sir, there's the front door bell.
Yes, I heard it. For the last time, go away. I will admit whatever visitors we have.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, dearie.
Oh, come into the sitting room here, Mrs. Slade.
La, sir. Just call me Mother Slade. You don't hardly seem natural or friendly to hear anything else. It's a pleasure to curtsy to you, Doctor. Coo. What a lovely room.
I suppose...
Your candles is going out, though. One by one. Poof. Then you'll be in the dark.
I suppose you've come to report failure.
Failure, dearie?
I understand you didn't get what you went after.
Bless you, dearie. We got something just as good. Finest piece of merchandise you ever saw.
You haven't got it here.
Bless you, dearie. Mother Slade always keeps her word. Bring the merchandise in, my dears, so the doctor can see it.
Quiet, please.
Oh, of course, dearie, I forgot.
The
The big fellow with the black eyebrows is Uncle Matt. The little fellow with the watery eyes is Cousin Rob. And between them, in that sack, they're carrying...
Well, who is it in the sack?
19-year-old girl, dearie. Finest anatomical specimen you ever saw.
Merciful
Where do you want this here thing dumped, Governor?
Easy now, Matt.
Why did you bring it here?
That's where you told us to bring it, dearie.
I mean, why did you bring it to the front door? Why not to the surgery?
Only place in the house where there was lights, Governor. Hurry up now. Where do you want it?
Well, take it...
Yes, dearie?
Take it over and put it in the cupboard there, where I'm pointing.
This cupboard here, sir.
Yes, then close the cupboard door.
Shame on you two. Tracking your muddy boots over the doctor's lovely turkey carpet. Easy, my dears, easy now.
All right, Robin.
Don't bruise the merchandise. Whatever you do, don't bruise the merchandise.
Right, me blind. What's the odds? She can't feel it now. Here's your body, Mr. Sawbones. Now, let's see your money.
Well, just one moment before I give it to you.
There ain't no itch in this, is there? Better not be.
No, I made a bargain with you, and I'll stick to it.
Thank ye. That's uncommon genteel of you.
Kindly stand back, sir. You're 2 stone of fat heavier than I am, and you don't impress me.
Easy, Matt. Take it easy.
I want to ask only one question. Where did you get that body?
That's a question, dearie, what people in your profession don't ask.
Why not?
'Cause they don't dare. That's why.
Would the police be interested in where you got the body?
No, dearie. Not half so interested in as where we brought it. To your house. It's your responsibility now.
Yes, I suppose it is. The victim wouldn't be, by any chance, that pretty little girl you used to treat so unmercifully?
You hold your noise about how I treated her.
I was rather fond of Peggy.
Strike me blind. I think the Sawbones...
Oh, get out of this house, all of you. Go on, get out.
Not without that money, dearie. It's 20 guineas now.
There's money on the table under that newspaper. Take what you want, and get out of here before I...
Oh, what was that?
Aye. What was it?
A late visitor, I imagine.
Was you expecting anybody? Eh?
No.
Don't drop the lovely money, Rob. Don't drop it all over the carpet. Pick it up.
To the back way of the...
Yes, it's the way you should have come. Through that arch and down the passage.
Thank you for the rhino, Governor. And no games, mind you, if you know what's good for you.
Good night, dearie. Remember, you've got the body now.
Yes. I've got the body now. Poor little devil.
Dr. Arnold, sir.
In heaven's name, Mrs. Tancred, haven't you gone to bed yet?
I had to get up, sir, to answer the bell.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry.
Dr. Arnold, what's the matter with you?
Matter?
You're as white as a ghost, and you're almost crying.
Am I? Well, we must remedy that.
Oh, it's so dark in here, I could barely see you sitting there. The candles going out, one after another. Nothing but smoke and an ugly smell of grease, and that cupboard door.
What about that cupboard door?
Oh, I always declare, sir, it won't keep shut without any latch or bolt, if you'll excuse the liberty.
Mrs. Tancred, keep away from that cupboard.
Dr. Arnold, sir. Are you ill or anything?
No, but keep away from that cupboard. Who rang the bell?
Oh, dear, I was almost forgetting. It's that man Elsie was talking to us about.
What man?
The officer of the detective police, sir. He wants to see you.
Well, I'll see him, but in some other room, not here. It's as you say, there's not enough light.
Not a bit of it, Doctor, not a bit of it. Never too dark, as you might say, where the police are concerned.
I couldn't help it, sir. He must have followed me down the hall.
Are you...
That's right, Doctor. I'm Stalker at your service. Inspector Stalker.
Well, how do you do, Inspector? Mrs. Tancred, you may go.
By your leave, sir. I'll just get some more candles and put them in that bracket by the cupboard. It's not in use.
No, you needn't trouble.
It's no trouble, sir. Excuse me.
First of all, Doctor, I must apologize for intruding as late as this.
Not at all, Inspector. Will you be seated?
Thank you, sir. Thank you kindly. Now, I dare say you're wondering why I'm here.
Oh, yes, I am, rather.
It's a bad business, Doctor. A very bad business.
You mean the murder in the churchyard?
Oh, you've heard about it.
Well, my housekeeper said something about a man being killed with a shovel.
That's right, Doctor. Not much doubt about who did that.
No?
No. The little fella dropped his dark lantern with the initials on it. They're professional body snatchers. We've had our eye on them for a long time. Speaking of body snatchers, Doctor...
Well?
I expect this anatomy law is pretty hard on you surgeons.
It's an infamous law, sir.
All the same, Doctor, it is the law.
Yes.
And if any surgeon happened to be caught with a body, especially a murdered body...
What are you hinting at?
Oh, nothing, Doctor, nothing. By your leave, I only want to ask a question.
Well?
What time did your friends leave? Now, come, Doctor. As one man of the world to another, do you see any green in my eye? You are not going to say you had no guests when their horse and cart are still at your front door.
They didn't get away.
No, Doctor, they didn't. They made a little reception committee as they left by the back door. Darbies on the wrists. Snap. Just as I might reach out and touch your wrist. Like this.
What do you mean by derbies?
Handcuffs. I've got a pair in my pocket. Gags into their mouths. That's to keep them from biting.
Look, do we have to go on with this? You already seem to know everything I could tell you.
Not exactly everything. I don't know, for instance, where you've hidden the girl's body.
You're a very diligent man, Inspector Stalker.
Thank you, sir. I try to do my duty.
You said a girl?
These gin-muddled degenerates have been watched every second since they left East Hill churchyard. They hadn't a body then, but they brought one here. And there's only one other person who lives in the same house with them.
Dr. Arnold, sir.
Mrs. Tancred, listen to me.
Yes, sir.
Must you always break in with the most completely ill-timed entrances at all the worst period of my life?
I was only trying to be helpful, sir.
That's right, madam. Always be helpful.
You had to have some light. Here's the candles, sir. 5 of them. In a big candelabrum. We can hang them in the bracket.
Ma'am, hold up that light. Hold it high.
Really, sir? I'm not in the habit of being spoken to as
Hold it high, I tell you.
Do as the inspector tells you, Mrs. Tancred.
This is a very fine carpet you've got here, Doctor.
Yes, others have admired it tonight.
But it oughtn't to have footprints on it. Muddy footprints. Footprints leading from the door, past the sofa, past the hearth, over to
that cupboard. Quite correct.
I think that's done it, Dr. Arnold.
I think it has, Inspector Stalker.
We couldn't have proved anything against you for that churchyard business, but this...
Let me open Bluebeard's cupboard, Inspector. Let me be the first to show you what's inside. You wanted a certain body. It appears you've come to the right place. Now, look.
Lord Almighty.
I'm the body, Mr. Police. Standing up, I'm very much alive. And I'm wearing a nice new dress that the doctor gave me.
That I gave you?
Don't say anything. Please don't say anything.
Stop a bit, miss. Aren't you Peggy Lester?
Yes. Just because the doctor has to be so terribly respectable and a girl who's fond of him has to come here in secret.
Wait a minute, everybody. Peggy Lester, you're lying.
I am not lying.
So that's it. Why didn't I guess it? It's the oldest body snatcher's trick in the world.
Is it?
Of course, the old pinch penny, like Mother Slade, couldn't sacrifice a good household drudge. Of course they brought the body here, instead of taking it to the surgery, where it might get locked up.
Could you be persuaded, Inspector, to tell us just what you're talking about?
The body snatcher, sir.
Well, what about them?
They take a living accomplice and put him into a sack and sell him to a green doctor as a dead man.
Yes, but see here,
They get the best price they can. Then in the middle of the night, that accomplice gets up and robs the doctor's house. And the doctor can't tell us because he's bought illegal goods.
I never intended to go through with it.
No, young woman?
I tell you, I wasn't going to rob the house. They made me do this. I was going to tell Dr. Arnold. When I found out where they were taking me, I pretended to go through with it so I could warn the doctor. They can hurt so much, you'll agree to almost anything.
Oh, that sounds like the truth, but it puts me in a funny position and no mistake.
Well, your 3 murderers, Inspector, seem to be leaving.
Yes, they're leaving right enough. Trussed up like fowls and under guard.
Does anybody go with them?
Well, how can anybody go with them? I'm willing to believe this girl acted under threats. She's committed no crime. And I don't for the life of me see how we can touch you.
Can't touch me?
No, sir. And confound you for making me lose a night's sleep. There's no body. You didn't even buy a body. Will you tell me, Doctor, just what crime you've committed?
And so ends The Body Snatchers. A story of London at midnight, 100 years ago. And tonight's story of Suspense. Columbia presents these tales of mystery and intrigue and dangerous adventure for your relaxation and enjoyment. Next Tuesday, there will be another in this series. Same hour, 9:30 Eastern Wartime. William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, Alexander Semler, the composer, conductor, and John Dixon Carr, the author, are collaborators on Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.